Hello and welcome everybody. It is AGE time. We're here for number 3, 1K, Southern California. I'm Chonigman. This is Blake. What's up, Blake?
Well, even though it's Outsiders, we're inside Odyssey Games
Whoa.
for this one. Probably going to have around 30 people playing today. Probably around 29 Azalea and then one Oldhim. And we'll just
One Katsu.
go ahead and crown
No
the
Oldhim.
Oldhim player right now, I think. Maybe some Bravo player just pummels everyone, and it's a done deal for them, too.
People still play Bravo?
At least 6 people.
Good for them, man. Good for them. No, that's a joke. People love Guardian out here in Southern California. I don't know why, but they do. So that's cool. We're happy for them. They found something they like, and they're just like, I'm going to do that. It's like when you go to a restaurant and you find something you really like, and then every time you go back, you're like, I'm only going to order this thing because I'm afraid.
California burrito.
I'm afraid that if I order something else, it won't be as good.
Mm-hmm.
So I get that. You know, you got your staples.
Right. How many legendaries of Outsiders do you have right now?
I have 2 from one case. So, you know, I am a peasant.
Yeah.
Everybody, you know, slightly smaller turnout today because everyone's at home looking for their god cases or crying because they got peasant cases. So, you know, mixed feelings on opening Outsiders right now, but I'm still excited. I got a couple more boxes to go. How about you, Blake? What you got?
I also got 2 legendaries. I got the Flick Knives, so I'm excited to Uzuri. And then I also got the Tranch.
Oh,
So I'm
you got the
excited
treasure
for that.
chest?
Yeah, he's a rainbow foil, though, so
Oh.
I think he's down to $15 tops right now.
You know, it's unfortunate how sad it feels to get a rainbow foil legendary because I know it's still really good and I'm excited to have it, but at the same time I'm like, oh, just if this was cold foil, I'd be so much happier. But that's okay. I got one cold foil. I got the quiver of abyssal depths. You know, it's almost as good as Azalea's token quiver.
Oh, no. Create an aim counter. Speaking of aim counters, that's something that I have been realizing about is, like, what if I had an aim counter this whole time for 25 years of, like, would I be 1 better? Would I be 2 lines of text in my life that would change my life?
Be
like,
1 foot taller.
Yeah. Blake Meyer with an aim counter is unstoppable.
Dude, we should figure that out. That sounds like a good life hack and a good kind of mindfulness article to write. How to add an aim counter in real life.
Hell yeah.
Follow up on AGE, you know, hashtag AGE Open if you want to talk about how we can add more aim counters to our life, or if you just want to chat about, you know, the stream and like the games that people are playing, or whatever you want. We're here. We're going to chat with you guys. We hope you have nothing else planned because we're going to be here for
hours,
just watching some good games.
Speaking of this, we're going to show you our social media so you can follow along. Well, you guys are already on the YouTube.
You're on YouTube, so hit that like and subscribe button because, I don't know, it's good.
And if you looked at our Arcane Twitter, you know that our third person today is Josh Apps Caramel from San Diego.
Ooh.
He's waving in the background. I don't think there's a camera.
We don't have the BTS camera just yet, but next time
Josh.
if you haven't noticed, we are constantly stepping up the stream here to provide you with a more and more high quality experience.
Yes.
And you know, I feel high quality. How about you, Blake?
I've been high quality for
even without the aim
good
counter, you've
3
been high
months,
quality for your whole life as far as I can tell. So let's talk about it. Weekend stories. What's coming up here? Outsiders.
Outsiders is here. How many Riptides?
Today, none.
How many Uzuris?
2.
How many Azalea newbie? Oh, she's next. So those are the 2 new heroes in Outsiders. I'm excited to make both of them.
Yeah.
I think there's probably most Flesh and Blood players at home are doing the whole, let's see what happens this weekend before I commit to a list and go through all my bulk from Arcane, all my bulk from Everfest, all my bulk from Dynasty. All those arrows you got to go get from every part of your room.
Yeah.
That's how it is in my life.
They're just scattered about the room. You know, arrows, you fire them off once, and then you got to go pick them up again. It's pretty inefficient, if you ask me.
If somebody said, no, I know exactly where my Sikkim shots are, I'd be like, liar.
Dude, I know exactly where they are.
Oh, my God.
They're
In the
wherever my
trash.
ranger cards are.
Old friends are rising up. Katsu,
Dude, Katsu seems bad in limited,
but
but well, okay, he seems bad in sealed, but maybe good in draft. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to draft yet. I'm excited to try it out. But I think there's a lot of interesting tools. Just the fact you can just change the names of cards, I feel like gives him, you know, 9 extra copies of whatever card they want
right.
to change the name of.
I'm excited to not know what's going on when somebody's naming a card for the entire time Katsu's around for the rest of his life. Of
Yeah.
like just looking from the booth and being like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're gonna need to figure out some kind of
Yeah.
streamer function where they like point to something to say what
yeah, every case
card they're
comes with a
naming.
squeegee board for the commentators
Yeah.
or whatever.
And otherwise we're just gonna have no clue what's going on. I guess we can make assumptions based on the follow up, but who knows? Katsu was kind of complicated. I mean, not real complicated, but he took some finesse and nuance, I think, to play really well. And
Right.
now he's just got some weird flexibility with being able to change the name of every card he's got. So that's fun. I'm excited to see it. I think we have a Katsu here today. So
Jacob
that'll be fun.
Smooglers.
Ooh,
He's doing it.
nice. Excited to see that. I'm sure we'll get. Wait, is Oscar here? Do we have an Azalea player?
Oscar probably does the mail on Saturdays.
Oh, dude, Oscar.
Shout out to Oscar.
Yeah, keeping our
Keeping our
mail
cards
flowing.
coming.
Yeah.
Get us those cases
Yeah,
that have.
I wonder how many cases he's delivering today. That'd be
Uh,
really funny to find out. Shout out to Oscar.
Oh,
But yeah, I assume we'll probably have some Lexi
right.
out there, so maybe
Az-
they got some new spice.
Azalea's the other old friend.
That's right.
So I am. It's one of those things where you have known something about a game for so long, where you're like, I'm not going to be seeing Azalea, and the one or two people that I do see playing Azalea are going to be lovers of that, and they're going to be a hard out. But now we're going to be seeing at a tournament maybe 20% of the field being Azalea because she got the new stuff and everyone got their crossbow and skull wrap and they're ready to go. And like now I got to play Unmovable again. Like, and Memorial Ground was a card that like sucks, but she had to play it, and
Yeah.
now those turn into codexes. And Memorial Ground now gives you a gross disease and gets her an extra thing and takes a card from you for blocking. And then if she needs to, she can block with a codex when she couldn't block with Memorial Ground. And you're just like, damn, like this
Yeah.
is getting stronger, and I'm not excited to now lose to Azalea too. Like I'm losing to so many things.
Yeah, the hit effects from the blood rot pox and all the new diseases. We got blood rot pox, depression, and frailty.
Yeah.
So watch out for those. They're coming to your stores this weekend.
Oh yeah, inertia, baby.
But yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see. I think a lot of people, when Lexi came out, were like excited about Ranger, and then figured out Ranger's kind of hard and has some bad matchups. So a lot of people dropped off pretty quick. So we'll see how many people it sticks with. I'm excited to play her in some limited. I really hope we just do a lot of limited. That seems to be the most exciting thing for me right now, is just checking out these new heroes. There's a lot of different pathways, I think, in how you build your deck. Analyzing your deck seems very not complicated. There's just a lot of opportunity to explore.
You can go
This,
6 different ways.
yeah, I mean, literally, you go 6 different ways. So you're looking at a pool from like multiple perspectives, and also, analyzing it very differently based on the hero you're thinking about using. So very, very excited about that. But yeah, I hope we see a bit more. We're not going to see Benji
No.
in this, but that's fine.
Or Young Azuri either. I did draft once already, and I was Riptide, and I
Nice.
was surprised at how well like the heroes that nobody wants to play in draft. It's like I got a lot of good cards. The star card that I think if you get it in sealed, like play this, is like Melting Point.
Oh yeah.
When you're 1 for 4, and if this hits you, blow up their dagger for the rest of the game is like a 1 dagger. What is his name? Benji. A 1 dagger Uzuri is not as big of a threat in the long game where you're like, oh, I can close this game out now.
Yeah, because they would need concealed blade to equip another one, and
they're not gonna have
not
that,
gonna have
no.
that probably. So that seems pretty cool. Yeah, I'm excited about that. I'm trying to remember what card I was talking about the other day that seemed really good, but now I'm forgetting. So we'll just move on. But yeah, there's some really interesting choices or limited cards. I mean that's the one thing I did notice. There seems to be quite a few cards in Outsiders that are very limited
Hmm.
focused, or at least better in limited than in constructed. But whole new meta, we're gonna just see how things shake up. And speaking of which, we'll see
Yeah.
some things shake up coming up in this Pro Tour
Pro
in
Tour
Baltimore.
Baltimore. I feel like in the field today, we probably have at least 6 or 7 people that will be going to Baltimore. We've got, we'll talk about them in a little bit, but
Yeah.
like, it's interesting of like, I feel like maybe this is the first proving ground. There's also a proving ground on the East Coast today of like, let's try some new stuff. Let's do some things. So like, everybody's going to get in the tank literally probably Monday of how are we going to pick the best deck, play this with my experience, play this with my 5 random dudes from Odyssey, all the teams that are out in SoCal. And like we have some people
Yeah.
where like
There's two
I was
teams. It's the experience
yeah,
and 5 random dudes at Odyssey.
yeah. And we already have like one person who's qualified for it. He's judging today, so you won't see him play. But like Evan was crushing people with Lexi before all this stuff came out. So it's like if you give him 6 more damage a game from a Codex, it's like maybe that is somebody that is good now. And you're just like, I don't know if I want to live in the world where Evan's Pro Tour champion, but I'm gonna root for him. You know.
Yeah. Hell yeah. We'll see it when we get there. But yeah, that should be coming up too. I'm excited to see, especially the limited portion of the Pro Tour, see what kind of meta and archetypes shake up
Right.
there, because like I said, there's a lot of different opportunity and ways of building the decks, and I think we'll still be figuring it out by the time we get there. So, the whole next competitive season through nationals, I think, is going to be really cool, and I hope that the limited action is as deep as it seems like it can be.
Oh yeah. And shout outs to the announcer at Pro Tour Baltimore, and they should be practicing. Pass your pack now.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1, draft.
Pass your pack now. Good for them, you know.
Yeah. You got to start somewhere.
But before Pro Tour Baltimore, AGE April, you see it in the bottom right. Are you pumped for AGE April? Where's it going to be? Let's click the button. Let's click the button.
We are changing venues.
What?
Heading down south to Redondo Beach Boulevard. I was going to say Redondo Beach, but no, apparently it's Lawndale,
Which is like
California.
adjacent. Yeah.
Which is like next to Redondo Beach. But over there, Collector Legion, very excited to head over there. Adam and crew, not only great players, but really cool store owners, and they got a great store. So excited to
Last stop before Pro Tour.
yeah, last chance for everyone to test out decks against the killers out here in Southern California.
Right.
So it will be exciting show. We'll definitely, I'll be there.
Oh,
He'll
I'll
be there. We're going to be there. We might be joined by a couple other colorful characters. Maybe not as colorful as us, but
Yeah, maybe some of these
pretty
people will come back from their fabulous life somewhere else and grace us with their presence in the casting booth again.
I'm
People are
always here.
having
What are you talking
babies or career opportunities, and we're just over here like, yeah, well, we're holding the fort down.
We're just out here doing what we love, which is hanging out, talking about flesh and blood, maybe being a little bit spicy on our takes, but you know what? It's all in fun, and we're just very excited to be here.
5 rounds today?
We got 5 rounds. I think it's 5 rounds today, unless we got a bunch of late, starters show up to push us to 6.
Cool.
But it should be 5 rounds,
So
followed
we're
by a
looking
little
for
break.
3 wins, and you're in, kind of.
Man, I should be playing out there. Can I? I'll be right back. No, I'm just.
Oh my!
Let's go! Just knock the stream down and just run down.
I'm gonna play. I don't know what I'm gonna play.
No.
Because there's this new list on YouTube about Riptide where it's like, don't play traps, all right? Just play all 0 arrows, and you shoot them as fast as possible. And it's laced with blood rot, shoot an arrow. It's actually, it's a 0 cost, 8 damage attack, and then you try to do it again, and you can do up to 16 damage a
It's not
turn.
0 cost because you have to load your arrow.
But your hero
Oh, but you
power.
play. That's right.
Right
okay.
back at you. I'm Riptide.
There you go. Okay. That is often overlooked, though, in Ranger. They're like, oh, it costs 0. It's usually you have to pay to load it. So,
I think there was somebody in NorCal that was like, excuse me?
excuse
It's
me.
actually a 1 for 5.
Yeah, it might have been Isaac. Shout out to Isaac from the Attack Action Podcast. That's where I'm on loan from, permanently on loan. I'm like a great piece of art from someone rich collection being
Yes.
loaned out to some
Yes.
museum in Pasadena.
The mustache is the name of that art piece.
Yeah, man. The man with the mustache. That is me. He's the man with the beard. We'll be here all day, also joined by our third commentator, the Apps Caramel.
Right. I guess what are we supposed to say about these people too?
Oh yeah, we can talk about it. We got some people here, obviously, because they're gonna play. Who we got in the crowd?
All right, let's just start with the winner from last time.
Ooh,
John Zapata. I think everybody at home can read these questions. I don't think we got to read it to them.
I just like that he has Kano sleeved up and is like, I'm going to do it. And then he's like, nah, I should probably just try to win. Funny note with John, I feel like multiple times down here and other places he's gone undefeated in Swiss and then not been able to convert in the top 8. So it was really great to see him last time push through that and just crush everyone, yeah.
I do like the idea of better to be lucky or good. Of let's just read those for each hero or not. What are these called? Players, because they're so different. John says it's better to be good, but I lucked my way through. So he said I think it's better to be good, but luck is how I won that. That's an interesting perspective from him. Here's a person he beat in the finals, Craig. Same picture from that headshot, so good. He said it's better to be good because it's actually really hard to get lucky.
Ooh, okay. I feel that. I feel like I'm often not lucky. So
I would love to see Craig lose to an Azuri today too, because I feel like not because anti-Craig, but like that means an Azuri's doing well enough to beat Craig would be pretty cool, and I would steal that list.
They want to know they've got a winning in coming up.
Yeah, let's see what Jake Torres says about being lucky.
Jake Torres.
He didn't answer the question. Wow. Well, he's coming from Phoenix. This is the Tree Frog Dash from last time around.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. That dash. What did that dash do?
4th place?
Nothing.
3rd place?
I just meant like as a deck.
Oh, shotgun and healed.
And healed, yeah. So nothing.
Eat, shoot, and leave. Yeah.
It's like he's eating a sandwich and they're just shooting his pistol at you the whole time.
He said I'm bringing Pummel Riptide. That has to be a joke answer, which we don't take lightly to joke answers, Jake. You're a real player. You got to give us real
What would
answers.
you pummel in Riptide?
Literally nothing. The battering ram or whatever.
Is this like a Talishar Riptide that you're going to pummel? I mean, I guess there's something there. I don't know. That's fine.
How does that work with his hero power at all? And then our final person today, Thomas Briggs. Is it better to be lucky or good? In Southern California, it's better to be lucky because everyone is good.
Ooh, thank you for the compliment. We are good.
Yes. And he wants Briar to Living Legend. That's not our problem here. We're just giving out money here.
The answer is no time soon because there's some way better heroes out there.
There's 7,000 Rangers facing a Briar for the rest of her life now.
I think, too, there's fewer diehard Briar stands than there are meta-chasing good, powerful deck players.
Thank God, actually. I like that. So
the people that, were getting all the points for Briar, we're moving on to something else. Whether that's Icelander, is it Oldhim now? Could it be Azuri? I don't know. Honestly, we'll have to find out. I think today will be a great insight into what people are thinking and playing. I really hope we see some new heroes. I'm excited to see them in action. I know it's very soon after release to have enough cards in a deck to do, but
I think we did Battle Hard in Pasadena, and that was in July, and that was immediately after Uprising.
That's true.
And we did see Icelander's not really going to be represented here. And it wasn't because people didn't have the cards, but it was like an auto loss to Prism.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of Gatecat and Prism won that whole shindig there. So it is a thing of we've done this before where it's like the first one right after a thing. So I'm expecting maybe 1 or 2 people to have the cards and the wherewithal to do this. Hopefully we'll showcase them on stream, whether they're 2 and 2 or something. We'll get some diversity in the heroes.
Dromai did show up pretty heavily at that Battle Hardened, and those fools already had all the marvels. So
that was crazy. I feel like there was 2 weeks in between release and
it wasn't the day after. So, but even then, some of these guys out here, we got some shiny collectors out here. I don't know if Slab Daddy Angie Rudin's going to be here today, but he's
There's 9 Marvel Codexes already, probably.
he's already. Yeah, he said he was looking for them already. Hey, you know what? They look really good. God, I just want one of them. Maybe one day.
I'm not gonna have a single one in my life. I got rid of all my Marvel Dragons, trading them for cards that are literally $4 now. So
I was sad there's not more Marvels in this set. I felt like opening the dragons was such a cool thing. Even the smaller dragons, you're just like, yes, I got something that looks great. And the fact they were double-sided, I mean, it does make these Marvels that much more special, and they do look so good, but...
Dusk Till Dawn will have every single new Herald as a Marvel or something.
All right, here's our last question before we take a little break, before we start the round 1 game. Dusk Till Dawn, you brought it up. Do you think we're getting Prism Chain 2.0, or are we just getting new heroes?
Please, from your lips to God's ears, name that person Rhythm or something so they can't use Arclight Sentinel because it's a Prism special. Yeah, like I would love that to be like, oh, this is Buster, the new Shadow Runeblade. And, like, he can use all his stuff. I would love a mechanically different hero power. I want to see new different things. I don't want to see, oh, this is Chain, but the Shackle is cost 1, and he has 32 health. You're like, okay, like,
yeah,
now all their expertise goes immediately to it, and it's like they pick a bicycle up.
That seems like the more boring option. I think it would be cool eventually to have a revamped Chain and Prism, or the Living Legend. Maybe not Starvo. Just put that one to bed and forget it ever happened. But
and I think it comes to like fighting game stuff of like if you were a Dalsum player or a Zangief player 20 years ago, are you gonna? I hope my character comes back over and over and over again, or are you like, hey, when there's a new hero, Chuck comes. I don't even know the new heroes because I'm a Zangief. Like, I care about Zangief.
The magic hand puncher.
So I'm already like contradicting myself. But there is a thing where it's like, oh, there's a new in Street Fighter 6. There's a girl named Kimberly, and she looks amazing. She's got paint cans and doing some crazy.
She's got paint cans.
It's amazing.
You're allowed to bring paint cans to a fight.
Yeah, and if you're like, I only want Zangief, and then you don't have Kimberly, and it's like, I want. This is kind of like a fighting game, card game. Let's build our hero thing to like 30, and then rehash.
Yeah.
We haven't rehashed yet.
That's true. We haven't rehashed. And I think with the kind of impending Living Legend format, those characters will all have their place and time to shine. So it seems less imperative to me to bring them back quickly. And I would rather just have some new hero to explore with the card pool that exists. I think that's much more exciting and going to be a much more, just better for the game in general.
I think the thought process is like, we just gave all these Rangers, Lace, Shoot, other buff, and now you're going to go Arknight Sentinel. And Arknight Sentinel is just going to ruin a whole set of outsiders. We just got the 3-0. I'm assuming that means 30 players today.
Oh, is that what that meant?
That'll be right under
I thought it was 0-3, and I was like, man, someone's already doing pretty bad.
Yeah. So, first round player already lost, so we're going to move straight into round 2. Yeah.
So, yeah, players meeting about to start. We're going to take a short
break
while we do that, and we'll be back with our round 1 with all. Stick around.
So I'm going to click the button in the top left for all the people at home.
I'll hit the button. are back. We are ready for round 1. We're very excited. We've got round 2.
No, 2 players.
Oh yes, 2 players, as is tradition in Flesh and Blood, at least in the classic constructed format. We will have a Katsu and a Briar. So here we are, checking out the new hotness versus the old hotness. Not that Briar is old. You pressed the wrong button, Blake.
Did I push the wrong button? Which one are we doing?
You do the main.
Oh, we do this first. Look at them breathe.
It's okay.
Oh my God, Katsu's?
He's got lightning.
Katsu's got
eyes.
bear chest.
Yeah, and he's got this like cool sailor tat. Like Katsu's he's kind of a.
Wait, what is going on?
Yeah, honestly, this might be the. No, we had Katsu at the Battle Hardened. Shout out to Tao Tao. He used to be the Katsu killer, but now he is the Arachne.
Let's go back to the match intro again. So, Angel Briar's from her hero power card, but this is from Lord of Wind. So in the Welcome to Wraith, they were like, let's make them breathe from their whatchamacallit cards.
Well, except for Bravo. I don't think Bravo breathes, but
is crippling?
I think, that's just his action pose. His hero card is him just like wandering about. So
right. Let's go back to the match intro. Sheesh.
Like, we'll pull it up on the other screen for you. So, yeah.
What's in Jacob's deck that's brand new from this set?
All right. So, I'll say this quietly so nobody hears. We have Be Like Water, Bonds of Ancestry, Descendant Gust Wave, Spinning Wheel Kick.
What the heck is... Oh, Surging Strike. That makes sense.
What the hell? Cyclone Roundhouse, Be Like Water. I already said Be Like Water. Concealed Blade, Dishonor. And Visit the Floating Dojo. So he's got quite a few new cards, which is going to be really exciting.
3 of them.
Yeah, he's got 3 Dishonors. I don't know. That'd be very relevant in this matchup, I would think. If you can pull off Dishonor and remove Briar's hero ability for the rest of the game.
She's not going to be able to go again at all.
She'll never go again. Well, except for all her cards that naturally have go again. But she won't be able to do any of that, BS.
Oh, we're going. It's Kadachi.
Dude, here we are. You knew it was coming. Pitch a blue Kadachi 2 times. He doesn't have any of the. Does he have flick knives in his weapons?
No.
He does not have flick knives, so he is not looking to throw his Kadachis, which I am disappointed in. But that's okay. We're still excited to see what he's got, and he's playing. Okay, so he's got Heart and Cross Strap, which is
combo somebody.
Yeah, he's looking probably to Surging Strike for free.
Angel's like, this is turn 1. I'm going to block all this stuff. Thank you for coming. Seeing a Force of Nature gone, round 1, I would take that every day.
Yeah, you love that. Ooh, and then just going for it. Surging Strike into Whelming.
That's not going to have any extra text, so just 3.
Wait, no, that's not Surging Strike. Is that just, that's 100 wins, right?
No, that's the Gust Wave. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 100 wins. Yeah, sorry.
100 wins Gust Wave.
Oh, my God. All these ninja cards. If we get the ninja card wrong, just let us know in the chat.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I watched a Katsu play.
I think what's interesting is he doesn't run any of the cards that let you change the name of cards.
Yes, he does. Be Like Water
that one?
changes its name if you hit.
Cool.
I don't think the other ones do.
Is that the one where you have to pay an extra one to change the name of it, or you just...
Yes. When this hits, you may pay 1 if you do choose Head Jab, Surging Strike, or Twin Twisters. I would guess Surging Strike would be the one you pick every time in
so
this
it's like
deck.
you're running 9 Surging Strikes now or something. He's
exactly.
got 2 yellow, 3 red. I don't think he's going to run blue. So 2 yellow, 3 red, plus 3 Be Like Waters means kind of 8 Surging Strikes to start the combo off.
He's got 5 Be Like Waters.
Jeez.
Very interesting. Yeah. All right. Thank you, Trent, in the chat, pointing out Jacob does not have any Arcane Barrier, so he is probably looking to not die from Arcane. That's his strategy right now.
Flick Flack is going to block 4 of the 6, which is interesting because he was maybe looking for another attack action. Seeing the Rosetta Thorn here is probably not great because you're like, oh, I was hoping you would play something crazier so I could block more of it.
Mm-hmm.
A 2 damage 2 Arcane, 2. How many cards does Jacob have? What's going on here? He's got 1, 2, 3. 4th card in hand. He already played one, and he has one in Arsenal. I missed something already.
That is weird.
He's blocking with Dishonor. What's interesting about blocking with Dishonor early is the Bonds of Ancestry will get something from your graveyard. You can banish something from your graveyard and go search through the deck. So I think it is something where you want to block with Dishonor early, and that's not a mistake. That's setting up for a later turn.
Yeah, I think it's too. I mean, if you're trying to get it on the one, on your second turn.
Oh, this round's on me. Thank you, Randy. We
Oh, yeah.
we just did not pay attention to Angel's first turn because we've seen Briar before. Sorry, Angel. We will now give you the exact amount of time you deserve for playing Briar.
I mean, I think.
Which that sucks if you're Jacob to see this round's on me because Kodachis are doing nothing.
Yes, that is going to be
And there
disappointing.
we're showing that this round's on me so everybody remembers. Jacob's probably like, ooh, what am I going to do to make any kind of dent? Because it's not going to leave a dent. You remember, what's that from? Didn't leave a dent. I think that comedian's canceled now. Never mind. It's Crystalia, I think.
Oh, okay.
No,
Well, I don't know who that
Yeah.
is, so
Here's
it
a
didn't matter.
0 damage Kodachi. It's not going to quote-unquote hit for Mask, but maybe we're just trying to cycle through our deck for Jacob to get to our better cards.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. What did he pitch? I can't see the card.
That's going to be a Winds of Eternity.
Nice. Oh, yeah, you don't need that in your hand right now. Yeah, very, very unfortunate for Jacob. He's going to have to just kind of push his way through this.
Kodachi number 2 for 0.
I'm curious why you do
Bonds
that.
of
Oh,
Ancestry.
okay.
Bonds of Ancestry is just going to be like a one damage attack, maybe 2. Because I think a yellow would be 3 damage, so we're going to go down to 2. I don't think he would buff the card that buffs Kodachis right now. That would feel bad. He also doesn't have it in his list.
Which one? Is that
Knives Out.
Knives Out?
Yeah.
Shout out to Ryan Johnson and his movie Knives Out. Now
And
a card eternalized in flesh and blood.
Maybe next year there will be a Glass Onion.
Glass Onion card? Nice, yeah.
For Briar.
It makes you cry every time you see it. Yeah, so very underwhelming.
Oh,
I was trying to think of a better joke about whelming. Oh, he's going to take one from that Sigil
Dang.
Suffering.
Angel
Nice.
said you're going to take more damage on your turn than I am. Which is gotta feel bad for Katsu of getting new cards and having that happen to you.
Yeah.
Oops. Combo smoothing doesn't work through. This round's on me. Here's a red off the top to hit the number 1 card in his deck to do all 5 damage off a Rabble. Just be Angel. Better be lucky or good or be Angel. Jeez.
You love to see it. Yeah, so, I mean, it looks like... Is that another... this round's on me in his hand? I think so. He's got a Channel Mount Heroic and a Snatch. Probably going to be setting up for his next turn to go big with the Mountain. But looking like a pretty nice, comfortable start for Angel over here. Jacob has a bit of work to do. I mean, it's going to be, I would assume it's just like not the most exciting matchup. Not exciting, but not the matchup you want to see as Katsu.
No.
Because Briar is probably going to just be a bit more aggressive than you. She's going to sneak in that Rosetta's Thorn and do a couple Arcane each turn that if you're not running AB, you are not going to do anything about. Looks like Angel pitches this round on me to make a Rune Chant with Grasp and then coming in for Classic Snatch for 4 and 1 Arcane.
And I think this is something where Jacob didn't know, like, not, what is there, 5 plus 4 plus 1 would be a 10. I don't think at the beginning of the turn he could be like, I'm not going to block at all and try to overwhelm my opponent with good cards in my hand. So he didn't, like, this is a low power turn for Angel is what I'm trying to go at.
Yeah, definitely a setup turn. I think he's honestly, I don't even know if I would block with that Snatch just because
He already has the card.
he already has the card. So if he draws a card, it only maybe fixes a better card for his arsenal, which I guess I could see, but
And that's when you get absolutely blown up by like the spellbound creepers and we're dumb or something.
yeah.
This will be for 7 because he already has a card and he has no reason to go again. Anyone got a hero representation for this event? You better believe it, Jamie. We for sure have them, but we're gonna tell you later. Promise. You're not gonna like it.
We'll be compiling that list soon. Definitely some interesting meta right now.
The Surging Strike. I think Angel should say, yeah, let's just meet back at 32.
Enlightened Strike, bro.
What did I say it was?
Surging Strike. It's a
oh
whole
my
different
God,
strike.
It is different. Yeah, we tied it up at 32 because I have a Gorganian Tome and a Channel Mount Heroic and Arsenal.
And
but not a single Earth card. So
Ooh.
Angel's not going to be able to get ahead of this game because he can't draw an Earth.
I mean, he still has a pretty decent hand right now, though. Although he's got a lot of reds.
We're going to Rabble. That's
nice.
for 4 this time.
Showing off the Sonata. Yeah, I would be surprised if he's definitely not going to go the Mount Heroic this turn. I don't know if
he needs an Earth card.
Yeah, I don't think he can get the CNC off either. He might have to.
Would you play Bramble Spark? Well, you just command and conquer right now. Just throw 6 at him.
That's true. He's got an Arsenal card that's been sitting there for a bit.
Got our Embodiment of Earth, so we can block extra, even though we're not going to need it. Command and Conquer. Angel's like, yep, I remember that this card is one of the best one in the game.
This card good.
Evan is literally clasping his hands together and rocking back and forth. Kind of interesting.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision on his part to take this so casually.
We don't have rocking chairs here at Odyssey Games or Arcane Game Events. So he's doing that all on his own. Oh, it's the rolly one.
He's got a rolly chair.
We're blocking 6.
Yep, he wants that Arsenal card. Very curious to see what it is. He's got a Lord of Wind. Gonna look like another lackluster turn here. Jacob struggling to find his combo pieces and also have enough cards in his hand to do any combos. I think he's going to be a little disappointed when this Mount Heroic comes out because he's going to have even less opportunity to play his cards out.
Take it. Kodachis are working. We're looking for a mass trigger. What is it? What is it? It's the red one.
Is that Descendant
Descendant Gust Wave?
Yep.
You know what this does at home. 3 with go again. Immediately blocked, and Jacob takes 1.
Oof.
Jeez. Angel's like, this is a 4-point swing card. How do you like that?
Yeah, love to see Sigil of Suffering in this deck. It's just really good.
It's really good.
Like,
Channel Mount Heroic is, there it is. It's really good.
Channel Mount Heroic, still good. Who would have thought after all this time that it's still very good. All right. So, yep, he created an aura, so his Swarming Gloomveil will have go again, coming in for 6.
6 big ones. I think Jacob's got to think of, which sucks, because when you're a Katsu player, you're like, I need to take damage completely one turn, and then use my perfect combo.
Yeah.
But you have 2 blocks for days.
Yeah.
So you can't block efficiently. And so the Channel Mount Heroic turn is not the turn to say, I'll take all the damage you got because I have something better.
Yeah, that's the turn you say, I guess I won't have a turn next time.
Right.
I will trade my turn for hopefully not taking any damage, which more often than not against a Channel Mount Heroic means you will block with all your cards and probably still take damage, which feels bad.
I said, I'll take 6.
Ooh.
Embodiment of Earth.
Shows what we know. Just immediately. Oh,
Let's
nice.
use our Aether Ironweave that we haven't blocked with to gain 2 resources. To Sonata for 4 cards off the top.
Nice.
Are we feeling lucky? Well, we're Angels, so
Yeah.
of course.
We don't need to feel
We're
lucky.
going to have a perfect 2-2 split. 1-2.
Ooh.
Oh! Just kidding. You only get 1. He's going to grab the Snatch probably because that's the best one. And jam it down as hard as possible for 7 damage extra.
Yeah. I mean, it's still pretty good. I think you want to pitch into that just to make sure. If he didn't, I think he would have missed.
Right. Oh, he would have missed, yeah.
I think the Force of Nature was that 4th card. So,
He knows his deck.
and, sometimes you gotta play a little smart and be lucky.
Right. I do think Aether Ironweave is kind of, those two resources represent a lot of damage most of the time, and maybe that was like, I don't like using this in this scenario, but I want to do something better than Rosetta for 2 and 2.
Yeah.
And that ends up happening with the 7 coming down. This has Go Again, too, because of the mass embodiment of lightning. So you can't just say, take 1, take 4, take 7,
Yep.
because then he'll draw a card to 2 and 2. So Angel knows this deck way better than us because he will be able to Rosetta Thorn if Jacob doesn't fully block here.
Yeah. Long-time Levia player as well, but Angel got tired of losing and was like, you know what, I'm just going to win with Briar a bunch. And once he started playing Briar, he did just that. Looked like he's drawn a Force of Nature, and he's just going to say, you know what, my next turn's going to be even better.
Yeah. Jacob, you need to do 32 damage right now. Please, or you are done.
All right, let's see what he's got. He kept his full hand. He must like it. We're going to see some Katsu combo stuff. I'm excited.
Be like water.
Oh,
there
you
it
go.
is.
Named it. Called it off the top. Be like water. If it hits, he will be able to pay 1 and give it probably Surging Strike as its name.
No shot Angel blocks any of this.
Yeah.
Unless he uses
So
equipment.
this is very interesting, I think, because it is a situation where Angel doesn't want to block because he wants to clap back. But Jacob also has a really cool opportunity to do something pretty nuts.
He is going to pay 1 to name this a certain thing. We don't know what it is.
And he's
I'm
going
to guess Surging.
Yeah, it's got to be Surging. I don't think he has anything else that...
The hero power of Katsu, just in case you guys don't remember at home. Here it is for a split second. When attack action card you control hits, you may discard a card with cost 0. If you do, search your deck with a card with combo.
Go back.
So,
What's
yep,
happening?
I'm going back. Main match. And so he's grabbing a card that gets banished. That's the Descendant Gust Wave.
All right.
So maybe we're going to see our first Dishonor of all time.
Oh my god, I hope we see a Dishonor.
Here's the Descendant. This is basically free, right, is what Descendant does. It says, you can
Surging Strike was the last
it
attack.
costs 1.
It costs 1 less, so...
Yeah, it would be
Yeah,
free.
it costs free. And it has +2, so we coming in for 5.
He's pitching a yellow. I thought that was a blue. So, yes,
Yeah.
this attack is a 0 for 5. Feels good. And then it's time to Bonds of Ancestry.
Dude, this is it. All right. So if a card with Gust Wave in its name was the last attack this combat chain, with this cost 2 less, so free. To play has Go Again. When this attacks, you may banish a card with combo from your graveyard. If you do, search your deck for a card with the same name, banish it, then shuffle, and you may play it this combat chain.
And that is Dishonor.
Wow.
Coming from banish from the graveyard to grab from your deck, and here it comes.
Blocking with a Dishonor early is exactly what you want to be doing. That's super cool. I did not think about that with this card, but that's exactly what he wanted to do early on. And now he's going to be able to do it. Dishonor. Let's go.
Dishonoring.
He's going to do 32 damage.
Doing it. He drew a card off a mass, too. Angel's like, I don't care at all what you're doing, which is kind of disrespect, but that's fine.
I hope he has like a razor or something to hit this.
And Evan is off the rock. He's got he's up and looking
Evan's like,
engaged.
this is actually happening. I'm going to witness the first Dishonor on stream. So it's coming in for 4. If it hits and he controls Surging Strike, Descending Gust Wave, and Bonds of Ancestry, the hero loses all abilities for the rest of the game. This is literally what we were saying that he wanted to do, and he's doing it. Like,
and maybe you have the thought process of now they can't use the embodiment of lightning to keep going on a Force of Nature's turn.
Yeah.
So this Dishonor is basically a block 12 in the grand scheme of things if it hits.
Yep. Pretty nuts.
I think one thing that is exciting about this is it's not going to be just 4 because Breaking Scales immediately bumps it to 5. But we have...
Ooh, he's got that razor.
So that's now 7.
Hashtag Capolo was right.
Dishonored! He's
Woo! Let's go!
The
You have brought shame upon your family.
That's
And
pretty cool to see in turn one.
That is really
Or game one of the tournament. Like, I think most people were like, how often are you going to get Dishonor off?
Yeah.
Well, you just take 15 damage first, and then...
Be like water. He did 18 damage, which is pretty great. Unfortunately, Angel's probably going to push like 30 damage right now. But
ready to block.
He has to completely rethink his approach because the Briar's ability is no longer a factor for the rest of the game.
Which I think you kind of don't. I don't know. I wish Angel had been like, let me block a little harder, but then you don't get Dishonor. I don't know. It is a like, what do we value here? Oh man, we're just commanding and conquering for what the heck?
Just for
6 plus 3
12.
plus 3 is still 12.
Yeah, he's like, I don't need Go again because I'm just gonna pivot to being tall Earth Briar.
Katsu's like, I've never had 12 block in my hand at once ever, especially if I can't use defense reactions.
That is true, except back in the Ninja Turtle days. But he does have Spellbound Creepers, so he can sneak out another card to extend his turn, which could be pretty brutal. Looks like we're gonna get
a Concealed Blade. That's a new card. Blocking 6.
3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 7.
7. That makes sense.
Maybe it is 6.
Force of Nature off of the... Oh, gross. We're drawing cards.
He's going to give it... Does it give it that one +1?
Yes.
Yeah. So... But did he block... Is Concealed Blade block for 3? No.
Concealed Blade's block for 3. It's a very good card. It's a Kadachi Enabler block for 3. It's very good for this Katsu.
So he took damage from Force of Nature, but did he take damage from Command and Conquer?
Yes.
Because Force of... He took 5. Okay.
12 down to 7.
That was wild.
We're going to make a Rune Chant and Scar for a Scar. That's going to be another 7. He goes, I'll immediately take a Rune Chant because I don't have Arcane Barrier. I don't have any more block in my equipment, so this is death unless I use my cards from hand. Force of Nature. Yeah, he's going to keep Channel Mount Heroic with this, so thank you for the Dishonorment, but once again, I'm Briar, and not much stuff blocks me besides me blocking myself by drawing forward attack action. Or what are they called? Non-attack actions.
Yeah. Yeah, you thought it was just Briar's hero ability that was busted. No, it's just her whole deck and, class.
Her whole kit and caboodle.
That was pretty nuts. Jacob hanging on, but he's got 4-card hand. He decided, you know what, I'm just gonna take it. CNC. Oh no, he didn't. He drew up 4 cards.
Yeah, I was like, sheesh.
That's what I get for trying to read cards off my phone and do this at the same time. Apologies.
We're gonna do that one. We're gonna do this now. Look at this.
Gonna get 1, but it's the best one.
Do arcane damage to you. As soon as I click Rune Chat, you're toast.
Yeah, good game.
Boom, boom, boom.
Wow.
Dishonor though.
Dishonor! Man, that was still very cool, even if it didn't actually make that big a difference. But that was very cool. So yeah, let's talk. Okay, so we do have our metagame, so let's jump into that. Shout out to both these players for being on stream. That was very entertaining. So look at this. SoCal always bringing the weirdness with our metas. So we got 5 Katsus, 3 Dromais, 3 Icelanders as our top 3 heroes, and then
the most balanced meta of all time.
Yeah, it's pretty good actually, to be honest.
What is going on?
We got 2 Brutes, Reinar and Levia. Great to see that. Even a Viscerai out here. I wonder if that's our good friend Nick. Probably. A Dash, 2 Kanos. Hell yeah. Maybe we'll get a Kano on stream. And then Alan from San Diego, used to be Mr. Dr. Bolton, is playing Levia. Because anytime Alan picks up a deck, he just does some cool stuff with it. So hopefully we see him later. But yeah, people are feeling Katsu, which I'm not super surprised because it seems pretty good. But maybe you don't give up so much of your life to get Dishonor off. We'll see. But let's check out Katsu. we only saw him use Katsu's ability once, but it was to get Dishonor off. So
Right.
that is where Katsu is great because you change up your cards in hand, you get what you want, but then pulling off the was it the Bonds of Ancestry that
Bonds of Ancestry is
you
how this
banish
is
the
going to work.
card? Like that was nuts. I think I didn't fully understand that was the combo that you need is you block with Dishonor as early as you can so that you
Right.
can Bonds of Ancestry to then Dishonor and just like go for it, which we'll see how important that is going forward.
I think one thing about Bonds of Ancestry that I didn't really understand until I'm watching today is when that card was first introduced, it was like, oh, what are we going to be doing? The text on Bonds of Ancestry literally is only for Dishonor. Because Dishonor is the only one that's like, if Bonds of Ancestry was before this, then you can do this. But what I like about what Dishonor is the only card that ever says, like, Lord of Wind doesn't say, if you have all three of these, Lord of Winds only cares about Mugenshi. So Dishonor, to balance it, they're like, nah, you need these exact ones in a row. Which I think is interesting of like maybe it's not worth sometimes doing the thought process of Lord of Wind after a Mugenshi. Like, if you Mugenshi Snapdragon's Lord of Winds, that's not that powerful, but you can do some stuff. So the ability where if it was Bonds of Ancestry, snap it and go grab and then Dishonor, like that would be kind of powerful. So I'm glad that they made it a little harder for that.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean it's kind of an unprecedented hit effect to just wipe your hero clean for the whole game. As we saw, it didn't impact it too much, but I think that was more of a trade-off of life situation. But he had what he needed to do it. He went for it. I don't blame him. It was exciting. We were excited. I hope all were at home because that was pretty cool to see him pull that off. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. All the other combo stuff is always referring the step before it, which makes sense in that. And this is kind of like your ult combo. It's like I did this thing, I did this thing, I did this thing, and then I dishonored you. And then Briar was like, I don't care. I live in a forest, and I'll just crush you.
I had no honor in the first place.
And we don't need
that's
honor. Where we're going, we don't need honor.
and I think like there's going to be some matches where the Katsus today are going to be the more aggressive deck, and it's going to feel oppressive.
Yes, I think against other aggressive decks, it might struggle, and so it may need to have a different backup plan for that. But against other decks, I think it, like you said, I think it will be a little intense. So we'll see.
I think one thing that we just skimmed over that I need to like say real quick, there's not a single Riptide.
No.
There's not a single Azalea. There's not a single Azuri. We're found dead in the ditch.
I think
of trying new stuff here in SoCal.
I think
You're not
Azuri.
gonna get decklists today, bro.
Yeah, I think Azuri needs too many, hard to get cards. I think you need the shakedowns. I mean, I only pulled one in a case, so I think stuff like that is really gonna keep people from playing until they can get the play sets of the cards they need. And unfortunately, nobody got there.
We've only opened 55 cases in SoCal, and we still don't have enough for.
Still looking for our full play set of premeditates.
Yeah. What the heck? Speaking of premeditated, we're gonna bring Angel Benitez on for a what is it called?
Interview is how they say it.
Yeah, we're gonna short break for a bit, and then you're gonna see Angel. Good thing there's not a devil Benitez.
All right, everyone, we are back. We're joined by Angel Benitez. What a great game that was. I have my first question for you is, were you at all nervous when you were dishonored publicly by Katsu?
No, I was debating whether or not just to take it and just come into Command and Conquer. I was like, I can come in for 13 pretty much with the 12 physical, 1 arcane. It's like I have the force, so it's like I don't even care if it hits me. So like I was debating whether I was like, I'll respect it enough. Like if I think he has the react, but like I'll just block anyway just to see if he has it. And then
Yeah.
if it hits me, I guess it's not the end of the world. It's like I'm pretty sure I think I could just end this.
Yeah, it was just really funny. Is like you feel like you should respect it, but at the same time you're like, I don't think I need to, and you showed that you didn't because it was just a huge turn. It was just like pivot from, go wide Briar to just tall Earth Briar, which was it was pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, I think one, not to focus too much on Katsu, but it is a whole new little playing field. Anything interesting you felt coming from Jacob's side? Do you think Katsu has enough to challenge Briar, or do you think Briar is just a little too more aggressive?
Well, I got hit by the dishonor, so you can see that it is pretty dishonorable. It's really hard to keep up with the damage output Briar has, especially when you get the channel outs. Because I had it in Arsenal and I just needed the blue, so like as soon as I had that up, I knew I can just like push more damage than they could have turned.
Yeah.
And I don't think their on hit effects were that threatening. I mean, he could go wider, especially with the bonds, to get like an attack. But the problem is, I just felt like I can. He's not being disruptive enough, I guess, because
Yeah.
I feel like Katsu can run some of the new cards that can disrupt a little bit better. But other than that, it's like it's fine.
Nice. In general, how do you feel Briar is going to do in this upcoming meta?
Um, it's hard to say. I mean, if she actually wins the tournament, then she's pretty much out of the meta. So
True. That's true. Any, have you had a chance to play against like Uzuri or Riptide yet?
I played a couple online. I feel like the one I have to get used to the most is Riptide.
Okay.
Azuri, I feel like it can handle. It just takes a little bit longer of a game, a little bit longer of a game sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. Any new cards from? I don't think you had any new cards from Outsiders. I'm like, what's the new set called?
There's one.
What do you have?
I put in Give and Take, and then I was
Okay.
I was trying Burdens as a main of 2 in the deck instead of the the Amulet of Earth.
Oh, okay, cool.
I just like kept the Amulet of Earth. It's like I'll just stick with it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems good. It makes your best turns better sometimes.
Yeah.
Very cool. Is there any other cards you're kind of interested in checking out, or do you feel like not enough contributing to what Briar's game plan is?
Not really enough. I mean, if I was really if I was really worried about Dromai, I'd run down and dirty just so I can if I draw it somehow, like at the end, I'll just Arsenal it, just block with it from Arsenal.
Yeah, that card seems messed up against Dromai. It's pretty good. Awesome. Anything else? Like, do you? I mean, I think we've had you on like round 1 of our stream multiple times. So congrats for making it look easy and getting a little bit of break. I think there is a bit of Katsu out there. It's actually the most represented deck today. So you might have, an easy, yeah, let's check it out. I'll give you a little peek at the metagame since it's not, private. But yeah, we got a bunch of Katsus, a little bit of Dromai, Icelander, but pretty spread out for overall. We do have someone repping Levia, so shout out to them. I know that you're a, bit of a Levia connoisseur.
That's right.
You still dabble though, right? Oh, that's the wrong button. You're still playing a little bit of Levia?
Yeah, like during armories, I'll bring it out. I'll run it. I'm more of a gambler, so that's why I like running Briar, because it's like I'll just make plays that are kind of 50-50. I feel like this could work out or it could all just blow up.
Nice, yeah, for sure. Are you excited about I mean, this set just came out, but we have another set coming out that's going to have some shadow support. You excited about that?
I'm excited. I'm excited to see what they'll do. I'll probably hope Levia is playable. I'll probably be repping her if she is.
Yeah. What do you think you would need, like, ideal card situation to put Levia into the competitive field?
Maybe it's kind of hard, honestly, because she has a large down net output, but I feel like maybe more on hits or disruption, but it's kind of hard because you also have the numbers, so you'd have to give up the numbers you're dealing a turn for something else, and I'm assuming that it'd be printed like at 5, or they'll cost like 3.
Yeah.
A 3 for 6, just to do something on hit.
Yeah. And honestly, Brute just needs like another 3 or 6 attack blue. It would probably be immediately much better.
If we get more 6 blues, then yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think we probably won't see one for a while, but hopefully. About his case, have you opened any? You've opened some outsiders.
I did. I opened. I got one for pre-order, and I opened it, and I got the full art trench coat.
Ooh.
And then I was feeling lucky. I was feeling good about myself. It's like, oh, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go get another one. And then I opened a second one.
Another extended art?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, maybe we'll have to talk later about that because that one looks really cool. I don't even know if I want to run Ranger, but it's just a cool pirate in a trench coat. So
Yeah, I saw.
it seems pretty cool. Do you think you'll play any other heroes from Outsiders at all?
Maybe Azuri. I saw. Maybe I just try Lexi one day because I played against Evan, and his Lexi was pretty disgusting with all the new outsider cards.
Yeah.
I was playing like my Briar deck and it was struggling.
Really? Yeah. His Lexi deck was a little disgusting before Outsiders, so I can imagine there's a couple new things in there to make things a little scarier. Got some, I mean, the Blood Rot Pox and all that stuff just seems very, very mean.
Yeah.
But that would be exciting. Yeah, cool. Well, good luck on the rest of your day. Thank you for talking to us. I'll, hopefully see you in the top 8.
Hope to see you.
All right, and we'll be back in a few minutes. It's always a fun time. If you don't know Blake, this is just how he reacts to everything. So this isn't a skit. It's just
This is how whenever I woke up and it was raining, whenever I went to bed and it was raining, I was mad at the rain.
This is just how
mad
it
at
goes.
waking
So let's
up.
see. What do we got in store today on Barraging Blake? Oh, Peace of Mind. This is a new card. It says basically, you want to do damage, I pay, you don't do damage. And I also create a Ponder token.
Right. I think what's funny about our community is that people who don't play certain heroes are like, Peace of Mind's fine. Like, what does it actually even break? And it's like, you can't Oasis a claw during Blood Rush Bellows, but Peace of Mind's like, you don't have to guess right. You just do it.
Yeah.
Just do it, block 4, who cares? And you'll
Like
get
it.
another card.
Well, that's why you pay extra, right?
Yeah.
You pay 1 extra just to say no.
And Dorinthia, I think there's some other people that hate this even more, but Oasis and Peace of Mind just means you hit me with dishonor, basically. Like, I'm never going to ever hit you with the second swing of my sword. And so it's just another instant, good for you guys that you have this, but why is this in the game? That you need more blocking of, because it's a big pain in the ass. You play overpowered, 6 copies in Dorinthia because I want to beat Guardians, and now it's just well, if I have 1 extra, I'll just block 4, grab a card for next time, and I don't have to think about blocking you anymore.
That's right.
Just happens.
Pitch it, do it, move on. You know what? Take that, Dorinthia. But my boy Reinar.
Which is funny because I play the heroes that would get owned by Peace of Mind, which is the opposite of what Peace of Mind means. It's a big pain in the ass.
But Reinar and Dorinthia have been running wild and just tearing down all sorts of events.
When you get,
so we might as well
a
nerf
sniff
them.
of single digits on that tier list, they say, "Hey man, back to the bottom.
Cool it."
This is a welcome to Wraith hero.
You've had your time.
Absolute mess, unless you're Bravo or Katsu. Katsu, come on in. Here's 7 more cards that do whatever you want. Your opponent won't know.
It literally just named whatever you want now. Yeah.
Good, brother.
Sounds like a great card.
Peace of Mind, not great. Oh, God.
I don't know what this is about, but I can only speculate, and I'm excited to find out. The LA, as in Los Angeles, personal trainer market. What's that like?
All right, so you move out here from Texas, right? And you're
Step
like,
one.
all right, I'm at least 85 pounds heavier than everyone else I see in entertainment industry. So I got to do something or I'm going to be ostracized even more than I have been in my life. And you go to LA Fitness and you say, you're the one who's the cheapest one. You start paying the trainers. It's Paul. Paul's a homie. And you work out
Shout
with
out to
Paul. Paul's the only good one in the entire LA part. And Paul's like, hey, man, I'm the premier trainer now. So it's going to cost double unless you just want to do the other thing. So I was like, well, Paul, I ain't got double, so I'll go to other places. I've had 10 personal trainers since Paul, and like I forgot about them because they're in the blue books that you bring to LA Fitness, and I have gone years without doing personal training. Like we get it, and like Vahe, shout outs to Vahe because he's somewhere within 18 miles of this space right now. He is a personal trainer that was in the Glendale one. And I was like, hey, I'm looking for a personal trainer. I talked to Mary, not shout outs to her. Shout in.
Boo, Mary.
Mary should quit her job and probably change her name and move. She was like, dude, Vahe or Manuel, which one do you want? I don't know if it's Manuel. I didn't pick Manuel, but it's Vahe or someone else. I was like, I'll choose Vahe because you said he's better. And I showed up to personal train with Vahe, and I was like, I'm going to spend a whole hour with him. Do the, hey, man, I'm doing physical therapy. My lower half, I don't really ever need any workout on the lower half. I just want to focus on the upper body, get some strength, get some muscle definition.
There.
He was like, great. Let's get you doing some lunges first. And you're just like, okay, remove the ropes. My body, upper body hurt for like 4.5 days.
Yep.
And I was like, damn, I have an appointment with Vahe tomorrow on Friday. I don't know if I can make it. Like, I can barely get out of bed. And I got a call from Mary. Mary was like, guess what?
Vahe's the premier.
Vahe's going to be sick tomorrow. I was like, what?
He's going to be sick.
Can we reschedule your appointment with someone else? And I was like, no, it's fine. I'll just get an appointment with him next Tuesday or something. And she was like, great. Then she called me again from the same number. She's like, it's Mary on Friday. And I was like, what? 2 days in a row? She's like, actually, Vahe was fired today. So would you like to schedule an appointment with the brand new trainer? Meanwhile, this lady told me, choose Vahe. He's going to be perfect for you less than 4 days ago. And it's like, what was this friction? Did Vahe show up drunk?
We need to find out that
I should have
story,
used a placeholder name, Vahe. I mean, we had 45 minutes, so there's not much honor there. But maybe I'm going to get banned from 24. It's not even 24. I said the wrong one. It's LA Fitness.
I mean, let's be honest.
It's not great.
LA Fitness is not great.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that. You get what you pay for.
Paul literally trains like only celebrities now and has fought cancer 3 times. Beat it 3 times. I think he's going through a 4th. Paul, you got this.
Also, hook this guy up with a discount. Come on.
Okay. Justin said, okay, we get it, all right?
All right, here it is. # Blake was
Hell
right.
yeah. So
Here
if
we
you're
are.
paying attention, there was a ban. We hinted on it earlier, back when it was raining. Now that the skies are clear and you can hear every word we're saying, let's actually say this. Belittle is gone.
Goodbye.
Belittle is gone. You will never, ever get through frostbites. You will never, ever, hey, this pitch is for -2, and I'm going to hit you for 3. Like, it's gone. I was right. I've been right about 5 or 6 cards that have been banned. I'm going to continue being right. If you want me to tell you what to expect from every card that comes out, I'm going to constantly be evaluating the right way.
This is the Blake promise, right here.
We're never going to ban some of these cards. Like, oh, Steelblade Supremacy, it's going to be in the format forever because it's not as broken as Belittle. It's not as broken as, Ice Amulet, whatever. But Winter's Well. I nailed Awakening. This is just a long line of Blake. No, I said this wrong. Who should I? Blake, help us figure out how to do some evaluation of cards. You know how, like, who's that guy on YouTube that did it for Hearthstone cards? His name is Trump, but you can't say Trump because everyone thinks about the other one. But he would do a video series of, like, 1 to 5 stars of every card that's coming out for this new Hearthstone thing. I think if I did that, I would never be wrong. And I don't think Mask of Many Faces will be banned ever. I think it's a limited card.
There you go. Heard it here first. Mask of Many Faces
Blake was
not
right.
banned.
I
Blake
love
was
that got put down because hashtag Blake was right. I'm sure 2 people will retweet that.
And if
I'll
you're sad
frame
about
both.
it, nobody cares.
Yeah.
So next segment, here we go.
I can't wait for this one. Jesus Christ.
It's Timothy Chalamet. He's just a special guy.
I feel like it's one of those things where you're like, you tell people in confidence of things, and it's just there's no confidence anymore.
You can't tell Justin these things.
So
you know what he does.
Okay. This is a movie.
Lay it out.
Honestly, somebody made a tweet of it was in the top 10 grossing films last year. It was a joke tweet. I believed it for some reason. I went to this movie with my friend Alex, and it was insane because like I don't want to see this movie. It's gross. Cannibalism is just not fun.
Illegal.
It's literally against human decency even. And even if it was, if nobody arrested for you, it would be against public opinion. But it was crazy. Timothy Chalamet, Luca Guadagnino, they are from Call Me By Your Name. So they're back together. But this movie, I watched it. I had cookies because it was at the Alamo Draft House in downtown.
Nice.
I made sure
Shout
to
out
get
to
my
Alamo.
cookies right away. Opening scene, she bites some girl's fingers off at a sleepover, and it was like, oh hell no! Like
That's
I
where
was
we started?
like biting into a cookie as she bit someone's finger. So there was some kind of like some sensory whatever it is there. But anyway, I watched this movie, no spoilers ever, except they eat everyone and then none of them survive. And Mark Rylance is an Oscar winner who Bridge of Spies, fantastic. Whatever career happened afterwards, he's not. Who's the guy that was in? Damn, I'm gonna screw it up. He won 2 Oscars for 2. Damn, we are really screwing this up. Django Unchained and the other guy, Christoph Waltz.
Christoph Waltz, yeah.
He's just a poor man's Christoph Waltz. Mike Rylance is pissed right now. He's like, I actually like this game, and then this guy talks shit. It was like Mark Rylance is a poor man's Christoph Waltz. He, in this movie, is hunched over in tidy whities. And you see everything. And you're just like, Mark, you do not need this money that bad. Please, get a job at a bank. I watched all of this. And then afterwards, I was like, I didn't really get it. Like, obviously, there's an allegory for something. Because they're just, like, constantly need food, like meat. I was like, it's an allegory for something, but I'm not getting it.
Capitalism.
And my friend was like, it's the drug addiction of the 80s. And I was like, oh, okay. All of that makes sense. Weird one to go with to make it all, whatchamacallit, just cannibalism. It's so gross, by the way. Like, do not watch this movie unless you're like, I mean, I don't know why you would watch this movie. It's not like anybody's killing it, but
apparently it was a top grossing
I did it in
movie.
public and ate cookies with friends.
So if
So
you
you
saw
don't have
Blake
to.
at the movies eating cookies and watching this movie, you now understand it was a mistake,
Yeah.
and he does apologize for it. So
I didn't expect bones and all to be like. I said
It
this
was
like
about
3.5
cannibalism.
months ago.
didn't
There's
you
been
know what it was
2.5
about?
AGEs since then. Like, somebody had this in the chamber for a while. Like, we're scraping something. I don't know. Maybe we need a busted. What are they called? Busted ninja card to mess me
Don't
up
worry,
or
peace of
whatever.
mind will ruin your life a couple times. We'll
Yeah.
talk about that again. So yeah, maybe watch Call Me by Your Name instead of this one.
Dude, Call Me by Your Name.
It's a good movie. That's Barraging Blake.
Yeah.
It's
Did we have fun here?
I'm sorry, I didn't choose those things.
Okay.
I'm just here experiencing it with you.
True.
You can blame that guy.
I mean, if one of these is gonna be, if one of these Barraging Blake topics from now on will be like, Blake was right.
Blake was right.
again,
Yeah.
Blake was right. Some more. Once again, Blake was right. I'm down. Ruin
Well-
my life on. I'll tell all the bad movies I watch. There's at least 2. You know what a good movie to watch is? Just so you get this as a go do this. Some of y'all will hate this. I almost said another bad one. Infinity Pool.
Mm.
It's the good version of Bones and All.
Oh yeah. How many people
Yeah.
do they eat? No
Not-
spoilers.
Not 0. That's Barraging Blake.
That was
'cause
Barraging Blake, and you
everyone's
know what,
looking like this in the
Blake, you
background.
were right, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's all for now. We'll be back. Round 6 coming up.
It's yellow. It's blue.
That's blue. That's I'm going to talk about the blue stuff. Yeah. Talk about the,
Oh, okay. Welcome, one and all, to This Month in Flesh and Blood, our show where we here at AGE bring you all the news that's noteworthy from the world of Wraith. My name is Sam O'Byrne, and I'm joined by my co-anchor, Mitch Uber Leslie. How are you, Mitch?
Yeah,
Let's go ahead and jump right into this month's top stories. This month in Flesh and Blood, spoiler season for the upcoming set Outsiders is right around the corner, bringing new support to underrepresented heroes from the pits looking to take control of the meta. If history has shown us anything, we can expect a dynamic, exciting metagame where heroes from Aria continue to dominate.
This month in Flesh and Blood, a plane carrying Flesh and Blood developer and resident cool uncle Brian Gottlieb departed New Zealand only to return to the same airport 18 hours later. Sources say that a fire at John F. Kennedy Airport in New York City was the reason for the turnaround, but eyewitness reports on the aircraft tell a different story.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Fabtcg Oldhim dominated the top tables of the Calling Indianapolis, as the top 8 of the event featured 5 decks centered around the icy old man. Unfortunately, reports from the ground all seem to indicate that the opponents did not enjoy those games whatsoever, proving once and for all that it's not about how long you last, but how you play the game.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Ethan Van Sant reported that his lost FedEx bag from PT2 Lille has finally been recovered. In it, of course, his streaming equipment, his treasured Levia deck, and the exclusive Eye of Ophidia playmat. Unfortunately, there was one all-important item that was not able to be found: a stable internet connection.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Michael Hamilton continued his mighty rule over our card game with another decisive win at the Calling Indianapolis. While some have pointed to his value-based strategizing as the key to his success, others have attributed it to his wardrobe consistency, as the world champion is pictured here in 3 actual photographs from entirely different events. Sources say, however, that Hamilton is planning to switch up his look for the next Flesh and Blood event, just announced in my childhood mall, the Calling Hot Topic.
This month in Flesh and Blood, Canadian national champion Tarek Patel put an all-call out on Twitter, challenging any Dromai player worth their rakes to come and step into the ring against his Oldhim build, being confident enough in the Guardians' chances to put money on the line. Unfortunately for the expat American, challenger Darkodius managed to resolve 2 early tonal ties, and Dromai took the match. Instead of playing a...
And we are back. I am now joined by Joshua Myers. Josh, what's up, dude?
How's it going, man?
Going great. We're having a fun time today. I saw Angel get dishonored live on stream.
Yeah,
and
first one.
It was fun. I think it's the first one. I'm going to say it.
World.
I know there's
Yeah.
some other. I know there's some other streams going on today, but we're the dishonorable ones. So check it out. I'm glad everyone's out there watching. Should be a fun day. What are you most excited about in this new Outsiders meta?
Honestly, like these brand new Red 6 generics have been really cool. There's a lot of different options that I think we're going to see get tested in the meta as the weeks come. And then also seeing Riptide in action was something I was looking forward to today. No Riptides today, but he's really interesting the way he works and different approach to Archer, I think.
Totally. What's your favorite 2 for 6 in the set?
2 for 6 in this set. I really like Humble right now. Humble seems pretty useful. Turning off the other person's hero ability can just buy you a lot of time, especially in heroes like Briar, where you saw if you turn her off, she can't make the lightning embodiment. So then it makes her turns much shorter.
Unless you're Angel and you only need the one thing, you just do CNC for 13.
Oh yeah, you find it no matter what. Yeah, no. The Creepers is a great face that allows you to do that.
Nice.
But yeah, a lot of great generics out there. I'm excited to see in play.
Totally, yeah. We were just talking about this, and I was saying it feels like they're kind of a toolkit. They're all they're all 2 for 6, and they all have a slightly different hit effect that seems relevant based on your meta or the kind of the meta at large or what kind of heroes are popular. Which almost feels like the kind of items and stuff from Everfest, but in a more kind of proactive and useful way.
Definitely more playable. I think that the items are a lot harder to play, but red 6 generics, super easy, you know.
Yeah, very cool. They block for 2, but, you know, who needs to block?
Right. All right, and I think we just got told, but we're going to start our match soon going in. It's going to be Zachary Wallach versus Moises Lopez.
Nice. All right, another Katsu. So Katsu is our highest represented hero today. I think Dromai was in second place, so Zach has been a Dromai player for a while now, so he knows what he's doing. We're taking a look at his list, and it looks like a Dromai list.
Yeah, it's a very honest Dromai list. Got all the dragons, got the Blaze Headlongs, 1 Remembrance, which I think is kind of a standard now. Most people run 1 Remembrance. Lexi and all the other rangers got 1 for free, so everyone's gonna have to match it.
Well, they pay for it, like, but it just sits on the board, and they can do it whenever they want.
If they spawn in with it.
So yeah, so I think the couple things. I mean, he's got the Blaze Headlong. That seems kind of standard these days for Dromai.
Yeah, you got all the good reds, burn them all, command and conquers.
And yes, and we've got Moses' list here as well. Let's see what new cards we got. We got Bonds of Ancestry. We got Be Like Water. Yep, that seems to be what you need. Dishonor. Here we go. Let's see if we can see
3 dishonors. I think you just always throw the 3 dishonors if
Yeah.
you're running the surging line.
Yeah, it's 3 blue, block for 3. You know, I think that's good.
I think this is 1 Bonds of Ancestry. Only needing 1. I think a lot of people don't know what the ratios are for that card.
We got 3 in red and 1 yellow.
3 and yellow. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Handwriting.
And then Fine Center. I mean, yeah, that's just a blue, but
So I think these are
Crane Dance too. That's interesting.
3. These lists are very honest and traditional to what they're trying to do. Dromai is trying to make dragons. Katsu is going to be trying to complete his combo lines to the surging lines, and that's all. Nothing too spicy, I don't see.
Yeah, does he have Mugenshi in here? No, he's not doing Mugenshi. So it is just straight up, going for the Bonds of Ancestry. Got too many Ancestor cards.
I'm always a big fan of synergy. As a Viscerai main and player, having synergistic cards is super important sometimes, and I often choose synergy over the numbers because it can result in, me gaining tempo sometimes because of it.
Nice. Also got a recoil in here. Had to look that one up. That's the one that combos off head jab, and if it hits, it puts a card from their hand back on the top of their deck. So going in for some of the interesting hit effects there, which I'm excited to see. This probably isn't the matchup Moses wants to see, but I think, Katsu can deal with dragons sometimes.
If you can go wide, you can deal with dragons for sure. Being able to Kodachi out the little dust wings, really useful. Helps you manage that board. When the hit effects though is gonna be interesting because you can throw a snatch at a dragon at the end of your chain, and if that hits, you can draw, and it's kind of like a ponder token drawing towards the end just to arsenal.
Totally, yeah.
Yeah. I think it really comes up to Lopez's knowledge on this matchup and how well you can control Zach's onslaught. But turn 1, we're going to get a Sigil of Solace. Always great opening hand, especially if you are going first.
Yep. It's
Start at 43.
Not bad. He's going to pitch to Flame Scale just to cycle that Blaze Headlong, I think. And then I think that's it, Just gain 3 life, set up your next Make an Ash, and see what happens.
Yeah, setting up is often the main route for most people's first turn, in my opinion, because just giving your cards to someone who's going to all defend it doesn't always feel great.
Yeah.
So you'd rather just get ready and set up for that swing back after they do their opening. And we're going to start here with a Surging Strike, it looks like.
Yeah, Dromai seems like one of the most capable turn 0, I can do a bunch of stuff without actually attacking you.
Yeah.
Decks, which is really fun to watch sometimes.
So you can't filter your hand either, because that's another big one as well.
Watch me filter my hand, set up my deck in a way that benefits me greatly without letting you do anything.
Oh yeah, I like the Mage Master Boots out of Zach. Sometimes they run Phantasmal, but Mage Master Boots allows you to do things like instant speed Toma Fendel. Does he have a Toma Fendel in here? No.
Not doing the Toma Fendel.
So what is he instant speeding with the Mage Masters?
Well, not instant speed, but he gets an action point. I think maybe he can do like his Dust.
Over the Dust.
Red Desert or something like that.
Okay, that makes sense.
And then be able to play the Vincerikai after that. Or even just put out a Passing Mirage or something. I think that's still a good classic.
Zach saying no blocks, going to take the full surging with Go again, going to 38, and activating Katsu ability. We're going to find Whelming Gust Wave.
Nice. Got that promo extended art, Whelming Gust Wave, coming in for 4, and go again.
A good break point at 4. This is what's really going to be hard, is blocking these efficiently. You're going to need your early D-reacts like Sinks to kind of gain the tempo and make sure that Lopez can't whittle you down.
Mm-hmm. Blocking 5, making sure he can't attack reaction that too easily.
Kadachi. You never block Kadachis, right?
I mean, you don't want to.
You don't want to. That's fair. You only block dodges if you have to.
Yeah.
But the damage is always getting in. Like, how can you play around even bigger than that?
Yeah.
I remember that's a big one. I don't think he has this on this one, but I remember before how to block Kadachi, and that's how they would punish me.
That always felt bad. You're just like, now you have to think about it every time. But it's one of those things where if you play around it, it's just going to happen eventually. So you might as well just let it happen.
True. Lopez throwing a snatch at the end, and Zach having the sink below for this one, perfectly blocking out.
Nice.
Still having a 3-card hand. He's going to try and probably set up some dragons soon, but also accumulating dust has to be at the top of his mind. Ash, he only has 1, and you need more than that usually to start making a lot of dragons.
Yeah, he's got to get that engine going. Really nice play by Zach, getting blocking out the whelming. He had that sink below in Arsenal. I was curious why he didn't play that, but then he was waiting for a more relevant on hit. Or perhaps even like an attack reaction. So nicely played there.
Very patient. And I think that was something I was discussing with some of the players today. We were before in a meta where you could be rewarded for being very proactive, but I think we're going to be going into a meta where being reactive is going to be rewarded the most.
Yeah.
No one to hold it.
I think is going to be really nice, to be honest. It's more of like a mid-rangey. It's probably still will be more aggressive than I personally like, but it has that feeling of important decisions, making exchanges and eking out value over the long term, rather than just like drawing the best cards off the top of your deck and doing crazy amounts of damage.
Oh man, that's the wizard life. They love that that long grind.
The longer I can take to just do something that can't be stopped is great.
Yep. Zach getting his first big dragon out. This one's called Benitez, right?
No, that is Yenderai.
Yenderai. Okay, Yenderai. Gotcha. One of the eyes.
That's the chillest of dragons.
Yeah,
he's just
chill.
a homie that is in the forest having a good time.
Oh, yeah.
So here we go again. Surging Strike. I think there's a lot of Surging Strikes in this deck. So
yeah. He's probably running
the
the reds, or the yellows.
He's got reds and yellows, yeah.
Yeah, reds and yellows, which just seems appropriate. And a good amount of blue pitch, too.
And with Be Like Water, you basically have 3 more.
Yep, exactly. So got the full 9, which is always usually the main card of the deck. Fizz rides 9 Mob Skies. Reinhardt runs 9 Rampages. Barraging
Beatdowns.
Beatdowns, that's it, yeah.
Yep.
So Surging's going to be in the main spine of this deck. It's going to be discarding a Winds of Eternity to go fetch something.
Another Whelming.
Another Whelming. Really sticking with these lines here. I think you're going to see this quite a lot. Obviously, this is what Katsu wants to do. Lopez piloting very successfully and keeping that pressure on Zach.
I'm curious if he's just looking to push the pressure or if he's trying to pull off some of these crazier new combo lines. I mean, Whelming just good because you get the +1 go again. It says draw a card on hit too, right? I believe it does.
Sure.
Yeah, and then if he's also got the mass trigger, so he'll get. Does he get 2?
He would have a mass trigger. All of these have hit so far. So this is also the third point where it is triggering mass trigger. Zach is most likely going to have to respect this if he's going to want to not take a lot more damage and set up his board. So far, though, we're seeing very hard pressure coming out of Lopez, and Zach's running out of life quickly.
I mean, that seems to be the plan for Dromai. You do have to trade your life early on to be able to set up your board state and the engine you need to pump out your dragons. But yeah, he is struggling to get Ash right now, which I think is going to be a problem. He's kept his whole hand. He's got a 5-card hand right now, so hopefully he's able to get some of that going. And
E-Strike will help for sure. Swing some of that damage. It's going to be, which mode is he choosing? Is it going to be Go again, or is it going to be 7? It's going to be 7, so...
Oh, interesting. He's just going to keep... Why did he not block all his... Why did he not block?
Block the other things. He might be trying to save some cards to filter into your furnace in the end to gain more ash. But we'll see. You'll see. Yep, there you go. Yep.
Yeah,
So one of them was to filter, gain an ash, and the other one's going to be going right into that arsenal.
Yeah. So he traded a little bit of life. He knew he was going to get it back with the sigil and then get his ash generation going.
And now it's 35 to 30. A
Yeah.
much different game from when this started, despite Lopez's efforts of running at Zach. Zach's being able to find those, like, not blocking certain things and finding the stabilization within those turns.
Yeah, that's why Dromai is so interesting, and I think it was really hard for me to get my head around that deck, just because there's some of these little like nuanced plays that gain that extra value. That there's just a larger range. There's a lower floor and a higher ceiling in a lot of decks, I think, on gaining that kind of value. And here we go again, Katsu.
That is true.
Surging Strike. It's like every single hand he's got a Surging Strike.
I'm going to start running that one that if I name a card you can't play it. What is that called? Chains of Eminence?
Yeah, right?
Against
Yeah.
Katsu. I'm like, Surging Strike. What are you going to do?
So
You can't pitch it. You can't play it. I know your deck.
If Katsu gets a stranglehold on the meta, we will for sure see Chains of Eminence make it.
It pops up every once in a while. Once
does.
that gets too annoying.
Yeah.
You're like, I know what's going to happen.
Like,
I'm
we've
gonna
got cards for this. It's called the get the hell out of here.
stop.
That
The
mess.
jail. Go straight to jail.
All right, so Descending Gust Wave coming in. This one's great because it just has Go Again printed on it.
Nice. Perfect.
I think it costs one less too, right? Yeah, it costs less for playing Surging Strike before. So really nice to see these kind of mid-combo pieces coming in for Katsu, just giving him more options. I think before the problem always was is like the line was always just Surging Strike, Whelming, and then maybe, you get into the Mugenshi, Lord of Wind situation. But
Just wouldn't populate enough, and you can kind of do it all the time. You'd run out of options. But we're seeing was Path of Ancestry, right?
Bonds of Ancestry.
Bonds of Ancestry, yep.
So he's able to banish a card from his graveyard and then grab a card of the same name from his deck, which is going to be a Whelming Gust Wave.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
And this one has Gogan as well. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure if the last one was played.
Exactly.
With one of the Whelming Gust Wave lines. Zach not blocking any of this. That is going to be a mass trigger, I'm pretty sure. Or that happens on play, not on hit, right?
Yes, it has when it attacks. That's what happens.
Okay, so now we're moving to blocks here. Zach's deciding if this is going to be the max trigger coming in for 4. If Moises lets it hit, it's going to draw a card and continue to shove in a lot of damage into Zach. When Zach's trying to set up a board to start pressuring Lopez, it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, he's really struggling to find his pieces. Not seeing a lot of his dragons yet, and just not generating enough ash to really keep them coming. I think that's always the struggle. Is sometimes you have the dragons, but you don't have enough ash to keep them.
Keep them pumping out. Make the factory going. Setting the factory definitely takes some time. Zach's being patient. Had the Fate Foreseen in Arsenal. Perfect. Full blocks it very easily. I don't think we're going to see any attack reacts come out of this Katsu. Very honest, straightforward Katsu right now. Is there Razors in this list? There is Razors in this list, so haven't seen one yet. And there is also Ancestral Empowerment. So those are the ones really, those red classic ones for Katsu to look out for.
Nice. So second Surging Strike coming out. Pretty sweet to see that happen. So that will turn on his Whelming Gust Wave that he banished and can play this turn. So coming in for kind of double dipping on the Surging Strike combo here, which is pretty cool.
I don't even think I've ever seen 2 Surging Strikes on a on a board like this. So it's really cool being able to see him kind of hit that first combo line and then kind of do a little flare off on the end.
Yeah, really. Like I said, I think this just is a more flexible Katsu who's able to extend this combo line into different directions and keep those lines going longer than they used to.
Yeah. 5 chain links are never fun to deal with as any class.
Yep. And that one's just annoying, too, because it's whelming Gust Wave coming in for 2,
Yeah.
but still with the hit effect of drawing a card, so he does draw the block of the CNC, which is got to feel pretty good. I think you
Yeah.
know, with Dromai, you're not comfortable because you know if they get an edge, they can just start coming in hot with
Yeah.
their dragons, but he's been a little bit lucky on Moises' side to not have to deal with so many of them yet, but here we go. We got Maragai coming out on the field. But
Dust Up was huge for getting that out. Dust Up's one of his main ways to generate the ash. So sweeping. Is
yeah,
it.
totally, yeah. Generates the ash, usually pitch to it too, but he had looks like a blue in there, so didn't get the double ash generation. But I think Zach's struggling because against Katsu, who can go so wide and spend, little attacks here and there to take down your dragons that have go again, he really needs more than one dragon out.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
with
I was having a conversation with someone the other day where I'm like, if Dromai gets 2 big dragons on the field, I'm gonna start losing. And that's generally, I think, the mentality I think Dromai players get on. If I can get 2 big dragons out, I can start holding the board a lot better. I can start pressuring a lot better because usually you only take out 1 big dragon a turn.
Yeah.
But as soon as you let them kind of go wild, then it's over. Yeah. Oh yeah, and then Nekria's pretty good too.
Yep. Technical director Justin Lewag coming in with the
Dromai
Dromai notes.
Yeah.
He likes to wreck my armories by beating me with Dromai regularly.
Oh yeah.
Let's just say Kano's matchup is 50-50 maybe.
Yep. Fun fact about Zach's deck: it's all rainbow foiled out.
Yep.
It's all he owns all the marvels, not just a play set. He owns 2 play sets.
So he can play the front side and the back
Yeah,
side.
he doesn't want to take the dragon out of the sleeve, so he just has a separate one where it's already the back side, and he plays on top of those. Everything's cold foil. Definitely committed to Dromai as soon as she came out. Really amazing to see.
Illusionist players love to bling out their decks.
Oh yeah.
Decks, we know that. It's
Definitely.
and LSS loves Illusionists because they keep making the coolest cards for them.
Super cool. 100 wins coming out. Big pressure here. A red one's really nice. 2 cards in hand of Lopez. Zach's thinking whether he should block here or not. If he doesn't block, then Lopez was able to go fetch probably another whelming line. But looks like we're getting the block coming out. It's going to be a Kyloria.
I think
Or is that Kyloria? What's this original? Gold one?
I think Moises played all his red whelmings, so he does only have 2 blue ones left.
Okay.
But he does have Be Like Water, which he can convert essentially on hit into a Surging Strike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Which then works with the Descending Gust Wave and then having that, Gust Wave. That's the other thing I thought was really cool in Outsiders was the cards that reference like half a name. It was like not just whelming Gust Wave, but a card with Gust Wave in its name. So
Yeah.
they kind of left that open to both the new cards extending that line and then maybe even having other Gust Waves coming on. We'll see. How many types of whelming can we have?
I've really been liking the way they've been going with Ninja design. I think it's been very fun and flavorful, and we're seeing how strong it's becoming over the years now. Katsu having the head job hit and fetching, it looks like a new...
I think that's
new
Recoil.
Recoil.
Yeah, that's the one that combos with Head Jab.
Yeah, correct, because you played a head job before that.
That one, if it hits, that's the one where they can put a card from their hand on top or bottom of the deck.
Nice.
Or top of their deck, not bottom.
Katsu also finding tools to kind of fight the fatigue game, getting cards recurring, having longer games, squeezing out those last bits of damage. That's really cool.
Yeah. Still doesn't block great, but...
No. Ninjas don't block great. They're not supposed to.
Yeah. Well, they got Flick Flack if they really are worried about it.
Yeah, that's true. Flick Flack's a fun card. I don't think that there's too many defense reaction ninjas currently. I think all of them are probably going to be more like this, what would you call this, like a mid-range ninja, where they're trying to find...
Yeah,
those
I mean,
combos.
Obviously combo just because that's Katsu and what he wants to do. But yeah, it feels very mid-range. There's nothing like extremely overbearing. It's just a lot of like breakpoints and going wide and kind of sequencing your attack so that you're going to sneak in damage and hopefully get the triggers, sneak by your triggers when your opponent may not be looking for it or may have kind of forgotten. I think there's so many now too.
Yeah.
Like there's so many different hit effects that really can be not like super punishing, but not they can.
I'm
get
definitely a culprit of having an on-hit effect hit and me not knowing, and then being like, okay, now you discard. I'm like, whoa, wait.
Yeah.
Let me rewind. I didn't know that. All right. So reading the cards is very useful. Crane Dance coming down, just going to be pushing
Find center.
Fine Center.
Yeah.
Fine Center coming down, going to be taking out the dragon at the very end. Getting the hit trigger for the mask, if I'm correct.
I think so,
Yeah, getting the hit trigger for the mask, which is good. Drawing a card. Looking at it. Probably going to Arsenal it. Not the best, I think that's good. This will be, this turn will be,
Keeps it in his hand.
keeps it in his hand, not even Arsenal it. Wow, okay.
Might have been another fine center. I'm not sure.
Maybe. Something he wants to play, for sure. Zach, though, gaining an opportunity now. Lopez kind of taking off the brakes a little bit, letting Zach going to find this tempo.
Yeah. And not the most exciting card to clap back with when he didn't Arsenal. I think he was probably hoping
Yeah, that you Arsenal.
that he would Arsenal so that would have a bit more impact, but
Foresight of Moises to know that CNC was coming
Yeah.
was amazing. Honestly, the outplay was
we can
solid.
say that. We could say that with some certainty. He knew it was coming and
He was like,
didn't
it's not
Arsenal.
worth it. Yeah, I'll keep the card. I don't want it. I'm not going to block it.
Yeah. Zach finally pushing past one Ash, so maybe
Nice.
this is the turn where he's going to try to pivot. He maybe block with his crown to, take a little bit of tempo back and
Oh, yeah.
get some dragons on the field.
Zach does still have armor. He does have options to give himself space if he really needs to. But we're getting, like I said, to the point where the health's getting low enough that someone's going to have to make, I think, a drastic decision here. Lopez, keep playing Whelming. Keep
Yeah.
playing Whelming.
Keep playing Whelming. Just play some
Play your
kind of
fighting
dust
game.
wave, Yeah.
Left, right, up, down, left, right.
Exactly. I probably won't see a super combo dishonor situation here, but
Definitely harder to set up, and I think you need a little bit more space to do that. And giving Zach space as Dromai would have been a bad decision, I think, for sure. I think just putting, as Moises is doing, just running at him and trying to get as much health as possible, not letting them set up is the right decision.
yeah, dishonor against Dromai would be insanely punishing, though.
Insanely punishing. Zach
gotta be worried
blocking
about
with
it.
his furnace says, I have enough ash. I'm probably not going to need this now.
I think he's trying to keep his health high enough to make this next turn really impactful.
Yeah.
Because he's had a rough go, but life is easy or even enough, I think, currently, unless Moises can really push through a lot more damage this turn. I think Zach might be able to have a really impactful turn, but
Well, we see, I think I saw a ancestral empowerment in Moises' hands, so it could be a really spicy turn depending on what that top draw is and if Zach blocks here. Very, very tough position to be in as Zach, as you want to conserve as much life as possible, but you also want to start swinging this tempo, and Katsu's just not going to let you do it with those Kodachis.
yeah.
Those Kodachis they're going to be a killer at 10 health. That 1 health feels like 5 health now every time it hits.
Yeah, exactly. I was just thinking that. It's
Yeah.
like as you get lower, the Kodachi hit just feels worse and worse. Because I mean, comparatively to your, current life total, it is a much larger percentage every time you take any kind of damage. Nice to, good to point out too that he's got a tunic resource up. He still has his breaking skills, so he can pop off the +1 on a combo card, which
Correct, yep.
it seems like, Katsu's running a lot more combo cards now.
All combo.
Yeah, full combo Katsu.
Pulls into McDonald's, gets a bunch of combos.
He wants the, what do they call it, the super size.
Happy Meal combo Katsu.
So, yeah.
Zach's gonna say no blocks. Gonna take the 3. Gonna let it hit. Of course, gonna go fetch the other part, which is gonna be the bonds.
Bonds of Ancestry.
Yep.
So now-
Great art, by the way.
Yeah, that one's really cool.
Really dynamic. Punching the guy into the floor.
There's so much wind,
Very, very.
on
windy.
all his cards that they're getting a little hard to see, but that's just flesh and blood.
Yeah.
But
He's just in Utah. They're just all frames.
it was windy out here the other night. Power going out and everything.
Oh,
But
man, yeah, it's crazy.
he's pushing. He's searching for the card he wants to banish. So this part is like another interesting facet of Katsu is knowing when you activate Katsu, what's in your deck, and then now when you activate Bonds of Ancestry, figuring out what's in your graveyard and in your deck. I could definitely see you messing this up if you're not 100% sure on your deck contents. But
You like spreadsheets?
yeah, you like spreadsheets? Welcome to Katsu.
Welcome to Katsu. This is how it's going to go. A, B, C, C, B, A.
Nice.
All right. So 3 go again. Zach still has a 5 card hand technically with Arsenal. Still has the Crown of Providence. We can see him filter for that. I think he's just going to do 1 card from hand. 3 is an easy block, 1 card.
Yeah, block him with Vincerikai.
Yeah. There's
There's
that.
the punish.
Thankfully, it's not going to be a mass trigger. Was able to block that 1 Kodachi very appropriately and space it out. That would have been much worse if it was a 1 punish and a mass trigger.
Yeah, but he will.
100 wins.
Yeah, so this is great because he's got Winds of Eternity coming right after that. So what a top deck pull he had right there.
Oh, yeah, that's a gamer pull for sure. But once again, not arsenaling, going as hard and as fast as you can against Dromai. And as a Runeblade player, I do this a lot as a Briar. I sometimes will not arsenal if I have to control board or pressure Dromai. I do not want them setting up at all.
Yeah, and if they've already decided to take damage, if you can keep presenting more damage, you're just making them rethink that choice every single extension of the chain, and it makes it harder and harder for them to keep not blocking to try to do their clapback because it feels like it's going to be less and less impactful. So Winds of Eternity coming in, getting buffed by the 100 wins that he top decked off there. I love that he did that. It seemed like a weird choice.
I think he missed a mash trigger. So this one hit, the one where he fetched for Katsu, he bonded over that one hit, and then
Oh yeah, I think
this one he breaking scaled to get over the block there, and so that would have hit as well. So he missed a mash trigger for an Arsenal. Doesn't think he's gonna need it.
Yeah, he did a lot of damage there.
Yeah,
I think they might have just discovered that.
the mash trigger. He blocked that, and then this one over. Yeah.
Yeah,
Judge Evan.
Yeah, it was
Head Judge Evan on the case.
Descendant, the Bonds of Ancestry, and then the 100 wins all hit. I believe.
No mismatch trigger. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no, mismatch trigger. That's right. But he's feeling pretty good. He took a lot of cards away from Zach, who clearly didn't want to block early on in that turn. And he's been leaking life. And again, these Kodachis are going to come in on
They're gonna hurt. Yeah.
his turn.
This is a good dragon for Zach to get out, though. This dragon can definitely do some pressure. It's not the most priority, of getting rid of, so it will probably stay around a couple of turns, which will help Zach maybe pressure and kind of come back. Still no Arsenal, though, out of Moises. Hopefully he's not going to brick a hand where he can't do anything, but if he does, you can just Kodachi your way out every time. Every time.
Yeah. To get to this level, you're basically taking 10% of their life with every hit. And
Still has snaps, still has the tunic, still has mask. Seeing a big armor advantage coming out of Moises for sure.
Yeah.
Zach looking through the graveyard, through the banished, making sure he knows what's been used and what hasn't, looking for the opening.
Ooh, nice.
All right, got 1 Razor out of the 3 that he runs, so that's okay. That's fine. We'll see more around. Razors are usually a lot better in the later of the game. Pitching them is probably your most ideal thing early. All right, but still got a card out of those, which is good. So working a 3-card hand is better than working for Zach than him working as a 4-card hand.
Does he have a second razor in his hand? I thought I saw it.
Maybe. I think it's maybe a whelming. We'll see. We'll find out.
Yeah, he's running out of his powerful combo cards, I think.
Yeah, I think that's what Zach was checking as well.
Wellman Gus waves I think are done. He may have played all his red surgings.
There's yeah, there's
Yeah, see another razor. Yeah,
uh,
yeah, not a great great hand to draw 2 razors on when you got a surging strike in it.
yeah, yellow surging, had a block with one. So it looks like Moises did kind of hit that hand. That's going to be a little awkward, not the most comfortable, and maybe Zach can pivot here.
Yeah, I think this seems like a good opportunity. He's only got 1 card in hand. Hard to know how hard you'll get punished for not blocking the surging, but he does have crown. Looks like he's going to block. Yeah, Moises, let's see, he's got 3 Command and Conquers. I think that's his only popper in the deck.
Yeah, usually the math I have discovered is that you want to run around 6 to 9 poppers if you're respecting Dromai is the good amount. So no respect to Dromai here, it's just 3 poppers.
We're looking to dishonor her.
Oh, Chromai being huge one here. Even if there is a popper now, does not matter.
Yep. Yeah, this is what he wants to see.
Yep,
He wants
yep.
to get his extra action point. He wants to do some arcane with Asvalai. It looks like he's got a Yenderai in there as well. So now Zach's pulling out the stops. He's got the Ash. He's got the dragons. Can he
Yep.
go the distance? And
Can he become the Dragon Queen of? Because once you get the 2 dragons, you're pretty powerful. But we've all seen Game of Thrones. The 3 dragons,
Yeah.
you're unstoppable.
Yeah.
You can destroy kingdoms.
exactly. And then if you just have 2, you lose your
Yeah.
mind.
Yeah. But Zach looking good. Blaze Headlong, perfect card here. Having Go again is gonna buy him.
Yeah, this is exactly what he wants to see. Just being able to
the
extend his
pressure.
turn, push through that damage. Blaze Headlong, just a really great card. It's one of those, it's bad sometimes, but
Yeah.
most of the time it's great, especially when you're running 56 reds in your deck.
Now we're seeing a 12 to 8. Zachary Wallach being rewarded for being so patient here, knocking an arsenal, gonna get as many dragons out as possible. He needs to close this game quick, or he's gonna get closed.
Yeah. I mean, it is also the thing where for Moises right now, he has to figure out, can I ignore these dragons and try to kill Zach? But that's going to be a risk. If he has like a sigil, if he's got 1 red card in his hand that he can play and you don't take these dragons down, you're looking at this damage coming at you next turn. And that is not
Something you can block as a ninja, not something you can do with a ninja. You don't have any arcane barrier. You have something that does arcane damage to you.
yeah.
Draws a burn them all.
Chromai out, so
Here we
you
go.
can't just pop it right off the bat. So
Heart of the cards. I think you're going to see one of our last hands here, maybe, as we're 12 to 5. Zachary Wallach just needs 1 more turn.
yeah, he's got to feel pretty good right now. This is what he's been waiting for. He's done a really great job at chipping away at Moises' life and also maintaining his own underneath the barrage of attacks and combos coming from Moises. But like I said, his graveyard's looking pretty big. He might be running out of the combo pieces. He's got to figure out what's in his deck, what he can fetch with Katsu, what he can banish with Bonds of Ancestry. Like, there's so much going on, which, like, honestly, Katsu seems kind of fun right now, just watching these people play.
A Dishonor and a Snatch.
Ooh.
Yeah. The Snatch is good. Has Snap still. Has the Mask. I think Moises is trying to find what's the optimal turn here. How can he get a Mask trigger off? How can he use his snaps?
Yeah, I feel like you got to leverage the dragon hit effects.
Oh, yeah.
Triggering from this to, like, I think you can put pressure, you can maybe chip some damage and also clear the board, like, unless you have, like, just the absolute, flop the nuts here, like, it's not, I don't know. Me, I always struggle with this. I'm like, I'm going to go for it. Like, I can do something cool. And then, like, they block out and they just have, like, a sigil. And they're just like, cool, now I'm just going to do this. I feel like Justin does this to me all the time.
they lure you in. They're like, oh, you can win. And then,
Yeah,
no.
you got this. You're doing great, buddy.
Yeah. It can definitely be snatched that quick for sure if you're not playing respectfully in these last moments.
There you go. So, Be Like Water attacking Asvalai.
Nice.
Does that work?
Katsu.
I think it just says hits. Yep, when
Just
this
says
hits. Yep.
Yeah. So that will work. Activating Katsu. Going to filter out something. Not the Dishonor is going to be the what's that? The floating dojo.
Floating dojo. He's
Yep,
pitching the floating dojo.
Yep.
Wait, what's he?
He's
Pitching.
pitching the
Oh,
floating
he's-
dojo.
He's paying for Be Like Water ability
Got you.
to give it the name, which
With
was
surging, which would-
was
Does it
super-
see itself on the chain as surging?
Yes, I
Okay,
think so.
So that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So it sees itself on the chain as surging. It's going to activate its ability, which allows him to go find
Descending Gust Wave, I think.
from graveyard, right, or input on top of your deck.
So Be Like Water gives itself the name Surging.
Got you.
I'm assuming that's the one he picked.
Correct.
And then he Katsu to grab Descending Gust Wave,
Okay.
which he can then banish and play this turn.
Nice.
So he could be possibly going for Bonds of Ancestry Dishonor play, which would be
Whoa,
pretty
spicy.
sweet.
Is that backbreaking to Dromai at this point in time?
I mean, what's Dromai's ability say again? When her dragons have go again, or is that her?
Lead
weapon?
producer Justin, what's Dromai do?
I always confuse her weapon and
The weapon gives the go again, and she gets the ash, right?
if you've played a red card turn, dragons you control have go again. So yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And
so,
whenever you pitch a card, a red card. Yeah.
yeah. So you
won't
just
be able to create ash. He does have the dust cards, the permanent.
I can create from that. Yep, as well. So it would limit his ash production for sure,
Yeah.
dramatically.
He attacks the Undereye, takes the preventative damage
Yeah.
off, and then
Nice.
kills it. I think that will be a mass trigger.
If the Kodachi doesn't hit, it's not right because it's prevent next damage for Yendurai, right?
Oh, that's right.
So technically there was no hit.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, and then Dishonor would be also hit a hero for sure.
Bonds of Ancestry coming in for free. He's gonna be able to banish. Looks like he's banishing 100 wins. Okay, so
This is the mass trigger though because the way by water hit, and then this one the one that we're punching him into the ground hit, and then this is the new one that's
there's
gonna
got to be
try.
3 in a row though. So the Kodachi,
It has to be 3 in a row.
yeah.
Oh, okay, it's not just 3. Okay, got
Isn't it 3 in a row?
for mass.
Mask of Momentum. Yeah, 3 in a row.
3 in a row. Okay.
Man, this card game's only getting harder to keep up with.
Well, I haven't played against Katsu in
I
like
know, yeah.
forever, so you're relearning kind of what his.
Fi probably doesn't care
Cards
about Maz so much, but we don't need to talk about that guy.
No, he's gone.
Yeah, he's gone.
He got belittled out of here.
He was never good. He was just 2 small dudes in a trench coat the whole
On fire.
time. So Bonds of Ancestry, really cool. I love this. It seems, watching it played, it seems better than I thought.
Oh,
just
yeah.
because the 2 cost seems hard, but you're able, with so many Gust Wave cards, you're able to get it out for free. And then when this attack thing is just really cool, you have the go again.
Yep.
You can grab whatever, even if it's not like extending the combo or going for Dishonor, you're going for something that's pretty impactful no matter what you do.
Yep. Gonna go for the other dragon. It seems Moises is saying, if I clear your dragons, you can't kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which I think is kind of correct, honestly. And then from here, now continuing the pressures, Zach.
Yeah, now he's going to ask the question of, do you think I have a Dishonor, and is it relevant right now? Probably not, because unless you can attack react with it.
It depends what Zach has in his hand, because if Zach has dragons, he's going to need ways to give him go again and creating ash. But if Zach has more of the go again cards that create dust, then he wouldn't care if he got dishonored as much. And you could see a situation like last game where dishonor hits and the other player is still able to create a lethal situation. So hitting dishonor early, great. Hitting dishonor later, fun.
Fun, yeah.
But not necessarily going to win you the game.
Hey, but we're here for fun.
Yeah,
so
fun's
let's
important.
Go. So yeah, 100 wins. He's thinking about his block here. His choices are getting hard. Let's see, blocking
Do a
with
double block,
Phantasmal
respecting
Haze, is that what that is? I think so, yeah.
respecting
And
an
then
attack react, I think. for
Dishonor just coming in for
a good old
2.
1.
I think it comes in for 2.
He had a 1 counter on it. Why does he have a 1 counter on it?
Yeah, I'm not sure why he had a 1, but it should be 2. It gets +2 if Bonds of Ancestry was the last card, which I'm curious why he didn't.
Zach counting
says-
the line. That works.
Because he could have dishonored and then snapped and then done 100 wins, maybe.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that actually helps him at all.
Yeah, he still has snaps too. Yeah, you're right.
Because right now this is just coming in for 2.
A good sink to cover it up. A little bit overkill, but it does the job for sure. Zach saying, I want to keep the card in my hand. Don't want to sink it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to respect that, especially with 1 Ash on the board. Like,
Yep.
you can't really risk not being able to play your dragons, because then they just become bad cards in your hand. You can't even
Nice.
furnace them out. So
Great pressure now from Zach. He was able to block out the turn. Moises was able to stabilize, I think, doing the correct thing. Zach able to go through a 4. Moises at 5 health. Does he go to 1? What point do you give up the mask?
I don't know. I feel like mask is right around now probably is when you give the mask. Depends what he's got in his hand. If he's got an awkward hand, he might just want to block. Looks like he's giving up the tunic instead. Dust Up, just a great card, being one of the other key sources of getting Ash, just having the hit effect. Ask that question of, do you want me to have the ability to put more dragons out, or are you going to respect this and block it up? So Zach's sitting pretty good at 12. He's weathered the storm of the past couple of turns. They're pretty intense, but
No, definitely.
Kodachi doing his work. It's like, I can throw 18 cards at you, do no damage, but when I swing 1 little dagger, it's gonna do.
You're gonna feel it. Yeah, but like I said, Zach being so far ahead in health, being able to stabilize here is probably what he's looking for, and he's gonna just pressure it. As long as Moises can't put together a bunch of red cards on the board, I think Zach's looking good.
Yeah, it looks like Moises' deck getting a little thin, coming in with the blue crane dance, not the most impactful card.
No.
We are threatening a mass trigger, so could potentially do something,
Yeah, I
but
think that's an Ancestral Empowerment in hand, so
get that.
depending on how Zach blocks here, it could go really well or not that well.
Crane dance comes in for 1 or 2. I feel like
I think it would be 2, I imagine, but we can double check.
it's not the most impactful card at blue, but it's there. It has its purposes. It's coming in for 1, yeah. So
He just has to block it with a card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, he could give it go again. He does have the Ancestral, which would gain him a card anyways, but doesn't seem that impactful. He might need to.
I think Zach for sure blocks here. Blocking with 1 card seems fine, especially when the other person is at 5 health. Having 3 cards, I can pressure 5 with 3.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you arsenal that card. Hopefully he can survive.
And he's got an Ash. Great.
Yeah, I think Zach's in a really strong position. He has presented himself as a wall, as chat is saying. And here we go, Aswalite coming in with some unblockable arcane damage.
Chat pointing out that Moises has used a lot of his good cards already, and Zach has played it perfectly to the point of patience and just waiting for his opportunity. But it seems like now Zach is able to be the aggressor a little bit, and Moises is going to have to respect the damage he puts out.
I think Moises might have used too many powerful Katsu, too many powerful cards early game with not as much impact, and has set himself up, which he's got to go for the He's got to go for the jugular. He's trying to win fast because the longer Zach has, the better chance he has of just wrecking his time with some dragons.
Each strike for 7 is so scary at 2 health.
Yeah.
Lots of things can happen. Zach doing a great job of pressuring. Get the mask. Yep. That's appropriate. Now getting the mask, having less. Your blocks are less stressful now a little. So you now is threatening a mash trigger, but still has the snaps. Lopez could create a pretty decent chain here, depending on what that card is in his arsenal. I definitely think you clear the dragon if you're Katsu, right?
I think you got to, because he does unblockable damage.
Yeah. You don't have any arcane damage, so you're definitely going to want to clear at some point. But we're going to go in with the Kodachis first, it seems. Keep the pressure up, but
yeah, he's got to. He's got to do some damage, but
yeah.
I don't see a way that Moises is getting out of this. It seems pretty pretty rough.
Yeah.
He's got a good dragon that requires a attack, and then he's going to have, he's got tummy tie up in there, so things could just go bad.
Katsu, I think, getting a lot of tools with his new set, being able to create really interesting chains for sure, but still kind of struggling with some of the ninja problems, which is playing out too many cards, getting fatigued, or just seeing your power cards early and then not seeing them later.
Yeah.
Still, definitely some things it looks like that need to be ironed out in Katsu. I would say a little spice. I think he just needs a little spice, and he'll be back at it again.
Yeah.
Oh, the third, Ancestral Empowerment.
I think, too, it just, not to downplay Zach's playing here, he's done a remarkable job at blocking, maintaining his health, chipping damage, setting up, finding his moments and not rushing to try to get dragons because he was scared of losing life. He's really done an excellent job with that. So now just coming in with a classic,
Blue 6.
blue 6. And all right, we're going to pop it. Here we go.
Nice. That's one of the 3 poppers he has.
Put one
in the
on
deck.
Ghostly Touch.
All right. Moses is looking for it. Smells the blood in the water. Had the popper.
Yeah. Excellent timing on that popper.
Yeah.
Really gives Moses a chance. Yeah, it always is. It's either at the perfect time or not.
Not. And not even on a dragon too, which is it was the damage card you need to go through.
Yeah, just the classic phantasm.
Classic. All right, Kadachi's coming back full force.
Yep, carrying less because Mask is gone, but
Death by 1,000 cuts.
here we go. We're just gonna start slamming down some combo cards. This is just a recoil though. Does it have go again on it naturally?
Definitely has combo.
It has combo, does not have go again.
All right.
So there we
Finding
go.
the razor.
He's got the razor. There's our go again.
There was the razor that he pitched early. Zach always being the wall, having the D-React in Arsenal. I cannot tell you how many times I've tried to attack reaction over this man, and he always has a movable or a sink or something.
Yeah, well played there. That's got to be a little bit disappointing from Moses. I don't know what's in Arsenal.
Oh, yeah. And I think that was Zach's last sink, if I remember correctly. But Moses should be seeing more razors, so hopefully Zach can close out soon, or else he's going to have to call every razor that he thinks is going to start coming. At 7, those razors can be game.
Does he have...
Oh, okay.
Okay, nice. So
Now, we're looking good here. So we're
he's
doing...
threatening the Vincerikai, but he's like, but for now we'll just do 4 with go again.
Yeah, you don't want to give him an opportunity to pop again, especially if he has another CNC. I guess he could have checked the arsenal to see, like, oh, how many CNCs, but I think it's going to look for that right about now.
Yeah.
And then go. You always want to do your attack action first, and then dragon. I think I punish a lot of players, Dromai players, who do dragon first.
Yep.
They'll immediately get popped if you have it.
Yeah. No, Zach is very familiar with his deck, so he knows not to put himself in a situation that he can't recover from. So
Oh, yeah.
he's going to threaten that damage, push him to 1,
Got him to 1.
and then he's just like, okay, cool.
Show me the popper.
6,
2 blocks? Okay.
6 or 9.
All right.
Your choice. And Sarakai just going to hang out here. He's got 2 ash. Yeah, he's feeling pretty good.
Back to your saying about that point in time where you said you would have gone for it. You would have been a little greedy. Here we are. Couple turns later, game's still going.
Yeah.
So being greedy, even at that close of margins, especially against the talent in this room,
Yeah.
you're gonna get punished. Always go, I think, for your outs. Play to your outs, safest options. 2 Arcane coming at you. Zachary Wallach winning it.
Great
Super
game.
composed.
Great game,
Super
yeah.
composed for sure.
I am curious because, back when I did say that, you can go for it or you can clear the field, I think Moses may have spent too much time clearing all the dragons and maybe could have done it because he sat at like 12 health for like 2 or 3 turns after that.
Correct.
And I think while it did benefit him, Zach was in that position where he was starting to see his cards again, and it just lost kind of control of the game at that point because he had to spend his entire hand attacking his dragons.
Yeah. No, definitely. Managing those dragons is a big thing. It's like whack-a-mole, but you do have to know which ones to hit and why, which ones that you can leave, because you are going to be sacrificing your damage to close the game as well.
Yeah.
So balancing that, learning that Dromai matchup, super important. If you haven't played against Dromai this meta, get a friend who knows Dromai, play against them, get some games in with them. You're going to be seeing them more. It's a very strong deck for sure.
Yeah, I think she's going to be very good, and anyone who's been playing her has a head start on that, and it's not an easy deck to just pick up and run. I think some people definitely have the skill to do it, but we've been talking about the whole game. There's just minuscule bits of value that you can find in every single turn where it's like, I'm going to take a little bit more damage, but over the next 2 or 3 turns, my choices are going to compound into something that's very impactful and really push my game state forward.
Yep.
And I think that is why, one, she's a super interesting hero. I think that's part of like how she's balanced too. It's not just like slamming Phantasm, Herald's down, which, no shade on Prism, but
Definitely a lot of fun.
I think, that was kind of a masterclass in it, because it felt for a while that Zach was like a little under the knife there, but he just held
Keeps it
on.
going, yeah.
And he found the way. So
He knew his outs. He played to it. He stayed strong, and that's the type of level of talent we have here in the venue. Always playing great games. Really dedicated people on their classes for sure. Stick around though. We're going to be having more finals games come up soon. I don't know who's playing next, but
you don't know. Rounds wrapping up in a few minutes, but we'll grab something good. It might be another Katsu, because there's a lot of them out here today.
Yeah.
Oh, it sounds like we might have a
We're interested
Kano.
in Kano. There are 2 Kanos in here today. Get your null runes out.
Praise be.
Go to the bathroom. Make some popcorn. We'll be back.
Yeah, we'll be back for a short game shortly.
Thank you.
We are back. We need to scoot to the right, a little to the right, a little to the right. All right, we're back. Blake, what's up, dude? You know what? I got to tell you right now, Katsu is pretty fun.
Katsu beat Dromai?
Katsu
Lost to
Dromai. So far,
No.
Katsu lost both times, but I've enjoyed watching him lose
Yes.
both times.
I also watched a Katsu match whenever I went downstairs. The one thing that I didn't realize, I don't know if you guys talked about this last round, is that Bonds of Ancestry is way better than I thought it was.
Yep.
Because I thought, like, oh, it's just a nice trick to go get a Dishonor so you don't have to have it in your hand. But you can do that with any card that's in your graveyard that has combo, I think is the stipulation.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, on Bonds of Ancestry, I don't... Nothing in my hand. That's it. 0 for 4. And then you, like, banish the blue Flusterfist from your graveyard that you've already blocked with, and then go grab the red from your deck.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because you're thinning your deck. Now you have more combo pieces of something. So, like, sometimes you're maybe going to be running the third of a combo thing, not because you have that combo in your line, but you're just like, I'm going to Bonds of Ancestry into this gross 0 for 4, and that's just going to be, like, it's like a mass trigger that's innate in the card, and now it's like a 0 for 8 or something.
Yeah. I mean, mass trigger when you attack rather than on hit. It's really cool. I think it's kind of double-edged, though, because it does contribute to the Katsu issue of kind of thinning out your deck pretty quickly. You're triggering Katsu, banishing cards, and then your Bonds of Ancestry, grabbing powerful cards. So I think at the end of our last game, we saw Moises really running into a lot of blue cards at the end of the deck when he needed a little bit more power to threaten Zach.
Breeze, Rider, Boots.
You know, so
That's
it
what you
was...
need.
Yeah, it was really cool to watch, though. I think there is a bit of a learning curve to figure out where he's at and what cards are best in there, but never mind all that, because have you heard the good news?
Tell me.
Kano is here. And he is, I would say, he's the Lord and Savior, Kano, from down on there in Volcor. He's come here to show us the way, and I am very excited.
I don't think I've ever seen his breathing intro before. Let's. Oh,
look at him breathe. And his hair's all moving.
Oh, he's breathing.
It is Feiyu versus Craig. It is Feiyu
whoa.
versus Craig. My God.
So Feiyu is definitely cooler than Craig. So root for Feiyu. Look at the beanie. He's back.
Feiyu is in the house. Happy to see
Oh, dude,
him
he's got
here.
cool tats now too. I don't remember those last time. Maybe it was more winter.
Ooh, rolling a
back
10.
then.
All right, so this
10 versus
is
9. Love the high roll here.
this is gonna be a hard match. I was real excited to see Kano come be our next choice, and then I was less excited when Craig decided to show up and play against him.
Craig said, I'm going to wear a shirt that has the brand of the place so I can immediately be polluting or whatever, be accused of being on the take here. We got AB2 plus the lantern. That's 3 plus the crown of seeds is 3.5.
Plus Oasis Respite, probably,
Oh my goodness.
maybe. Does he run it? I don't know. It is, we'll get some deck lists in a minute. I'm excited. I heard Feiyu did some gross Kano stuff to somebody last round or the round before. I love Kano. I'm not ashamed to say it. I think, you know, people who have a problem with it just need to get out more.
Get
You know,
good,
yeah. He's not taking down every event, but he'll take down some, and when he does, we love it. So
Kano also went, or not Kano, Feiyu also went to Starbucks earlier to fuel this.
that's not a HBO blooper where they left the Starbucks
Yeah.
cup on the table in the fantasy setting. I love that Feiyu's got the second Kano on the stack that he can put on the chain when he activates Kano. Just a nice guy there. So I'm going to guess it's probably just fairly standard Kano. We're looking to...
No spell. We're not going to give Craig a chance to do anything different.
Yep, just filtered out his hand there cleverly as Kano can do with his ability. Yeah, this is looking pretty standard Ether Wildfire focus combo. It might, in fact, be basically the Arsenal Pass list, I think, looking at this. Yeah, it looks pretty close if it's not exactly the same. So we'll be seeing some chip damage and then hopefully a big blowout turn.
Nice. We're choke slamming. Or no, choke slam is coming down, but we're centering foresight, Blake.
Yeah,
Let's
centering
pay attention.
foresight. He's going to opt. He's going to get a +1 arcane damage on the next spell he does. Just a great way to cycle through your deck a little bit faster. We'll see if all 3 cards go. Oh, you just put him right back on top. He's feeling pretty good about it.
And most of the time, people are afraid of the on hits that Oldhim's gonna do, but I don't think Kano really cares about the on hits besides the damage because he's got 10 less health.
Yeah, Kano doesn't really care about it, but it is a lot of damage.
Sonic Boom.
Sonic Boom! Yes, we love it. So he saw this Sonic Boom, and he saw what's next.
And he was like, my thing's good already. We're gonna use the Crucible to make our next one +1, so it'll be +2 from the Centering Foresight.
Nice. So
Sonic
he's
Boom
coming
for
in
5?
Nice.
Take that, Craig.
Sonic Boom! I love Sonic Boom.
Like, oh, you
It's
pitched
like-
4 already. There's no way you're gonna have enough to keep blocking. What is it, Arcane?
Arcane damage. That's what they call it, yeah.
Arcane Game and Events they named Arcane Barrier after.
We love Kano here. That's why we're named after him and his church of dealing damage through magic.
Yes.
So look at that. Top decked. Sonic
Lesson.
Boom into a lesson.
That's gonna immediately get played. Feiyu's gonna go, well, I get to do whatever I want again. That's fun.
It's just good. It's just good. And I was going to say, I love Sonic Boom. It's one of the most fun cards. Sometimes it's just the most high rolly BS. But you know what? Let me have my fun.
Craig is gonna block 2 of that. Block 1 of that, I believe.
Yeah, he pitched
yeah.
that's an Endless Winter.
So that's gonna limit. Feiyu can't go grab a 3. He can only do a 2 or lower. But that 2 or lower is going to be worth it for Feiyu. He's like, that's my whole deck, I think.
Pretty much. I don't think there's anything higher than 2.
Blazing Aether is a card everybody knows what's happening. We're going to... Basically,
he's-
that's representing 7 damage right now.
He's just going for it. He just hit it right off the top. You know what? That's why Opt is so good in Kano, because sometimes it's just about cycling, and other times you're like, cool, I'm just going to go have some fun while it's your turn.
Hold priority, hold priority.
Coming in for 7.
Which I think is interesting because Craig, it's like, oh my gosh, how did a 14 happen to me? But 9 damage right here, or I guess it's for 8, Blake. 8 damage is going to keep Craig in the lead.
Yeah.
But that gets him off. He's not going to have the Crown of Seeds, Arsenal, or anything like that for the next time that Feiyu does this either. So a free Arsenal card basically for Feiyu. So Feiyu's basically on Craig's ass right now of like ahead of the cycle. I like saying on it, but I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't. Well, I should figure out another way to say that. Of like he's on the offensive even though he's arcane.
That's right. He's offensively arcane.
Right.
So here we go. It's
This
Guardian,
single.
so he attacks. He's got 1 floating, so no threat of pummel currently. It's a disable. That's a.
Blue's gonna be 7, I think. Which
That's
is-
the Arsenal one, right?
Yes.
Yep.
So if it hits Feiyu, he's gonna put the card in his arsenal on the bottom of the deck. But he's not. Oh, it has to have crushed.
to crush, yeah,
4,
yeah.
4.
It's not that busted.
Yeah,
Yeah. Imagine if
All the newer cards.
just the new
Uh,
Oldhim cards are on hit. So here we go. Tome of Findel.
we're gonna heal up. Classic strat.
Took 4, gained 4, or no.
That is.
He
Yep.
took 3 and gained 4.
Interesting. I believe that.
Something like that.
Prognosticate's gonna be pitched to use our hero power. Hold priority. Hold priority. Hold priority.
Ooh, dang, he's got a 3rd Tome
Dude.
of Findel in his hand. That's some clumping. Speaking of clumping,
Yeah.
outsider cases.
My outsider's case had 3 Toma Findles.
don't get me started. So second Tome of Findel coming in, this time just for the card draw. Kano doing his thing where he plays a lot of cards, pitches a lot of cards, and does almost nothing.
I think it's interesting watching Craig because this is the least coolest cucumber I've seen him in my life. Of like, he's chomping that gum. He's just like, what is this guy gonna do? And like, I don't think this is a game of solitaire. I would never say that about Flesh and Blood, but he is kind of just like, just tell me what it is. Can I do this? Instead of like we've seen Craig just maestro move his equipment around to block things against people, against so many things, but all of that stuff that Oldhim usually has, it doesn't block Feiyu.
Yeah. Swell Tidings coming in for 5, I believe.
Because he's not even able to use his hero power to block the next 2 points of damage
Or 6.
because Feiyu's never going to even attack.
Absolutely. I think it is the thing where when you're playing Kano, it's a roller coaster of emotions on both sides because you're following along or you're trying to follow along or you just give up and you're just like, okay, like he's going to do something crazy. And like I said, will he pitch 6 cards and do 1 damage? Or, will he come at me for 47 damage somehow because he comboed off the top some crazy way? So it is a bit of, mess around and find out
Right.
when you're playing Kano.
And Sap Blue is not the card that Feiyu wants to see off the top, probably.
Absolutely not, but we'll take him. He's got Craig down to 22. That is a pretty good spot. He's in kill range if he can, if he leaves himself open to not be able to block like an Ethan Wildfire. But Craig is the kind of player who knows that he shouldn't do that. So
Right.
Feiyu will have to play a bit deeper game, I think, go for more damage over the long term to pull off a combo that is less impactful but still pretty good.
And Titan's Fist for 4 and hold 2 cards. Is there, Feiyu, that's going to put a clock on Feiyu about 8 turns of can you build your combo. And, every competent Kano player, if you give them 8 turns, it's like, of course I can do that.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about Craig. Craig's going to figure it out. But pitching a blue to Titan's Fist doesn't feel very great.
No, it doesn't. It's that kind of dance you play, though. Are you worried that Kano is going to pop off on you and you're not going to have enough cards to pitch against it, the Arcane Barrier? He does finally have an arsenal, so his Crown of Seeds can be activated now. But yeah, that seemed like a very small turn, but maybe he just didn't have anything else he could do on that turn.
Oh my gosh, did you see
without
these?
leaving himself totally open.
These characters are breathing above their heads.
Dude, peep the new UI on
Sheesh.
I guess not a UI, but just our design, that, technical director.
Probably cost 20 grand.
Justin Lewog.
Oh, it's color matched to the side?
Yeah, it's we're looking classy. I'm just saying, we're coming in high def, high quality, and look at that E-pot on the field.
Yes. So-
Feeling that juice. We're gonna pop that open whenever we want and just have extra resources,
Pitch a blue. Titan's Fist for 4. Same verse. Same
Second
as
verse.
the first.
Second verse, third verse, fourth verse. Guardian likes to swing his hammer. Craig's pivoting to a conservative game right here. I think he's got a tunic counter, but he does respect Kano's ability to kill you from where he's at.
And-
He's in the kill zone. So.
And Guardians used to do Sledge of Anvilheim. Do you ever think that's worth it? And maybe instead of my lantern, I'm going to run a Null Rune robe and give up your tunic and just let's Sledge of Anvilheim every turn instead of Titan's Fist for 4.
I think the way Oldhim has built his deck currently, he has too many 4-cost cards where the tunic is too impactful to make that the trade-off. It used to be good, but I think the way the deck's built for the rest of its matchups is probably not synergizing with the Sledge.
We're using our action point to draw 2 cards off of the Tome of Aetherwind, and now it's time to hold priority. And Kano.
Ooh,
Free
we love
energy
that.
potion number 2.
It's one of those things where you're just like, it's not exactly what I wanted, but I'll take it, and I actually feel really good now that I play this second E-pot.
Right. You give up crown every turn. LOL, no. Okay, well, now we know. Marcus,
I mean,
I'm not saying give up Tunic forever. I'm just saying in this exact matchup you could go down a card. And
I don't think there's enough.
there's
Kanos
not
in
enough
the
Kano.
meta,
There we go. That's the right sentence.
Yeah, we got
We
there.
were fist bumping.
Except here at fucking Odyssey Games.
here at this store.
where yours truly loves to bring Kano as often as
Yeah.
possible to all
I've
our
had
armor
3 Oasis in every deck for the rest of my life.
Just like, I want to be that guy that everyone has to be afraid of Kano because he shows up every week. And I'm okay with that. That's my 2023 New Year's resolution is just to play more Kano. So I'm doing pretty well, although this new set has got me excited for Uzuri.
Let's go.
Also, we'll be building some Arachne solitary confinement over there at the Attack Action podcast. We build, you build. We're all building it together.
Nice.
So Snapback coming in for 3.
Craig
Craig
who cares?
saying, who cares? You're going to have to go for your combo, and if I stop it, you're probably going to die.
And I don't think he's saying who cares. He's doing the right thing of you're never supposed to block a wizard spell on their turn because that leaves you so open on your turn to get blown up. So it's not a who cares. It's a very smart play from Craig. He is a smart guy.
Craig, the smartest, most delightful man.
Smart guy.
Big
Remember
fan.
that from Disney Channel?
No.
Me neither. Okay. We got
Quite a bit older than you, so my Disney Channel experience
Yeah.
was different.
You boys meet. That wasn't Disney Channel. This is Disable Blue. So this is going to come in for 7 big ones.
7 biggins.
That's going to cost 4. So we have. It's cost 5. Maybe I need to relook at Disable.
Let me just pull it up. And Feiyu's like just dropping the hand.
This
you know?
is a gross. I don't care about these cards. I love how into it Evan goes. He's either like so bored or he's like, this is the coolest thing ever. There's nothing in between. Which that makes sense in Kano things. Like it's either block 12 or do 37 damage.
Yeah,
so
pitch 12 cards and do either 1 or 37 damage. And disable again. It looks like there's a lot of disables in Craig's
Never
deck.
seen Craig play this many disables in my life.
He's got 6.
Maybe is this probably a new tech for the Rangers meta that didn't happen to him?
Maybe. I think Disable Blue has been in there. I'm not sure if the red one has also been there.
I don't think if we go back and look at his other deck lists, I don't think Disable Red's.
If you want to check out old deck lists from AGE events, make sure to check out age.events to see all the information from the past. Or even easier, decklists.age.events. Look at that. We even got the subdomain set up. Beautiful. We're technically savvy and just good people over here at AGE. Feiyu looking. So he's a Kano'd a Blazing Ether. So now he's got 1,000 decisions to make in his brain. He's got 2 epots. He's got a tunic. This
he's
looks
going like this with his hands.
Yes, let's go. Let's
Craig
go.
said, "Don't do that. Do not do that."
I think he's got a.
You just blocks 9 right now.
Let's go!
He said, "Y'all are gonna remember my name. You're gonna learn how to spell it, and we're gonna destroy it."
This is the part where I'm playing Kano when I move over to my life pad, but I just start doing math,
Yeah.
and people go, "Oh no." I'm just like, well, don't worry. I have to do the math to figure out if you should. Oh no, yet. But here we go.
This is a Storm Strider
Striders.
turn.
Feeling good. Ether Wildfire is coming into effect. We have to assume because what else would you be doing? This is the find out part of playing against Kano.
We also were lying to you earlier. Craig only has 2 Oasis, not 3. So there's not a chance. There could be a chance that he just whiffs on having an Oasis in Arsenal.
He might. His arsenal's been there for a second, so. But we heard previously Feiyu, Ether Wildfire, it was Oasis against, and then he went ahead and Kano'd a second Ether Wildfire off the top to just go ahead and do his big old combo anyways. So you never know against Kano. Things just happen, and this is what we're here for. We're 12 minutes into this round, basically, and bated breath.
Yeah.
Craig's sitting in for the
Crisscross
long haul.
applesauce for Craig.
He is. It's like, just
Let
let
me know
me
if I got the $400 from this freaking tournament already
Yeah.
or not.
He's like, I got one floating. I've got Oasis Respite.
Yeah. That's the first Aether Wildfire. Will there be a second one? That's going to multiply every damage over and over again. Our friend Evan was like, let me touch this dice and pretend to be part of this.
Oh, okay. So Oasis not in Arsenal.
Crown of
Will
Seeds.
he draw it?
We're blocking 1 from Crown of Seeds. 3 more from our next blue. We'll block 4, which is imperative.
Yeah. This has just cascading effects of diminishing returns on the Aether Wildfire combo. Basically, for every arcane damage you block here, you're essentially saving like 4 or 5 arcane down the line.
Right. And I think Feiyu and every Kano player kind of have to think that the number will be 4 from their opponent. So when you're doing your kill turn in your mind, the highest it'll be would be 2 from Aether Wildfire.
And this isn't, necessarily the kill turn, but it is a turn where he can make Craig's life really difficult. So
Ragamuffin time.
if Feiyu is able to maintain enough health that he can be just consistently...
Energy Potion on top, is that good?
Energy Potion on top's fine because he wants the blue in his hand.
Cool.
And he can put that Sonic Boom into on top of his deck, which he's then is going to get buffed by probably Metacarpus and Aether Wildfire, and then that will buff the next thing. The next thing will be free and buffed by Aether Wildfire, and then he's going to Blazing Aether. So he definitely has opportunity to do some wild stuff.
Tunic to go to 2. Energy Potion would be 4.
Yep. So
Talking about pitch
he's
here.
got 6 resources that he could activate.
And that's live right now,
Yeah,
right?
Blazing
The
Aether
will
already
double.
live, yeah. He
Double
just
plus 2.
Kano'd that off the top and was like, sure, let's do this. So we go to 4, breaking the first E-pot. We know the Sonic Boom is up here.
Hold priority. Sonic Boom.
So he's got to pay for the Sonic Boom. He's probably wants to Metacarpus it. So
We're
you
going
can
to use
pitch.
the Energy Potion from our hand. Sonic Boom costs 1.
Sonic Boom costs 2.
Ooh. That's
So
expensive.
a little more expensive. If he pitches 3, he can pay and float the 1. So the interesting here is, so if he keeps 3, he can either pay the extra for Metacarpus and leave 1 floating so that he can crack the other E-pot and hopefully Kano a 0 or 1 cost spell
Right.
so that he can just further push his Blazing Aether combo even higher, but no, he's going to pay for it.
He
There are a
heard
number
you.
of 0 cost
He's doing that.
cards in his deck as well that he could still do the same thing.
What are you looking for off the top if you're looking at his list? Like
Zap,
Aether Dart Red.
Aether Dart Red, Aether Dart Blue. I mean, honestly, anything that's 0 cost.
Oh,
Ooh, so we
a
hit the
big
Voltic
one. Oh
Bolt.
my god, is that it? What was the
I think
fist
so.
bump
That's
for?
He's going to do 6 damage, and then Blazing Aether is going to come in for 9, 10. I think he's got it no matter what, pretty much.
Jeez,
Let him play it out, though. Let's see what happens.
Literally, Evan just touched that button 35 times. So if we do the math at home, because we're going to have to, because they didn't try, we're going to do Sonic Boom into Aether. What is that? Aether Flare? Aether.
Aether Wildfire.
This
Oh,
guy.
no. Voltic Bolt.
Voltic Bolt. Voltic Bolt Red. He only has 1 in his deck.
Yeah.
That's such a. Yes.
Yes, he still had Blazing Aether, so it was,
Voltic
2.
Bolt, one of off the top for kill is like one of the luckiest, coolest thing. Not lucky. He's. We got a ZZZ from Marcus. Oh, a Guardian loses, and we got a ZZZ. That was actually cool because we're gonna do. Voltic Bolt is 4 or 5. 4 plus another one from if we want to use the last energy potion to. It was just
Do
a
another
lot.
Kano, yeah. So he could have done the Voltic Bolt for, I think it's 6, right?
Because 2 from Aether Wildfire added to it.
Man, I'm a bad Kano player today, but Voltic Bolt comes in for...
Because if you Blazing Aether afterwards, it was basically going to be like...
It comes in for
Plus
5. So
7
Voltic
plus-
Bolt would have been for 7.
And then 9 more from Blazing Aether.
And then, but he could have also Kano'd 0. I think he looked at the top deck. It was a Gaze the Ages and then a Singe underneath that. So he would have been able to push that even further. And then his Blazing Aether was going to come in for a lot. So just Kano stuff over there. And yeah, maybe some people don't like it and it might be boring to them. But you know what? That was awesome.
It was awesome.
You love to see it. It's just Kano. I'm sorry if you don't like Kano, you don't like Kano.
Yeah,
and that's,
bring
that's
your
your
Oasis
thing. But
recipe.
I thought that was a lot of fun to watch. It was fast little game. Craig, I think, played nice and tight. Tried to make sure he wasn't caught out too much. But there's only so much you can do when you block 4 on a Blade or Ether Wildfire, and then they just keep going. I think that's why I like Sonic Boom. Some people are really down on it, but being able to put that card there and then have another card after that and then have the resources to be able to Kano again. It's just like it allows for these things to happen where Kano sometimes it is a little high roll lucky based, but you're giving yourself that opportunity by playing these cards that have that effect and can continue along the way.
Which, if we remember, Craig said, it's better to be good. It's actually really hard to be lucky. But then Feiyu gets his 1 copy of Moises off the top. Take that! It is better to be lucky. But
there's a
you're
number
good
of
when
great
you're
hits
lucky,
off
you're
the
lucky,
top.
yeah.
Swell Tidings is basically a better version of Voltic Bolt because it gives you the Ponder with the Surge, which I'd never really seen happen. But there's a number of things he could have hit off the top there that all would have been good. And I think it's just really that's the exciting part. You kind of have to build your own luck a bit in Kano. And
one thing that I think is interesting
down.
about 2-2-0 players is they both brought their deck lists, but
censored.
they are like printed. They printed it off at so having a printer in this game kind of correlates to being at top
Having
tables.
a printer with ink in it, I think that's the real
Yeah.
caveat there, is
I have
that
a
there's not
printer-
always ink.
I have a printer in my house, but it's been in the closet for 4 years, which
You're not printing a lot of documents?
no,
man.
no.
That's cool. We got a guy, shout out to Thor Mike. He hangs out with the Attack Action crew. He does all his by hand. He writes them in a notebook. He does all his deck lists by hand. Like while he's like on break at work, he writes them all down. It's great. I'm just like impressed that he remembers all the cards and he wants to put in there. And he just goes for it. But we're gonna take a short break. We're gonna actually bring Feiyu on and we'll talk a little bit of Wizard trash. So if you don't like that, you're going on a long break right now. But we'll be back in a few minutes.
Go put your laundry in.
We are back. We are back with the free by Feiyu. Great job, man. That was really a fun match to watch.
Thank you.
I'll be honest, I was a little bit worried because it was Oldhim, and sometimes he messes Kano up. Were you at all concerned?
Yeah, I was like, this is not a matchup I got comfortable with, but
Yeah.
I got really lucky in
Yeah.
for the first few turns. Yes.
It happens. Like, I mean, you have those turns where it's like, I think you had your Tome of Findel turn where you pitch like 5 cards and you gain a little bit of life and then do like 1 or 2 damage. But, it gets you through your deck. But yeah, so tell me about it. How long you been playing Kano lately?
A few months.
A few months. Okay.
Yes.
How do you like Kano?
It's pretty fun. It's a hero that you can actually have the control of the game.
Mm-hmm.
You just like your opponent have to respect you.
Yeah.
It's like you have your full hands. Anything can happen.
Totally. Yeah. And I'm curious if you thought Craig might have been respecting a little too much because he had those couple turns where he would swing Titan's Fist but then hold a couple cards back, which you kind of want to do against Kano, but it also felt like it really hampered his gameplay.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, Quick is doing pretty good jobs playing like those disabled because he was reading my hands really good. He knows. We both know I have a Aether Wildfire in my arsenal.
Yeah.
And what he really want to just disable me.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Totally. That seemed to be the right card at the right time for him there. How your other games been going today?
I would say Kano doing pretty good job for me.
Yeah.
It was like he was. I got like blind Kano twice, but I didn't get punished. So
Okay.
hell yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So the list you're playing, it looked fairly similar to the Arsenal pass list. Is that
Exactly.
exactly that? Okay, cool. That's what I figured. I was playing this for a while. It just really good. It does the combo, and I mean, you do your little chip damage, but I think you did a really great job at chipping down Craig's life total. You got him to that area where even if he kind of nerfs your Ether Wildfire turn, you're not banking on 40 plus damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that one it's a scary matchup though. Like
It is.
because not only can he like defend really well against your Arcane, but then he's attacking you for like 9 every turn.
Yeah, exactly. And Quick is a really good Oldhim player too.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. He knows the wizard matchups. He plays smart, but I think like we were talking about on stream, like you when you Kano and you see Blazing Ether and you already got your Ether Wildfire, you're just like ready to go. Like,
Yes, and then I have a 0 confidence in that turn actually. I only have like 3 blue and then Sonic Bone in my hands. And it can be anything, but it also can be nothing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Well, what are your thoughts on Sonic Boom?
Sonic Boom, it's a love and hate card.
Yeah.
It's like it only deal like Arcane 3, but doesn't do much. It's like most people playing Arcane Barrier 3s as well. So
Totally. I feel that it can have a really low floor, but it also lets you do things where just like your turn just keeps going, and
exactly.
it allows for opportunity for wild stuff to happen,
Yeah.
and especially on an Ether Wildfire turn, I feel like that's if you're unsure about it, it's one of those cards that can just be like, it can show a Voltic Bolt, and and we were looking at it, we're like, oh, the one of Voltic Bolt in your deck is the one you hit off the
it's in the
Sonic Boom.
sideboard too.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but I mean, it's in there for this matchup, I think, specifically because it goes tall, and that's really what you need is be able to get that damage through earlier, and then set up your combo. Because I think a lot, if they're presenting the one Arcane barrier or something, you're just like waiting for your combo. But against Oldhim, we got to work a little bit more for it.
Yeah, that's true.
Awesome. Anything in the new set that you're excited about? Are you checking out any of the new heroes?
Yeah, I was trying to build a Riptide here for today.
Oh, yeah?
but yeah, I don't get enough cards, so
Yeah.
it's like bring Kano as usual.
Nice. Yeah, Riptide seems fun. I would be looking forward to seeing you play on Riptide as well. We always enjoy watching you on stream.
Thank you.
So yeah, man, thanks for coming out, and good luck on the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Awesome, man. We'll be right back.
Best of 3 like Tarek had anticipated, Darkodius said he was going to take his bragging rights and run with it. He was rumoured to have said, and I quote, "I'm going to knick-knack, bric-a-brac and get the out of here."
All right, we are back.
I was like, there's something in my mouth.
There's
These
something
people,
in his mouth.
They don't
Excuse
ask
us.
me.
I didn't
I'm
give him
being
a warning.
abused here.
We're back. We just watched a great Kano Oldhim match. I had a great time. We chat with Feiyu. He's just out here chunking damage on people. And you know what? That's fine. It's just how it goes some days.
He said, get ready for some more. There's 2 more rounds of this. He's like, I already got $50, but I want the other $350 coming my way.
You know, he's probably locked in. We're doing 5 rounds, so he's 3-0. So he's probably locked in for top 8, which I'm very excited about. So Kano probably wins today. Just going to say that now.
Hell yeah.
Why not? Unless he plays Dromai, and then we're just going to have to keep that lucky streak going. I don't know what
Could you
to say about
imagine
that.
being Alexander Vor? You whatever. I don't know if he drove or flew, but you come on over to California. Somebody wins the tournament you're in as Kano, and you're like, I didn't play Kano, but somebody won as Kano. Yeah.
These are the choices we all have to make before every single tournament. You know, unless you're just Craig who plays Oldhim every time. You know, you're actually thinking, should I play somebody else? And that's why I envy people who just specialize in like one thing, and I'm just over here
Being bad at
putzing
7
around.
decks.
Yeah, being bad at 7 decks instead of good at 1. So we got a special segment coming up. It's one of my favorites. I'm sure it's one of Blake's favorites. You know it. You love it. It's
called?
Barraging Blake.
Oh.
It's the
Hell
beatdown
yeah.
on Blake time. We're going to have some fun. We're going to talk about some things. And
And Trent's going to talk about Guardian cards in the chat and not pay attention to what's going on at all, you know? That's
he might
how it works.
He might be in the past. So, you know,
Yeah.
he's watching the game.
I just realized I'm not watching live. Well, we're going to know that
Shout out to
happened,
Trent.
and everyone else at home that's watching this later will have no clue.
He's going to find out where we're at. But here we are, Barraging Blake.
Time to give me the stroke that takes me out forever.
Let's
Here
have
we
some
go.
fun. What's our first topic today? All right, a pre-release report, Blake. How was
Oh, how did my
pre-release for
pre-release
you at
go?
Outsiders? I don't know how mine went. Wasn't great. How about you?
Okay, I don't know where this is getting at, but I went to two pre-releases, one on a Friday night.
Yep, right here at Odyssey
Oh,
Games.
this is what we're getting at. One on a Saturday. It's sealed both times. This
Yep.
isn't the draft thing that we're talking about. My 6-packs, super excited. I got my cold foil tokens. Down and Dirty was my Majestic.
Ooh.
That's
Ooh.
gonna not do anything for you. As we were doing it, it was like, okay, I have played Arachne. I know how this works. I'm gonna play Solitary Confinement Arachne. I'm gonna take these people to the cleaners. I'm gonna win this. I'm taking
Win
Friday
this
night
game.
seriously. And then I play against somebody in round 1, and I was taking it seriously, and I was like, they were like, I'm gonna Spider's Bite because I forgot, and I was like, I'm good on that, because that Spider Bite is gonna own me. And then they were like, all right, I'm gonna rage quit and get out of here. And I was like, oh no, that's not great. Like, but then I played Craig in round 2.
Is that really what happened?
Well,
You know what? If you miss something and your opponent doesn't allow you to happen, you have to live up with that because it was your mistake.
oh well, now we're piling on.
No, I'm just saying that, and it goes both ways. Because if you
Yeah.
let them do it and then you lose because of it,
Then I
that was
feel
your
bad,
choice.
Yeah.
you know, and you put that by asking someone to do that, you put that on them. And
Yeah.
I feel very strongly about this that you probably shouldn't ask unless it's like low stakes. If it's just a regular armory,
But this is a cold foil Uzuri, man.
Yeah. we're playing for
This
it.
is a
I
cold
won
foil
mine in the
Uzuri.
raffle, so I was
Get
fine.
out of here! If you're gonna play sloppy offense and sloppy, I didn't even know I was sweating that bad. Oh
Hey,
my
look,
God.
it's
like this from now on.
getting down and
So,
dirty in it.
We're getting on a tangent. So basically, then I beat Craig,
Ooh,
and
you
it was
beat
like this is the first time I ever beat Craig in my life. And once again, it was one of those 3 times where when I beat somebody, they go, "What the hell just happened? This is not supposed to be true," and I need to reevaluate my entire life. So Craig is never gonna not play Pile Arachne for his whole time because he looked over at my deck. He had there's like 17 cards in my graveyard, and he was like, "Okay, I got him on the ropes." There was still 24 cards in my graveyard when he did this.
Oh my
and
god.
he was like, "Oh my gosh." Yeah, Marcus Brown, like, yeah, it's pre-release. It's still casual area. I don't want to lose to people casually, though. I want to. If you're playing sloppy offense,
It is still
you're
your
playing
choice. You're
sloppy
not.
defense,
You're
yeah.
not. It's not your responsibility to allow other people to
Right.
make mistakes and get away with it. Like,
And then
you
I
don't
lost.
have to do it.
I lost game 3 and 4, and it was awful. And I was like, get me out of here.
It happens.
There was no point of
It happens.
being.
It's casual,
aggro.
but if you're trying to win a prize, then you don't have to give people advantages when they make a mistake.
Outsider report. What we're trying to say is, I spent
Look, we're both mad
$80.
about this.
$80. I got 2 Majestics, an Infiltrate, and a Down and Dirty. No legendaries. No nothing. Ruined relationships for years. Got late to the thing. Woke up. Was tired. Got an ear infection afterwards. Just
Jeez.
everything bad happened at pre-release where I'm like, I don't know if I'll ever do this again. But I love pre-release. But maybe I'll never do this again. Maybe I'll wait until
But I
the
love it.
cards come out. But this is so fun. And it wasn't that fun or whatever, but
Welcome to the chat.
yeah.
You know, it's fine. Pre-release is tough because sometimes you go and you buy some packs and you open a Fable and your life feels amazing. and
Fable
other
opened
times-
up next to me.
Oh my god.
Evan got a legendary.
Yeah, we had like
Somebody
3 or 4
else got a legendary
legendaries.
that I was like, oh
It's just
god,
like-
not this guy.
It's always it's always the bridesmaid, never the bride when it
Yeah.
comes to pre-release. Am I right?
Marcus is keeping us honest. Whoa, loud noises. Yes, somebody showed up for the first time in 3 months I've seen them and dropped 5 chairs literally 3 feet that way. After begging them to come hang out on Tuesdays when there's 25 people, can't make it there, but I'm going to come and just drop a whole bunch of like full-on metal chairs from the WWE as loud as possible on stream.
I mean, you
Right.
you are the heel in this situation,
Okay,
right?
we're going to zoom through these next 3 unless
go.
it's
We
something
both-
really bad.
We both barraged on that one.
Yeah.
Let's see. What's our next topic?
It's
It's the Ice Brute Hero. Rhino,
oh my
Reckless, Rhino.
god. That didn't even make sense for a second. Ice Brute Hero is not even worth talking about. Okay, so Ice Brute
I don't
Hero.
know what it is. Tell me what it is.
Ice Brute Hero is never going to happen.
Aw,
And
come
everyone
on.
being like, Ice Brute Hero, oh my god, I can't wait for that. Intimidate and Frostbite do not go together. There is nothing that synergizes with that. And you could say, well, that's how Brute cards goes. They don't synergize with each other. I get that argument.
That's the class design.
But if you look at Tales of Aria, are there more 6s and buffs in Ice, Lightning, or Earth? Oh, Earth. How much Ice is in Reinar's card art right there? 0. How much Earth is in his card art?
Yeah, but
100.
he's not the Ice Hero.
Right.
It would be a different
So
Ice.
you okay? So of all the cards that Ryan, what is his name? Ice Brute Hero. Let's call him Ice B.
Ice Bee.
No, let's call him Yeti or something. So
Oh, yeah, he
Yeti,
definitely would be a Yeti,
Yeti
yeah.
can use channel Lake Frigid. Why would you want them to? Oh, you can't block from hand.
And you
It
have
doesn't
now
affect
cards
them.
you can pitch. You have more
It
cards
doesn't
to
affect
pitch.
them. It's like channel Bleak Expanse doesn't work for Brute. What would that do for you?
Roll them dice, though. Find out.
Hypothermia's bust the 08, can't use it. Ice Amulet 08. Like Ice Amulet is like an intimidate, but it's an actual good intimidate. Maybe that's the first argument. You would have to completely make 6 more of those. The Winter's Visit or some bull. All the 6 ice cards from, I don't even know what these cards are called. Tales of Aria. The ones no one used. Winter's Fang or something.
Oh, yeah. What's it? Frostfang.
Frostfang. Everyone in there that uses these cards is like, duh. Yeah, Frostfang doesn't work with barraging, like, all those ice attacks that we're talking about would not work with any of the cards that is currently in the thing. And you're like, yes, you would make new ones.
What if you could
Channel Mount Heroic, barraging.
intimidate all their cards and then give them like 8 Frostbites and deal a bunch of damage? Then they have all their cards but can't do anything.
There's no way anyone behind me would play a deck different than that. Then it would just be 36 people playing Yeti meta.
So it'd basically be a better Oldhim is what we're
Yeah,
deciding
and it's
right
like, do
now.
you want? Oh, the Ice Brute is Oldhim, and we just gave him a shield. Like we've already seen that. Like cheering for Ice Brute doesn't make sense. You don't understand the cards of Brute and how they are. A better
Nobody
thing would be
understands the
Earth
cards of
Brute, where we could Blood Rush Bellow into a Channel Mount Heroic and just do 37 damage in one turn, and we set up for that the whole time. When we Force of Nature, but we can't use that because it's a specialization.
What about a light brute?
Next slide. Let's go.
Here we
It's
go.
not worth talking. Light Brute?
Yeah, man.
Soul Shield? Buyouts? I don't even know about buyouts. Like, buyouts?
What are buyouts?
What is buyouts? So we got, I didn't do the research on Salty Whale. So what's interesting about buyouts is you're buying cards, then they're out.
And now we can't get
people
those
can't
cards.
get them, and it's like, okay, that's what we're talking about. So it's like,
We found the
what
thread.
team are you on? I think this is not barraging Blake down right now. This is a morality question for you. Would you
Welcome to late stage capitalism,
would
where
you-
morality no longer exists.
right? Would you rather have one person make a bunch of money, or
Mhm.
every person have access to card?
Uh,
If you say, I prefer money for my pocket over community get card, you deserve leg broke. And that's serious. Like, we're going to grow the community. We're going to grow my wallet. Some of y'all care about growing the wallet. And it is something where it's like, I'm going to root against you for the rest of my life. And like, oh, but Blake, your collection went 1.3 since last year. I'm not selling my cards. I play cards. I don't sell cards. I don't work at Frank's Sons. I don't do any of this.
yeah, I'm not Frank. I'm not his son.
Yeah. And it's like, I honestly, like, this is not spicy, but this is a scoop here, and they're going to know who it is, but whatever. Don't buy a pack of Alpha. Welcome to Wraith for any price less than like $50. Because the people you are just building up money in somebody's pocket and they're just sitting on stuff. I know you probably want a pack of a chance to get a legendary. Don't buy a pack of Welcome to Wraith for $100 when you're in Baltimore because you want to get a chance at it's not going to happen for you. Oh, I can get a cold foil scavenge. Not
Just buy a bunch of scratchers and then
yeah, like come
use
on.
the profit
Go play
from that.
poker if you want to make money on a card game.
That's
like
true.
why are you and like I think one thing that buyouts are doing that I really hate about this is I am encouraging people to join this community and join this card game. And whenever you say, don't worry, tunics are $375. Like, you're just like, Jesus. They used to be $110. I get that there's more players. But like, when somebody says, oh, I opened up a tunic, great. I can sell this to someone for almost $400. It's kind of gross because I'm not trying to be charity where we give these cards away to new players, but it is kind of like a homie discount type of thing, or welcome to the community. Here's a tunic for 150, 170, like a price I've paid in the past. I'm not saying lose $200 on this because it's market value, but when we run ourselves out of players that come into this game because it's so expensive, we're all going to be looking at each other 2 years from now being like, I wish we were playing more Flesh and Blood. And then the 16 people that have mansions will have mansions.
Just Scrooge McDucking their cards in their giant vault filled with cold foils. You know, I think this just, reiterates the truth of Tunic was a mistake.
Right.
And the biggest mistake that they can undo in this game.
Right. And it's maybe like sell your tunic now because they're going to ban it soon
you
or
make
whatever.
money, man.
But I think if I can soliloquy and aside or go on a tangent here,
Preach.
this is kind of like LeBron James.
Oh, it is exactly like why.
LeBron James showed up to the NBA, and the NBA worked a different way before LeBron James showed up. You play for an entire franchise until they get you better players, and then when you get a better player, a second in command, you probably win. But he was like, I don't want to wait for that. I'm going to go do this on my own. Super teams exist whenever. Yeah, there's the Showtime Lakers that had a super team before, blah, blah, blah. But he was like, I'm going to make super teams, and I'm making the NBA cater to my stuff because I'm buying out. Like, it behooves the NBA to cater to me because I'm the star player. Star players in our community is people who have a bunch of money. But once LeBron plays for 20 years, and then he like ruins the NBA where it caters to him, and then what's left after LeBron retires of now everyone's just used to super teams, and now we don't have the NBA like we used to.
You lost me at sports.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
But I will agree that I don't like buyouts, and I think if cards have value, they will have value intrinsically and don't need to be forced by buying them out, making it harder for new players. I think, it's hard enough to get new players into this game. We'll be talking about that a little bit later. And it doesn't really help. And if you're trying to make money, that's great. Go do it somewhere else.
I haven't completely rolled my eyes on any of these topics yet, so I'm very worried for what's about to happen next.
It's fine. I just like that I've been hot and heavy with you in it.
Yes.
We're feeling it today. This is barraging
The double-sided beatdown.
Blake and Colin down.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got. Okay, In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. I've had both. I've had one Whataburger.
What are you about to say, Colin?
I love In-N-Out.
Well, that's very diplomatic, I guess.
I feel like Whataburger had all these choices, and I didn't know what to do, and it was just like, okay, I got it.
Which at In-N-Out, they eliminate choices.
There's no choice. You get it
eat
animal
what you
style every
like.
time.
Yeah. We'll give you the only thing we have.
What is your opinion here?
It's interesting here. In-N-Out is better than Whataburger.
Is that
Allegedly.
what you're saying?
No, that is what this screen says.
This screen right here.
This screen right here. In-N-Out is better than Whataburger. These are two things. Whataburger hands down in the chat. That's the first time someone said anything. I'm from Texas, and Whataburger is my what a burger.
Whataburger.
What a burger! Like the commercials, you don't have the whole thing. In-N-Out commercial. What's your favorite In-N-Out commercial?
The one that
Doesn't
says,
exist.
In-N-Out.
That's what. Oh, actually, I guess it does exist.
It's
I
a-
like
they do
In-N-Out
radio
better now.
commercials, you know? I don't know why that's what their burgers are all about, though.
So Whataburger has the nostalgia for me. I'm from
Okay,
Texas.
that's fair. That's fair. Texas.
Ingredients, better ingredients, better burgers. Maybe that's at In-N-Out. But there's only one thing you can get at In-N-Out. Do you want a burger? They literally say, do you want onions? Do you not want onions? Do you want cheese? Do you not want cheese? That's it.
No,
that's
you get
all
animal
they
style.
do.
Grilled onions. It's grilled with mustard on it. Extra sauce, extra pickles.
Right. At Whataburger, they're
all I
putting A1 steak sauce on your burger.
Gross.
At Whataburger, oh, gross.
A1 steak sauce goes on steak, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, so if we're gonna brass taxes, Whataburger, nostalgia for me because
That's
I
fine.
grew up there.
Yep.
In-N-Out is very good. Whataburger I can get out of in 4 minutes. In-N-Out it takes an hour and a half, and like that doesn't make the burgers worse. I get it, but it's like it's a chore to go to In-N-Out. Like somebody was like, it literally happened Friday after pre-release. Let's go to In-N-Out afterwards. I was like, great. I could really eat a burger that tastes worse than Whataburger. And I was like, we went over there. We drove over there. The line was packed completely out the box because people love In-N-Out. But I think if there was a Whataburger option here, some of y'all would be split down the middle. Whataburger is like charbroiled or whatever. In-N-Out is like grilled. There's a little bit of a difference. Whataburger is like what Burger King could taste like if it was a smaller chain. Of like, do you like the style of Burger King? You're going to go, no, I vastly prefer McDonald's. But what if Burger King was a better burger and that's Whataburger? And you're just like, oh, okay. Shakes, they had a Dr. Pepper milkshake. They've got
I don't know what that
taquito.
means.
Oh, my goodness. Honey butter chicken biscuit alone dunks on anything on In-N-Out. So I didn't even have
What
to
does this have to do
mention
with burgers?
But it doesn't say better burger. It says is better than Whataburger.
There you go. There you go. Okay.
Unless we're doing literally In-Out burger is
caught me on
better
a
than what a
technicality.
burger.
Look. Is there a world where
So Whataburger is just Carl's. I swear to God.
is there a world where burgers can just be enjoyed from different places without having to be so on a tier list?
I do think people do the whole like, let me choke you out if you don't think In-N-Out is good. What's interesting, the only place you can get both of these, Arizona. So we could ask Alex Rohr if he wins the whole thing.
That would
how
be
he
number
thinks
one
about this.
question.
And then Texas. Texas has both of these in certain cities. And I would assume that the people in those cities, I would say in Arizona they probably eat more In-N-Out. And I would say in Texas they probably eat more Whataburger. Definitely.
We'll have
They
to
would
look at the numbers there. I think our decision here is inconclusive.
No, it's okay. Here we go. So doused and die. This is gonna be bad later, but gigantic cinnamon roll. What's cinnamon roll can you get at In-N-Out?
I didn't know I needed to get one there.
I mean, what I'm saying is Whataburger.
They got
Top
a
to
lot to
bottom.
offer. They got a lot to offer, it seems.
I think
When
after
did they come into California?
after 10 years of eating In-N-Out, the zero selection kind of goes from being like this is pretty cool to being like I have to really want that specific thing.
Wasn't that why you go somewhere to eat?
And that's for sheesh.
Look, we got Flesh
Okay.
and Blood coming up. We
We're gonna
had a
have to
bit of a
edit that one
long break
down.
because that last Kano game was real short. So
Yes.
obviously we're waiting for the round to end. Otherwise, you would just be watching old games. So hope you found that fun. Blake, thank you for always taking this like a champ. And I think we'll bring Josh up in here
Cool.
so I can take a bit of a break. And have fun. We'll be right back.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're just a little
This
closer.
is, this is a pairing you haven't seen yet
I know.
today.
Troublesome duo, for sure.
The Myers Bros.
Meyer, bro.
Take that, or Mario. I guess we could
No,
do one of these Halloween. Halloween AG doesn't exist yet, but
No, we'll get there. We're
I
gonna be
can
here
do
all
Mario,
year.
You can do Luigi,
Why do I have to be Luigi?
because I'm definitely Mario.
What do you mean? What is that supposed to be?
Literally more. Oh my gosh, we got haters in the chat. We're gonna go straight to match info because they are
Going real
Levia.
fast. Levia Allen. Whoa, against Peter. We're gonna be playing Katsu versus Levia today.
I think this is our first Katsu on stream today, so that should be.
I don't
fun to
know if
watch.
that's correct.
No, there's like 6 of them.
There's a lot of them out there. You're going to be seeing more in your local meta. Allen on Levia, though, is a first, I'm pretty sure, for this event.
Look at this token. I think that's the whole reason he's on
he's-
stream right now. He's 3-0. Maybe he's on stream because he's 3-0 then.
Yeah. People will always doubt Allen and some of his deck builds for sure, but he proves that as a player, he fundamentally knows his math, and if you don't respect his build, he will for sure win. And
Right.
Levia is literally just here. From my understanding, and I talked to him, this is just Reinhardt with 2 Levia cards.
What are the 2 Levia cards? The 6?
Uh,
the 6 blues?
We're gonna get a list coming up here. I'll know those 2 Levia cards, but talking to him prior last night at a outsiders draft, he said that that's the plan, and so far it's working. I mean, Reinhardt's good.
I think what's interesting is when you're saying Reinhardt it's Reinhardt with 2 different Levia cards. You're gonna lose out on Alpha Rampage and you're gonna lose on Sand Sketch Plan, but those aren't
Yeah,
that
that's what
big
you
of a
see
deal.
coming. It's mostly,
And-
it's just Reinhardt cards.
And then the thought process is Intimidate is a good mechanic when you're trying to close out the game, but it's not that great for the first 85% of the game. So maybe you are giving your opponent the chance to like donate cards to you to make your turns more consistent when they can't come back and fight you.
All right, so we do have the deck list here. How's the Katsu list looking, Blake?
We have Razor Reflex, Command and Conquer.
Classics.
Art of War 3.
Classic Katsu.
We're going to try to Maginchi release a whole bunch, I guess. 2 floating dojos will be visited. And Dishonor. Dishonor is, I think what's interesting is, does Peter know the idea of there's not very many blood deck cards in here? Or did you say, I'm guessing there won't be too many blood deck cards.
No, there isn't. I'm looking at it currently right now. You have things like Smash Instinct, Smash the Big Tree, Swing Big, Humble. You have a full rainbow set of pummels because you just smash as Reinhardt. I'm trying to find where the 2 Levia cards are, and I think it's Deadwood.
Endless Maws right here.
Endless Maw, and then I guess he has some Deadwood Rumblers in there.
That's the blue 6.
That's the blue, yeah, blue 6. So just some Levia sprinkled in there, but mostly I think of a classic Brute build. Less Shadow. No Husk currently.
Interesting.
I talked to him about that. I said, Husk is great, right? And he said, nah, I like Tunic better. And I was like, okay, Alan, you know him better than me.
And that's another Levia card. That's our 1 Soul Harvest going straight into, that's another blue 6. Interesting block. We're just going to block 6. Started off. And now, I think it's interesting. Let's just watch Peter go to work. I think this is going to be somebody who will be on the forefront of breaking Katsu soon.
Yeah.
He's helped break Fei probably. He's won a couple. He won a major tournament as Fei.
Yeah.
Unless I'm making stuff up. I think maybe he got a top 8.
No, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. He has some really great placements. I'm pretty sure he did win a calling or battle hardened
on Fei.
a Saturday or Sunday event that had a lot of players in it.
And battle hardened on Kano. So if the Kano's waiting for him later in today, he's going to be all kinds of matchup knowledge for today.
He's gonna do a quick play with Like Water. He's gonna pay the effect for Like Water, giving it a name. I obviously can't know what that name is just yet. I think
Hero Power 2. I think most of the time it's gonna be Surging Strike.
Yeah,
if it happens at the beginning.
Correct.
And now we're probably gonna go grab a Gust Wave color that we want. And he's just zooming. He's gonna choose the other Gust Wave, not the one you remember, the Descendant Gust Wave. This is a 0 for 5. So a 0 for 3 that says pay 1 to enable a 0 for 5. So it's actually 1 resource for, what is this, 8 damage?
It's super great on value for sure. And this is only the second chain. Ninjas play usually up to the 4th chain, if not more. And this is going to be probably more blocking because I see Alan having a Beast within hand, and that's a big card for swinging ahead in damage. Gonna give Scabs real early. Gonna do a Fate for Scene real early. Both these players play insanely fast. They know.
This will be over in 7
Yeah,
minutes.
they know exactly what their decks do. And this is gonna be like a beautiful game to watch. I think definitely go grab some
I think
snacks.
what I was trying to say earlier, but I didn't get it out, is I think Peter's gonna go for this honor, not knowing that it doesn't really affect Alan's game plan.
I think so too.
And so this would be a game-winning play most of the time where Alan's just going to go, shrug,
Okay.
thanks for nothing.
I don't have blood.
I don't need my hero power anyway.
Alan, always with the mind games. He has 2 claws right now. One of them's white, one of them's CF. They are both the left or the right. They're both left claw, I'm pretty sure. No, they're both right claw. And his Levia is all torn up and trashed.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there a story of we drove over that on purpose, or it just got that bad in his bag?
He just felt like that's what he needed to do to express himself, Blake. And I'm loving it.
I love creative expression.
Yeah.
Here comes the Dishonor. If Alan just says take 4, I think maybe that's a not a green light, but that would be a signal to Peter of like, I'm just gonna do whatever the heck I want this game. But Alan knows different.
It's crazy how fast Peter went to the Dishonor too. So he has one in hand because he had to banish it to get the other one.
Right.
So having early Dishonor seems really powerful, and later Dishonor is not as so. So now he's Dishonored. He gave it to Alan.
That's so disrespectful, honestly.
He says,
if
"Here, you are
put
Dishonored."
A Dishonor on my hero,
Oh,
I would literally throw it back across.
Here you go. Alan said, "Yeah, we're gonna put that underneath." Okay.
Jeez.
We're gonna.
He's so mad. What was that? And I have 40 health, and you have 29. Evan's laughing at it. I know Alan's probably not laughing inside. Blood Rush Bellow.
Peter's not gonna be laughing for much longer after this Blood Rush Bellow.
It wrecked.
All right,
I have
Alan.
6s in hand.
Never,
probably.
yeah, it's not random. Alan's shuffling like there's a chance that he could miss. I never see Alan miss. They're probably both 2 6s in hand.
I think he's trying to be like, no, we're dishonoring taking that. Random. Love how random this is sometimes. Beast Within
Beast
is
Within.
a hit and a half right now.
Oh my gosh.
Gonna Beast Within off the top.
Reckless.
1 damage, 2
Unmovable
damage.
blue. Smash Instinct.
Oh.
Pack Hunt blue.
He's running these blues?
E-Strike.
Oh my
Pummel.
god, Alan. Oh my god.
Found it after
But
that
he got a
many.
blue one.
How much is that?
That is literally
1,
it's gonna
2.
go to 21. I think.
Oh man, believe it or not, I've seen Alan Beast Within a worse dig and still win. So please don't count him out just yet. This is going to be a spicy game. Dishonored and a Beast Within for 6.
Then he still has to draw 2
7
cards off
because
the
of the one he
top.
drew.
That
Alright.
was bad. But if you want to look at the silver lining of that, there was going to be some bad turns offensively for Allen that now he just zooms through.
Alright.
There's no Intimidate.
There's no Intimidate. He laid it out because he thought he was playing Reinhardt, and that's literally the build. That's so fun. Well, if you didn't put your card over the Levia, you would know it's not Reinhardt, man.
If I was Allen right now, I would be not crying inside, but he's definitely a better player than me because if someone threw Dishonor on my hero and then I did 8 damage to myself off Beast Within, I would be so mad.
Oh, man.
But this isn't about me. This is a call for 5.
Oh,
We'll
man.
go again.
He is 3-0, and I've seen him in situations like this. Going to be an interesting game. I imagine Peter won't be doing much of blocking as traditional Reinhardt, just a lot of vanilla. A lot of vanilla, and Peter's ahead by 20 life. Why block?
But this is going to get him. I think he's going to probably end the turn at like low 20s, though, because
100%.
there's going to be something gross here.
Double claw on a Blood Rush Bellow is disgusting. You never want to block them, and they have go again, and that's just 10 damage.
Is that an Enlightened Strike in Allen's hand? Or no?
It does look like an Enlightened Strike.
She's going to save for later.
But he now will Smash Instinct, which is a Brood card, so it's going to Intimidate.
And 7 + 2 is 9, so it's going to be a big 9 coming in.
Big 9.
He's going to say, let's...
Alan
Let's
did the math
tie.
so fast, he knew all of that. And he's like, oh, okay, we're still even. And he was able to slap back.
So 21 and an Arsenal card versus 21 and a 4-card hand.
He would have been ahead by 7 health if he didn't get a Beast with it. Oh, man. So,
He said, I'm not going to Blood Debt, but I'm actually going to do the most damage to me I've ever done in my life. Art of War means get ready.
Yep.
Crane Dance in the Banish. Nobody cares about Crane Dance. That's just an enabler.
Correct. Good Art of War.
I think Peter plays so fast that whenever you see him hesitate for a second, you are kind of being like, great.
Yeah. I'm the same way with Alan. Every time I'm playing against Alan and he doesn't respond to my playing within a second, I feel like I've won. I'm like I made him think for like 2 seconds. Oh man. Most of the time though, he just slaps a card down and I'm like, okay, Alan.
Alan choosing to use the old school thought of you never block surging because there's going to be worse stuff later. So, what could be the worst stuff? Here's a Whelming Gustwave that's banished.
Yep.
Or discarded. So he's going to go get the other Gustwave? No, he's going to get Bonds of Ancestry.
He only has
so
one in hand, yeah.
He has one in hand. Interesting. I kind of I've been having a weird relationship with Bonds of Ancestry today. Of like that card is way better than I think.
Oh, it's super good. I think a lot of people were excited when it was revealed.
Because it's kind of just go grab.
Yeah.
Go thin your deck, go grab, go damage. Like the
Right.
whole thing is good for Katsu.
100%. I think you're seeing that's why so much representation out here. Just really consistent lines now coming out of Katsu. I think what's just missing is a little spice, in my opinion. I'm a big fan of some spicy builds, but playing your chain out like that, I know as Viscerai just playing the Shrill, Mordred, and Mobskies and the Rosetta, that can just win you games by just continuing that pressure.
Right.
So pressure's good.
And I think what's interesting is when you do the old way of thinking of I'm not going to block Surging Strike because there's a Whelming Gust Wave later, and then it's Descending Gust Wave, you're like, oh god, like I wish I was blocking an on hit instead of just raw damage, but here we are. The only thing that happens after Descendant that adds anything is Bonds of Ancestry, right? There's not another thing after Descendant? I think it's just
I think, no, there's Dishonor, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Dishonor
Yeah.
comes after Bonds of Ancestry. We're bumping it to get the bonus damage. Bonds of Ancestry 0 for 5. He's just gonna
Pull
0
back.
for 5, 0 for
He's
5.
gonna put the other Dishonor on. He's gonna be Dishonored twice.
And if he throws that, he's like, "Where's my third copy of Dishonor?" Oh yeah, I threw it at my opponent.
Probably wasn't the best idea to take the thing that's supposed to be in my graveyard and throw it at my opponent. I guess
that was the one
That was
he
the banished one.
banished,
Yeah.
He was like, "Where's the third?" Oh my God, he did it again.
Blake would have stood up. Blake would have stood up in fury by now.
Hopefully Alan
Excuse me,
has
sir.
Blood Rush number 2.
At
I
9, he
don't
does
think so.
not have that Blood Rush number 2. Alan's doing his best to block out a just Art of War turn, which we've all been here. We've all been underneath those
Right.
clouds, feeling the
See,
pressure.
I was back in the day. I was playing Bravo, and Katsu would always eat my lunch, and then Katsu kind of fell out of favor whenever Oldhim showed up. So that was the year and a half that I was playing Brute.
Yeah,
But Brute against Katsu is not fun.
yeah. No,
and
no.
obviously Fei is a whole different story as well. But like a resurgent ninja meta is not what Levia and Reinhardt are hoping for, I don't think.
I think we're going to still see more traditional Levia builds struggle a bit until they get more shadow things.
Right.
Reinhardt also will benefit from hopefully more brute things, not just shadow things that might come out in the upcoming set. But we just need to go to the Savage Lands. You know, we're outsiders right now. The assassins, the archers, they got the free presence.
In 8 months, we may have support. Let's go.
Yeah, always to the future. Always looking to the horizon. Alan Dishonored twice. At 9, and I think Peter's gonna look for almost a Kadachi lock, but we're gonna do another surging, the yellow one.
There's no blood debt yet, but that endless
Correct.
maw will be a blood debt soon.
If
But
he can
may-
discard it.
Yeah, or
Right.
yeah, if it's in his banished zone.
And the small's just a good card, good value. He's giving up the tunic.
We're blocking, and I think what sucks is like block, pitch 2 to swing the claw is kind of not good enough.
No, it's not
Just
gonna be enough to
claw back
trade.
in.
And especially because you know that Peter's next chain most likely is gonna be as massive, like at
Bonds
least
of-
4.
So right now, if you're watching at home, here's why Bonds of Ancestry is good. We're not gonna. Let's go.
So
Flusterfist.
Flusterfist is pretty great here. Flusterfist is just a 0 for 4 red, from my understanding, and it blocks 3. I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure. So it's just good value, good break point.
He has Beast Within as his only 6, so he can't use that Blood Rush Bellow. Just bad day to be, not bad day, bad round to be Levia of drawing kind of weird while you're also getting gust, and waved. He's going to block with those 2 cards. Definitely going to put the Blood Rush Bellow in Arsenal to try and have a way back in.
Alan has to pray that Peter's next hand isn't going to be as optimal because he doesn't have an arsenal, so it's not going to be as wide. But
I'm checking. Does Peter run the short and sharp for game? No.
see.
You remember short and sharp?
Which one's short and sharp?
Short and sharp is the brand new outsider card.
Okay.
That your dagger can go from 1 to 4 out of nowhere, and you're just like,
Oh, is it the one where he's like diving down?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
that would be the worst.
He does have razors.
We're gonna pitch Blood Rush.
He does have
Swing
razors.
a claw.
All right. Well, that's all you can do. Put some pressure on. It's going to take. Go down to 9. Alan says, please not have the whelming
Please.
Gust Line hand.
And it's gonna happen though. We all know.
Kadachis, when you're at 4 health, feel so massive.
Was that a no? He does have this rounds on me. He just did never draw it.
He just did not draw this rounds on me,
Ah.
correct?
What's the point of playing tech cards if you can't draw
In
them?
the first 2 turns, yeah, I know.
We're gonna Snapdragons and immediately play Lord of Wind. Nope. We're gonna
CNC.
Command and Conquer.
He does have it now, this round,
Yeah.
but he had to use it to block. Alan's in a situation where he's going to get Kadachi locked right now.
Immediately Kodachi locked.
Yeah.
The 0 for 4 block, sink below, coming in clutch, because we won't take a damage from that on this round.
Yep.
But Peter's just going to be able to initiative Alan into death.
Correct. Very fast game, very well played so far, but it just seemed that Katsu was able to create consistent damage, consistent pressure against the Levia, and
And then he goes, I have a 5 damage attack, so your 4 block means nothing. It does mean
Yeah.
something.
He arsenaled
I'm
it.
surviving to
Yeah.
minute 39. Draw 4 cards. Kodachi lock. Draw 4 cards. Kodachi lock.
I wake up, I put on my cowboy hat.
Yeah.
All right, block, and
Oh,
there's the
razor
razor
for
for the
death.
finish. GG. Very fast
Jeez.
games played by two very skilled players.
Oh my god, what a hater.
Yeah, he had to show him through the 2 Dishonors on the Levia. Peter coming all the way out from Vegas today to play.
Yes, to dishonor people.
To dishonor people, throw it on their hero. Having a fun time.
I guess that's kind of like lore, or what is it, canon, or whatever. Like dishonor somebody by throwing a card at them.
Sure. I think there should be a token when you're dishonored. We should make it.
Just my face went like this. Where you look like you've been through the ringer.
Yeah, when we get the Fab Metal token dishonored.
I think what's frustrating about Alan is like you have good cards in your deck, you just don't get to play them if you're blocking the whole time.
It's very true, and Ninja will make you block the whole time.
We see the Humble in here.
Super great.
What's Humble doing?
Humble turns off the hero
So you can't go grab a Gust Wave
Correct.
from your hero
for the
power.
turn. If you hit a Briar, they can't make embodiments.
Right.
Super solid.
Dishonoring them for a turn.
Correct. Yeah, you're pretty much like dishonoring for a turn. It's very useful for buying space, in my opinion, and just wanting to have a generic red 6. I think I wanted it to always be what Erase Face did, but now we get Humble, which is exactly
Right.
the turnoff I was looking for.
Because, like, which hero, like, okay, you got Bravo on the time he wants to. Bravo hero power is like, we're only doing that when we're so far ahead.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be, when you get humbled, it's not going to happen to Bravo. Oh, we turn off Intimidate. Cool. I didn't care about it anyway. We turn off Dory's hero power. That's gross.
Super gross.
Humble Dory all day long.
Yep.
Humble Katsu could basically save damage coming at me.
Humble Viscerai. Humble
Humbling
Briar.
Kano is good luck. Goodbye. You're done.
I guess humbling Levia would mess her up a bit.
One turn.
Because she couldn't turn off the blood debt.
Yeah, that would be
depending
rough.
on when it would happen.
If you got that Levia meta, put one humble in your deck and
It's always that
pitch
one
it
person.
the first time.
Short
Through. Yeah. Short break, and then Peter Buddensiek from the Katsu the Wanderer fame will be on street.
See you guys soon.
Boop, boop, boop.
Boop, boop. How's it going, guys? Welcome back. I'm here with Peter. Peter, we just saw you perform a great game with Katsu. Tell us a little bit about it.
That was one of the most wild games I've probably played in a long time. Not gonna lie. Like going into it, obviously, Levia, I have no idea if it's gonna be like a blood debt version or like a just generic like blockout kind of thing. So when the dishonor line hit, I was like, "There's no way, right? Like you just you just die."
Because that'd be like an auto loss. Yeah.
It's like pretty much an auto loss if it's a blood debt version, right? And then obviously he wasn't. He was just playing like a generic like brute deck basically.
He told me it's Reinhardt with a couple Levia cards.
Okay.
Yeah. That's so we were laughing because we knew that, and then you're like, they were like, he's gonna let it hit.
And he didn't even have Carrion Husk too, which was like the first indicator. I was like, oh, this is probably like a fatigue deck, but like I was like, this line's already here, so let me play it. But no, it was pretty interesting. The beast,
the beast within was crazy. That was like 7 damage off that beast within. 8 damage.
Yeah, because it counts the card that
you
it takes
drew as well. Yeah, no, that was absolutely insane. I've seen Alan take those beast withins and still win. I was hopeful, but you were able to put really consistent pressure on the board.
Yeah,
and I think that's what this new Katsu list kind of has been focusing on. I've been seeing at least is it can create very consistent like 3-4 chain lines that give your opponent no room.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Something that I think a lot of people didn't see when Outsider came out, because like a lot of the hype was around how Ranger's going to do, like, you know, Assassin's a new hero. Well, not a new hero, but it's like a new class, basically.
Class, yeah.
And it's getting like, you know, there's new Zuri, there's Riptide coming out and stuff like that. But something that I didn't see a lot of is people talking about like the new ninja cards. And I think the new ninja cards do actually a decent amount for Katsu as a whole. One of the biggest things why Feiyu was a lot better than Katsu for the last couple of metas was that Katsu's prone to being needing to hit, like have on hits, right? And a lot of that is kind of, and you're a little inconsistent because like the middle of your lines don't usually have go again. But something that Outsiders actually did a lot of is that the middle part of the lines, like Descendant Gust Wave and like Bonds, have have either natural go again or go again naturally without you needing to have like the entire line. And I liked how they did a lot of the make surging into 2 different lines as well. That like Bonds also works with both lines to get you the cards that you need, right? Yeah. So you still have like, you know, the Lord of Wind combo line, but now you have a surging line that allows you to do just more damage than the Lord of Wind combo, but doesn't shuffle things in, and now turns off a hero ability, which is like insanely strong, right?
On certain matchups, I saw right away that first thing you saw Levia, you found that line, you found Dishonor, like I need this to start to hit right now because this affects my game, you know, going forward.
Yeah, it was huge. It was huge.
Dishonor, I think is a better early game card. Seeing it later isn't as impactful, obviously. Any other kind of spicy things? I see you have one Cyclone Roundhouse in here.
Yes.
Explain that one a little bit.
It is part of my Oldhim sideboard. So I'm basically playing like a 51 card deck where I'm never taking out any of those 51 cards, and then I'm just putting 9 in. Versus Oldhim, I'm playing 69 cards exactly. Nice. You know, I definitely planned that. Nice. But basically, Cyclone Roundhouse is for the inevitable late game when you have against Oldhim is if you don't have enough go again, a lot of your attacks is just going to be like 1-1, play a third attack or play a big attack, right? What Cyclone Roundhouse can do is if the one right before it is spinning wheel kick, it's just like a generic 1-for-4. If you like, it has combo. If you've played Twin Sisters, it gets like +1 and goes to the bottom of your deck. But I don't run Twin Sisters unless I hit with Be Like Water. But basically what Cyclone does is that it banishes a card every chain link. So if they do Crown Shield like they usually do, and then I do Spinning Wheel Kick into Cyclone Roundhouse, it will exile a Rampart, and then he will never get Rampart back.
That's insane. Yeah,
so
that's super powerful.
It makes it so, like, if you can get it in the early game or the mid game, that if you get to those late game inevitabilities, your Kodachi still chip him down. And when, like, Oldhim, usually Fatigue deck or, like, a decent control deck is getting pitched down by 1-1 pretty much every single turn, that's when you can really start getting an advantage against him.
Oh, yeah. That makes complete sense. And you were mentioning Be Like Water.
Yes.
That seems to be a big key component.
Yeah,
has really made a lot of this start functioning.
Be Like Water is one of those cards that's like was pretty undervalued when I originally looked at it, but it's pretty interesting, right? So obviously, I think it was designed as a limited card to being able for you to have a starter that could be multiple things, right? that's something that like, I actually really look forward to when I saw a lot of the mechanics in Limited, that they put a lot of like the starters as like multi things, and that it's really good design philosophy as well, because you have multiple ninjas that needs to be working in different ways, and especially in like WTR Limited, like sometimes you would have like parts of lines and you would hope it worked together.
I remember
But
that. Yeah.
now it's a lot more consistent, a lot more better, and I really appreciate them putting in the time to do that as well. But Be Like Water is just a 0 for 3, so it's just a head jab, right?
Yep.
It basically is taking the slot of 100 wins was in Katsu, but the upside of it is it becomes basically surging. So I get to play the 3 red surgings, the 3 yellow surgings, and then Be Like Water is basically a like 7th, 8th, and 9th surging if it hits. And it's just like, it's like 0 for 3, and it still asks the question, like every single time Katsu puts a card out that's part of a line, it asks the question, does he have the natural in hand, or does he need Katsu
A little more effort
to hit to like
get
get
over
in
it,
there, right?
yep.
Which is really interesting. Be Like Water has impressed me a lot.
Oh, that's great. That seeing those really power crept commons and rares coming into the deck always feels refreshing.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
just the M's or the L's,
Yes,
but
yes,
the
yes,
C's
yes.
and the R's getting exactly
The role
what you want.
players.
Yeah,
The role
yeah.
players.
Yep.
Hey, it takes 16 people to win a basketball championship. The role players are there.
Yeah, 100%. They're those people. Those cards make a huge difference in your deck. Anything else you'd like to point out that you think is a little spicy, a little bit of your own that you think people are kind of sleeping on with Katsu builds right now?
So I think Visit the Floating Dojo is like pretty interesting. It's pretty good as just as just like a like anti-fatigue thing, but how I look at it is that yes, you're like one card less if you're gonna play Remembrance, right? It's like the most Remembrance card there is.
Yep.
But like you get to put Surging plus another combo card. Basically means that you can play Floating Dojo in the mid game, and just like have a 4-card hand, you only use 3 cards. You use Floating Dojo just to put another like Surging another line, and then if you draw a blue, you just have a Surging line next turn, right? So it just the consistency of the deck goes up immensely, and it's a good anti-fatigue strategy. I think the real key of this deck is I have like 13 or so cards for Oldhim because honestly, going into it, I really thought Oldhim was going to be the worst matchup, and it feels pretty free.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah.
After I played it round 1, it feels pretty. Obviously, played a really great player, but like I think that like it's kind of free to where like I have so many cards that they're still learning to play around that it's just like I'm so hard. I have like a links package in my sideboard where I'm playing like these random cards. Like it's just like the end stuff. It's like Whelming Gust Wave. It's Descendant Gust Wave, yellow, both yellows, and then I have a blue Bonds. And so you can get it off links, and then you can exile it and go get it. Obviously, you can get the Lore to Win, or you can get the Dishonor as with the links as well. But it gets that little consistency in the middle as well.
You say you play a very 60-card deck, except against Oldhim. Do you find, because we were seeing in one of the Katsu games earlier, that fatigue might be an issue? You're getting all your power stuff early, you're fetching it, but if they can beat you or block out kind of the early couple turns, that you kind of start running out of threats as time goes on.
I feel like if you're running out of threats, you're either not drawing it in the correct manner that you need to like be able to have like the cool like lines in there, or you're probably misrepresenting like how damage works on like on the chain links, right?
Okay.
Like in this game, I missed like a couple Kodachi swings that I probably should have done beforehand or done after as well, and like making decisions like that is perfectly fine. But like when you go back and like watch your games or like think about your games, every single time that you miss a point of damage is like basically you losing a game, because like the amount of times that like you lose and somebody else is won and it's a close game, you could
you could go back.
You could always edge
play it
out.
in your
But,
head.
like,
Yeah.
even in victories, like I still see like, hey man, I probably would miss like 5-6 damage that game just from like rustiness of not playing enough Katsu games.
Definitely
But
been a
yeah,
while.
I think that like obviously getting fatigued is pretty difficult because of Kodachis specifically.
Yeah.
Oldham's really the only one that can fatigue you through Kodachis,
Gotcha.
because just the constant like 1/1 play an attack or 2 attacks, like they still have to block the other attacks or take a whole bunch of damage, and then it gets you closer to the 20-turn Kodachi kills basically.
Okay, I think that's very insightful. Definitely playing to your weapons if you feel like they're doing that, and slow playing your first opening turns for sure. Well, that's great. Thank you for the interview. Thank you for coming out. You came all the way from
100%.
Vegas.
Yes, 100%.
Always in the pursuit of apparently being a master, even in the win. So that's great to talk to you first time, I think.
I'm a wanderer, you know.
Yeah. Oh, you're the wanderer. You came all the way.
the revenge story. I got
coming back for that revenge. Bringing the floating dojo with wisdom, always looking for perfection. We'll probably be seeing you in top 8. You're 3-4-0?
3-1. I'm pretty sure every 3-1 that loses the last turn is locked, so yeah.
Okay, so we'll definitely might see you again in the top. Good luck with the rest of your rounds. I appreciate your time.
100%, man.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out. We'll be coming right back with another round. See ya.
It's like, you win. I'm not
job.
even allowed to do that.
He would just leave
I'm
and
admitting
go
this
get food.
now. I would leave to go get food.
Come
I
back.
don't want to play Prism as Icelander because it's a non-contest. And so to say, oh, well, ninjas need Political Minnowism or it's a non-contest, duh, I want that to happen.
But Blake, they both block for 2.
They both block for 2. You're never going to use them to block. There's no point in bringing out the block value of a card if you're always going to play it to attack. That is it. Yes, sometimes doesn't matter. You're never going to block with Plunder Run. Who cares about the block value on that card? You're going to jam it in Arsenal. You're going to flip it over. It's going to do something. Same thing with Little Minnowism. It's just time to attack, and not care. Grab a blue. I'm going to keep going. Boom, 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 boom. It replaces itself 3 times.
So on a scale from like 1 to Starvo, where do you put Little Minnowism?
I would say this is aggravating, and I have wanted to ban this card for about 3 months, so I would put this as in a not a blood rush bellow, but a angry clearing bellow.
Nice.
If we're sticking to our brute thing.
So just ban it. Just get rid of it.
Just ban it. I think it's interesting too because it made it into Viscerai, which you're just like, bro, you do so much cool stuff. Why are you trying to do this?
That was a hoax. I think that was a hoax that some people perpetrated that it didn't need to be. It was just.
I'm glad
why?
it never made it into Dash. That's a thing where like at least the deck builders weren't doing that.
I did try to put it in my Dromai Talishar Transmogrify deck, but that was just bad choices all around. So don't do it. Just forget these cards exist, and Blake will tolerate you. So next up, what do we got? Oh, this is we're just going we're going for the whole state of Arizona.
Wow.
Let's talk about Mexican food in Arizona. I've never had the pleasure of getting any.
There is a reason why Alex 4 is good at playing Kano, because he is not going to eat outside of his house, because there's no way it's better than inside his lean cuisine that he could put in his microwave. Because I went to this place, everything I went there, it was called the White House. It wasn't even called Castle Blanco or whatever. It was in the middle of kind of like, you got to be a little bit older to live there, 55 plus communities. But every single person there was 18 to 20 that worked there. And I was
trespassed into a 55 plus community.
I was visiting an aunt. She's lovely. She was like, let's go to the Mexican restaurant. The margarita was a margarita barely, and I got the flavor. You could see the like drip they put in there and literally only stirred once. And I was like, why is there a swirl in my mango margarita?
That's the mango.
My aunt got a wet burrito type thing, like smothered burrito. It was cheddar cheese slice melted on top, and it was called Fundito. What is it? Pollo Fundido? And I was like, the next day she was like, do you want my leftovers? And I was like, no. No. Was the food I had good? No. It was just a little more palatable. That's a good word to use for Mexican food in Arizona. I don't know. Maybe there's other places in Arizona that are good to eat at.
I feel like you're judging the whole state on one restaurant, which is
probably
a bit
right.
rough to do.
Yeah.
Because, I had a wonderful Mexican food meal in Alabama, of all places.
Nice.
And it was the only reason I signed up for Yelp with an account to write a review, 5 stars. I'm probably chotting it on there. You can go read it. I put a lot of effort into it.
That's not how I felt.
That's not how Blake felt. He deleted Yelp from his phone and forgot what Mexican food was. I'm sure Arizona, you've got some better food. I've heard they've got really good pizza out there in Phoenix.
Kind of hard to mess up pizza. That makes sense.
Well, apparently it is the best pizza in the world, according to Chef's Table on Netflix, and it's
Netflix
a show.
has
so
never
it's-
been wrong about
Yeah, Netflix is
anything.
not wrong. It looked good, so Bianco Pizza. Shout out to
Netflix
you.
pride till I die, dog.
We love.
You
the-
worked for Netflix recently too. Don't talk about it.
Let's not
I
talk
worked
about
on it
work.
too. Don't talk
Next
about
on
it.
our segment, Barraging Blake. Oh, we've
Ooh.
got the sweet, cool, awesome, amazing assassin hero Arachne. Sorry. Oh wait, no, we've got an update coming. Oh, Dromai's here. Dromai's here
This is
to
hateful.
to win 57-0. Is that a typo? How do you even get 17 extra life?
So I was playing Arachne for about 3.5 weeks. I was loving them.
Loved
I
it.
4-0'd my first. I put it on my Twitter. I was like, girl, I have cracked this list. It's fatigue Arachne. There's the only way to play it. Don't play it aggressive. You're an idiot. I was like, I'm so smart. This is the first thing I've cracked since Icelander Blitz forever ago. I was feeling so good. And I heard about maybe the Dromai matchup's bad because you don't have natural sixes and you got to do stuff. And it was like, can't be that bad though. Like, it's an exaggeration. And then somebody that's in our community, he played, what is her name? Dromai? And like, she's such a non-factor in the meta normally because there's nobody in the top 8 here. But I was like, how bad can the Dromai matchup be? And he played 3 sigils, so there's 9 points of health.
Okay, that's not. Let me write that
So
down. 9.
how much is left? 8?
Yeah, 8
and
more
then
health.
he played 2 yellow. Well, I guess that's the only kind there are. Toma Findale.
Ooh.
And he gained 8 more from that. I did not do a single point of damage because I was trying to. I'm playing fatigue. I'm
him.
trying to fatigue the dragons. The dragons stay out. You can't really. I was like, okay, I have 2 Findles Fighting Spirit in here to block and gain a health. These are my poppers. I had Command and Conquers. Just wasn't drawing them. I think he got the dragon out. What's the one? The Dominate? No, Domina?
Dominia.
Dominia.
Banish a card from hand.
She's a loser card. Like, banish a card from hand, banish all my stuff. This is long-winded. It was so frustrating that it made me stop playing this hero. I was feeling so good, and it literally, like, oh, I need at least 15 cards. It's a non-game that I wish would happen to Fei of not get out. I can't play Belittle Minnowism to get rid of 57 damage from Dromai. What is my Belittle Minnowism in Arachne? Can we have that in Outsiders? Is that a thing that's coming?
Spider's Bite, man. They're good.
Spider's Bite kills 1 Ashwing, and then it's like, cool, here's Kyloria, here's this, Chromai, Yindarai, and you're just like, well, I'll block one of these. Somebody was trying to play Arachne with me. I don't know if you know him. We'll leave him unnamed. He was like,
I don't know
He was
him.
like, oh, I lost to him 36-0. I was talking so much mess of like, 36-0. Did you even try? Did you even try? And he was 1 table over, not paying attention. And like, to save myself some skin in the game, I asked the person I was playing against, I was like, can we click the minus health button on your side 23 times so it looks like I did better than that guy? Because I don't want to lose this bat. Like,
Did he let you do that?
one thing I'm telling brand new players in our community, I'm saying to people, I'm like, try out Flesh and Blood. My favorite thing is you never lose 40-0. It's always, you get to the end of the game, it's 1-1, maybe 10-1 at tops. And I guess I didn't lose 40-0, but 57-0 is like, if that happened to me in my first armory, I would quit the game immediately.
That might be like a record of some kind.
I hope somebody lost more than this. Maybe there was some big, I guess you can't even do the, what's the $500 Heart of Final doesn't get you in this way because you're already ahead on life. But it was kind of like, should I stop playing this game completely? Should I reevaluate my life? If I spent all this time at armories and the gym, would I be a married man by now? What can I do to improve my life? Because losing to Ash Artist 57, I don't respect this hero. I really don't. So to lose that badly was something where I was like, great. Because all my heroes, like I lost to Dromai, the Calling as Reinhardt finally, and that felt bad. So it was just like, all right, I put Arachne in a box and didn't touch it still.
Until March.
and it is like, oh, stealth. Stealth's not going to do crap against the dragon. I saw that outsider preview card. I was like, bro, what? That's not going to get rid of 7. I need the stealth card. I need the stealth card that comes out to say a 9 cost, 18 damage card that can't be blocked by dragons. That's what I need for Arachne for this
generic.
matchup.
Everyone can.
There's
run it.
one more?
All right.
No
Blake,
way.
don't blow your fuse yet. We've got one more.
I'm pissed.
Speakeasies. This is a hot topic because apparently there's many in LA, but you don't know about them because they're hard to find because they're secret.
Oh my god. Have you been to what we're talking about here?
No, I haven't. I don't go to bars with people.
So when you make friends in this community, you are coming at like, oh, these people enjoy the same things I do. They like cards. Some of them like board
That's
games.
one thing they like. That's maybe two things.
Maybe these people share my favorite football team.
No, that's not true.
Then you're like, I'm going to travel with some of these people. I'm going to live in hotel rooms with some of these people. But one thing I never wanted my friends to have an interest in is speakeasies. Because we went to one in San Jose. Every single bartender, no sleeves. Or what is this called? What is going on in this thing? They got vests. So anytime my bartender has vest on, it is kind of like, what are we doing here? I'm trying to drink beers, and a speakeasy is always like, oh, see, how see.
Except for the sleeves
Yeah,
under their vest.
I don't know.
Was it just a vest, or did they have?
They had sleeves, but it's just funny because
they have a jacket without sleeves.
You go there and like, we went to a place in San Jose. It's in the basement. You gotta talk and go down there.
Dingy basement.
And then girls are wearing vests, guys are wearing vests.
Everyone's wearing vests.
Non-gender binary vests. And it was like, this is interesting because I don't like this. And
were the drinks good?
I was there. I got some. What did I get? I was like,
did you order a beer? That's probably why you don't like it.
It was funny because I was with somebody who's allergic to peanuts, but there was a drink that had like nuts in it. And I was like, I'm not going to walk away without trying that. So I was like, stay away from me. Don't even think about
don't smell my breath.
Smelling my breath. I don't know how that works, but speakeasies are not for me. But it's one of those things where, oh, you have interests, and I like you guys enough to try this out. But speakeasies down, sports bars, yes. Non-bread, what's that non-bread cheesy thing? Kings Road. Let's go to one of those. If they have vests, I'm out.
So there you go. That's Barraging Blake. Thank you, Blake. I'm sorry.
I've got opinions on cards and restaurants.
He's got opinions on opinions.
Yeah.
And we will be right back with, actually not right back. We're taking a little bit of a longer break, getting ready for top 8. Give these players a little chance to eat some food. But we'll be back pretty soon with some top 8 action here at the AGE Open Series, #1 in Southern California and the world. Bye.
Against me, what is going on with this eyebrow right here? Was very interesting. Of like, I was at 33 health, maybe it was like turn 2. The Mai came down, and I didn't have a way to kill it with a spell, and I didn't draw into an attack reaction for maybe 3 turns, and I legitimately could not do anything because I was not drawing stuff to do on my own turn, and I just scooped and went to eat. So it's a card that turns off. Like, I think one thing, okay, here's the actual rant or whatever. Because we're doing the whole thought process of, at Worlds, we have stuff for brand new players. It's fresh to fab, and we're going to teach you how to play the game. And we want to make sure that new players can have great environments and great stuff without doors being shut in their face. This is a door shutter card. I want to play Wizard. Why is there a door shutter card for my entire class?
Well, as Kiwi Stalker points out in the chat, you could just play Scar for a Scar to kill it.
Oh. Can I have a tutor card for Scar for a Scar in the exact second that I need it?
Well, you run 3 of those and then a bunch of wounded bulls. You
Yeah.
can kill it easily.
I think the other thing I'm about to like, I want a tutor card for Icelander. I feel like that would make the deck just like sing and be great. I don't think anybody that ran this wounded bull list would play the tutor card because they're like, the deck's great already, and you're just like,
To be fair,
I want to do wizard stuff.
I don't think anybody's playing this card anymore. So
The Mai?
yeah.
I have 3 in my deck box at home just in case I play an Icelander. Do you put it in against Guardian, Justin? You gotta say it loud enough for the chat. They can't hear. Not in head. Justin said.
I don't know anybody who plays this card.
I hate this card, so I want to live in the world that you live. Justin says I have one more to make Blake even more mad and make him pinker somehow, if it's
Let's
even
see
possible.
What it is.
Legendary Guardian boots.
They've got
Has
temper and they
everyone
block for
seen
6.
this already?
They block for 6 or
Temper. You can use it 6 times before it's over. Jeez Louise. So here's
This
where
seems
we're
fair.
going
This
with
seems
this.
fair.
Do you know why this is infuriating?
No, why? It seems fine.
Let's
Because it doesn't also attack.
doesn't do damage if you hit them, the spiky parts of the boots. So here's why this is annoying. So Guardian is a class in Welcome to Wraith. And it started off with Bravo. And then he got some support in Arc, but it wasn't really his main shindig. Then there was Crucible.
You got Command and Conquer,
He
I'm telling you.
yeah, he got Command and Conquer. It's probably the best card he has available to him to pummel, whatever. He got the best pummel target in the game. Then Crucible, we got our arm equipment we've never not equipped since then. What Righteous Cleansing? I don't know if we care about that. Yeah, I've never used the text on this. And then after Crucible, we had Monarch. And Monarch gave them Rouse the Ancients.
Zealous
So what I'm
Belting.
trying to say is there hasn't been a release where Guardian did not get something. However, through that, and then we also had Everfest. Here's Pulverize, the best attack in the game to flip the game in your thing. And that was after Tear Asunder from Tales of Aria, which is the best thing that just closes games without trying to... You can't interact at all. After that, Everfest. Now, what did they get in whatchamacallit? We care about Oasis. They can block even better. They got better blocking cards and all these things too. Better attacks, better blocks, better pizza. And now
Papa John's.
everything they've always said is, dude, can we get some Guardian legendary shoes? How many sets do we have to go without getting any Guardian shoes whatsoever? And it's like, how could you want more after all you've received?
It's called privilege.
Yeah. It is kind of like, look at the back of the line and wonder why you're not there, because you got not a legendary shield. You got another shield. Oh, the shield's not good. I wish it was shoes instead. You literally have more options at shoes than most classes do, because you don't have a clear best option. You can just splash in my Arcane Barrier in our shoes. Yes, we're talking about Trent. You nailed it. We're talking about every Guardian online ever who goes, you know what? It'd be nice if I had... and this was a serious sentence that somebody said. They said, I would settle for legendary Guardian shoes that blocked for 2 and had 1 Arcane Barrier. And it's like, there has never been... Literally, they called it Arcanite Skullcap, and it was a $300 card for a year and a half. Like, yeah, I would take that as shoes too, bud. Thanks for everything today.
All right.
But
Well,
we're pink now, and
just so you know, Blake, the legendary Guardian boots.
They're real?
They're not real.
Oh,
they're not
okay.
real. It's just that one's just a joke.
we're not real yet.
Wounded Bull is real, and Barraging Blake, we can only
What?
hope,
Oh my
because it seems
gosh.
like it attacks for nothing. But maybe you just fill in the amount you want to attack
Yeah.
for when you do it.
It depends on how pissed I am at the end of the day, yeah. Barraging.
It depends on how many E's and sheesh
Yeah.
when you yell it when you play this card.
Randy got here just in time for that, too. Is this a spoiler card for...
Yeah. This is Arcane Games and Events
For
spoiler card.
Kingdoms, the one after Dynasty?
Barraging Blake.
Okay, well, rant
Blake-
over.
Blake needs a
Are
break
we having
now
fun?
because
Yeah.
he needs to cool off.
I gotta.
He's a.
Can you see this? my
No.
my leg. Just
What are
completely
you
undid
doing?
the setup.
This is a family show. We gotta go.
Oh
to
my
break.
gosh, keep
We'll
it
be-
real.
We'll be right back in a few minutes.
I wasn't trained in this. Hello, hello. We're comfy.
Just kidding. We can cast from over there.
Yeah.
How's everybody doing? Round 5 is on its way, but not all the way because we don't know pairings yet.
No, we're still gonna decide on whatever that game is. What
Feiyu goes
what do you guys
down
wanna see
though.
today? We've seen a lot of Katsus.
Katsu or Wizard?
Katsu or Wizard? Wizards would be nice. I'd like to see how Wizards faring in the new meta. How many Wizards
Right.
are getting the top 8? I wonder.
Because our meta game breakdown. So we had one of our Kano versus one of our Icelander in the. I think that was the 4-0 match. I almost pushed the wrong button again. That was the 4-0 match, and Feiyu goes down.
Yeah.
Alex 4 has completed the prophecy of 2 months ago where I was like, bro, come and take our mind. He's like 4-0 right now, locked into probably the top seed because even if he loses round 5, he'll have the more bonus points of how Gym works. So number 1 seed after blah, 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 Swiss is probably our Alex Vor guy.
Yeah, Alex 4. How's Craig doing? I know Craig, big threat in the bracket always. He won last round.
Against a Briar. Briar had
Yeah.
their graveyard was this big. I don't know if they triple sleeve, but that's the biggest graveyard I've seen. So I think they threw the kitchen sink at Craig.
Yeah.
And Craig said,
Nope. So Craig
"You
also
like
looking-
water," and got it out of there.
So Craig also looking to be probably in the finals.
Craig's top 8.
Top 8.
I don't. We're gonna do a top 8 because we got to give these points away.
Sure.
So this
Well,
was the
we can't give him away.
This was the time to come if there was 20 something and top 16 get a lot of food.
Yeah, no, it is definitely the time to come. 26 people. You get not as much as a meta exposure, but a great way to farm points. Great way to win this money that we give out every month.
Is there a point breakdown that we can go to?
Oh, there is.
Oh my gosh. So how many of these people are here right now and working for points?
Craig's here. I haven't seen
John's
Anthony.
here. Travis is here. Jake Torres is going to move up in the leaderboard.
Oh,
I don't think Thomas came. Rihanna's not here.
Jamaica couldn't make
Jamaica.
it.
Dennis is going to show up once every 3
Zane couldn't make
times.
it. He's in Japan.
Aiden is in some other what is it? State.
Aiden's
Brian
in some other
Gutierrez.
state.
Oh wait, Brian Goots. Who's Brian Gutierrez?
I don't know.
Oh no. Yeah, duh. Brian Gutierrez, the what's his name? Bolton player.
Oh,
yeah,
it's both
yeah,
of them.
yeah,
Got
yeah.
you, got you.
I don't know why I blanked on that because I was getting him and Brian De La Torre mixed up. Brian Torre. So literally, okay. So Anthony Zacella has a chance. That's our storyline. It took me to get down to number 16. Anthony Zacella. He's done for the day.
Oh, no more. Okay. Oh, well, maybe not.
Somebody said, "Do not even pretend he's going to get 4 points, Blake." Because 17 points would put him in the top 8, though.
Yeah, it would. A lot of these people who are going to be getting a lot of points, John Zapta, Craig Pollack, some of the people who are already at the top staying dedicated, people who like taking Justin's money.
They said, "Oh, there's a leaderboard.
Okay.
I can't really look at the Fabtcg leaderboard anymore,
Yeah,
but there's another leaderboard in Bravo. What is this place called? Pasadena.
Pasadena.
I almost said Bravo Lands.
Probably.
That's what it feels like
What?
sometimes.
No. Yeah, in Pasadena, we have a ton of talent. Craig's staying up here. Craig's probably you're going to see consistently every month.
Right.
John, also a grinder. He go to a lot of tournaments? It seems like he's always at a calling or a battle harden.
Yes.
Also grinder. And we even had other mentionable people like Chris Holly and Tyler Holspool, but they're in Vegas right now playing a different card game because I guess they just couldn't beat Craig.
They better get 25
Yeah.
grand to make it worth it.
Yeah.
If they're gonna miss out on $200 from Pasadena.
They said we would rather try and drive to Vegas and get their money than try and steal money from Craig.
Yeah.
That was their philosophy.
That's Craig's abilities. He's got people flying in to fight him and flying away from to fight him.
Yeah. The meta just warps around that man.
Okay, so we're going to click a button here that's going to introduce us into round 5.
Yep.
That's a little bit behind the scenes for the people at home.
Oh.
Andrew Rudin versus Zach Wallach.
Oh, Zach's second time on stream today.
This is going to be a win and in for the boys, I feel like.
Good friends. Going to be a lot of laughs for sure. Going to be a fun matchup. I think both of
there's
them.
no laughing in this.
There's no laughing? No, just
No.
laughing. Zach the Wall Wallach not laughing? We're going to get at least a smile.
One of these people will make top 8, and one of these people will go home sad.
Probably. Maybe.
Allegedly.
Allegedly, for sure.
Unless there's a bunch of
I was
ties.
talking a bit with Andrew Rudin earlier when I got here. I was asking him who he was on. He said Oldhim. I said, interesting. I know he plays lots of different heroes, but he chose Oldhim expecting to get, like a lot of archers, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Which didn't quite happen. But he was
Immediately backfired because there's only one.
yeah. But he's still able to do great in bracket despite him targeting something and not being here. He's still 3-1. Having good success, I'm imagining, against, once again, let's go to the meta breakdown real quick.
If you zoomed in on Zach's phone while he was doing that, he was looking at what are the records I need to do to make top 8. So
Yeah.
he is worried about this here.
You're allowed to keep those sideboard notes. Sideboard notes are allowed in competition.
No, that was a whole different Google.com. Like, am I gonna make top 8 or not? It was interesting. Marcus Brown hates Yu-Gi-Oh deck boxes. Marcus Brown making it be known that he is a
We're all card
purist.
gamers here. It's okay.
So it's crazy to me the second most hero is 3.
Yeah. It's going to be Dromai and Islander. Andrew Rudin being one of those old hymns. 2 Briars. Briar's close. Briar's close to being gone. Are you excited? I imagine
There's
there's going
so
to be
much
a parade.
BS that's happening to a hero that I play that it's like, oh, getting rid of they're just gonna repopulate as like Azalea players that are dominating for 12 or something.
There'll always be the boogeyman somewhere.
I think what's interesting is this is a I don't know if we'd say classic matchup, but it's definitely a matchup that all the Dromai players are like, don't worry, we got it figured out. All the Guardian players are like, don't worry, we got it figured out.
Yeah.
And it basically comes down to brisk, smart, intelligent, witty play, whatever adjective you want to throw in there, where the person who does win is the person who got the cards when they needed them and played them exactly right.
I mean,
this is a tightrope match, is what I'm trying to say.
No, 100%. This is a lot of knowledge on your own hero, depending on how well Andrew knows Oldhim and his tricks, and how well Zach knows his tricks. It can be for a really interesting game. There's things we might never see, like Zach popping the Mage Master boots for that dust. I haven't seen that yet. Really going to express, I think, a lot of knowledge in the matchup here.
Any outsider cards getting into either of these deck lists? I don't know.
I don't know. Let me see. I know we should have Zach's.
Zach still?
Yeah, we have Zach.
Is there a premeditate in there at all, or not quite?
No, Zach's list I know is for sure pretty standard. I don't think there's any new ads really. It's a pretty tight list that I'm pretty sure how he likes to play.
I don't know if I say the same exact thing every time that Zach shows up, but I do think like whenever we put him against a Guardian, the dust from the Red Desert is the one that we like want to watch out for. Of Vincerikai without being able to be popped is going to do a lot of work.
Really? Okay. I haven't seen that play yet. I'm excited. I love watching this Dromai matchup. Oldhim I've seen a lot. Hopefully bring something new to the table.
I think the other thing that happens is, does Andrew Rudin play the 3 Channel Lake Frigids at the perfect time?
Yeah.
So like, oh, you were going to dump dragons on me and take over the game. That's why I saved this Channel Lake Frigid.
Yeah. Interesting.
We just got news that
Interesting.
we're not going to call a draw on this game, basically. Yeah. They're going to have extra time because they had to set up, they had to talk, they had to look at their phone to see if they were going to make top 8.
Think about when they're going to go to Panda Express.
Right.
Like now.
That is happening
after.
soon. It feels like it's almost 4, so these people are going to be hungry.
We're going pretty fast. And yeah, Panda Express is right there. It's going to be great.
We started later today, right? That's what happened?
No, like you're imagining things.
Oh, my goodness.
It's just been a long day for you.
You know, when you get good news, when you wake up, every day feels like a short day, I guess.
All right.
Sheesh. Andrew Rudin's going to use the exact Oldhim sleeves.
I like it.
Does that make the deck better, in your opinion?
I like shuffling those sleeves. They're nice.
I haven't bought a single one. I'm waiting for...
Won so many.
I'm waiting for... Okay, well, some people lose.
Show to those armories, man.
They don't do these sleeves at armories.
Not your armories, San Diego armories.
Oh
They
my
give out
God.
tons of goodies.
I should move to San
At
Diego.
least come down and say hi to me once in a while.
It's very far.
It's far, but I'll buy you a taco.
Oh shoot!
Like tacos?
No, it's
Yeah.
worth it. Oh well.
Yeah,
I guess if
I
Josh
drove
can
up
go
here.
up,
Yeah.
I can go down.
I can come to you. Maybe meet halfway.
Yeah.
Lots of talent though between these two regions, San Diego and LA. Even though we have that probably about an hour, 2-hour drive apart.
Gotta pass by Legoland on the way.
That's true. That's honestly, I think, what makes the difference in the metagames. Different mindsets, I'm pretty sure. In the LA area, I'm pretty sure you guys are more meta gamers, and in the San Diego area, we are
people with heart like me. I'm a heart guy,
we,
not a
we
meta.
play with our
gamer.
hearts. We have a lot of mains.
Yeah.
A lot of people who are just full dedicated into their mains. Zach, being original descendant from San Diego, he was with us for quite a bit and is a dedicated Dromai main, and then he moved up here for college. So you guys kind of got him in that trade, but he's still San
Gonna
Diego
be a
at heart.
pharmacist.
Yeah.
Would you like to explain to brand new players what the ghostly touch is for in this matchup?
The ghostly touch. So pretty much what happens is I attack with Phantasm Dragon. Oldhim says I have 6, and that pop usually happens. Ghostly touch will put a counter on it, steal the soul from the dragon, and encapsulate it inside the ghostly hands.
That's haunting.
It's haunting. It's spooky, but every counter that stacks up to it, Zach will eventually be able to pop it. And those counters get up to double digits. I'm talking about 10, 15, sometimes 20.
Is that the only way to win this matchup, or?
It is. I'm not quite sure if it's the only way to win this matchup, but it is definitely a tool we want to have access to if the Oldhim has been playing very defensively all game. But this Oldhim could also be more aggressive. You'll never know. Yeah, it's
All
definitely.
back plan for Dromai.
You always got it in your pocket. It's like saying, "Mom, I'll go to college. Okay, just let me do this first, but I'll have it right here, back here."
I think what's interesting, Andrew's drawing his Heart of Findle at the beginning of the game, which is like the worst time to get it, if you ask me.
Is he gonna arse? Yeah,
That's a 6 damage Phantasmal something. We're gonna look Phantasmal Haze Blue. So I don't even know what that card does, but it's good. Yeah, we're just making new stuff up to test our Oldhims. Andrew Rudin now is on the initiative, so we're just gonna Thunderquake.
No heaving. No heaving
No
today. But good damage coming out. This is definitely going to be a grindier game. You're going to see board states needing to be set up. Andrew Rudin's looking for certain key cards in order to pressure Zach. Terra Sunder.
Right.
Great card pressure. You have 3 of those. You're probably looking at some Spinals. Probably looking at some... Can you do Crippling? You can do Crippling.
Can't crippling
Not
in
crippling,
this
no.
character.
Just Spinals.
I think what maybe the idea for Zach is anytime the damage was vanilla, let's think about taking it. Anytime there's a gross type of crush, I don't like it.
Yeah.
We're just going to see the Vincerakai Ash immediately played.
Which is scary for Andrew Rudin.
And then we're going to say, yes, you hit me for 8, but I'm going to heal 3.
Yep.
And then go ahead and make an Ash out of nowhere too.
He has 4 Ashes.
4 Ash.
This
Probably
early?
from Phantasm.
Oh my gosh.
4 plus 1 for the actual Ash
dusty.
that goes nowhere.
He's so dusty right now. He's got all this Ash. He can make any dragon he wants. He's 35 health to play with. Looking good. Still running kind of the Mage Master boots. Still running Crown of Providence and always Flame Scale Furnace.
So he's kind of already set up. I think Zach's going to want to like draw into some defensive cards of like, let me get through Andrew's couple of threats that are going to be a big pain in the ass for me. And I can just start planning for the second cycle. And we know that I don't think Andrew is going to shuffle very much in Oldhim or ever.
You try not to. I don't think there's anything that forces him to, though.
So I think I am not this good of a player, but these people are on another level, and maybe there's an idea of, hey, he had his Heart of Final at the beginning. So 15 turns from now, there's going to be at least one card that doesn't block.
Yep.
And if I try to match, let me do the match. I can't do that, but maybe if there's 3 Gross Dragons, the time that he draws the Heart of Final, he won't have an opportunity to block it. It'll be over that way.
He could pitch it to his crown if it doesn't get tumble-tied, and maybe be able to find that block if he has an arsenal, but these are all situational things, so hopefully he gets into the right situation. 3 Dragonlings being made, all Marvel from Zach.
We're raking embers.
Raking embers, and then a Blaze Headlong, Blaze Hedgehog.
That works too.
Yeah.
I think what's interesting about blocking the... What? Andrew said, no, I'll block whatever you have, not just dragons.
I think.
It's interesting seeing defense reactions played against Dromai, because I just feel like that's a good way to get behind of, like, you need to be aggressive, and if you draw your sinks when it's, like, time to kill dragon or time to do whatever, then you're just like, well, this sucks.
I think you always draw sinks, because sinks correct your aggressive hand. So sinks, in my opinion, never leave the deck. There's always going to be 3 sinks, and anything additional after that is going to be your sideboard. So if you had more of those reacts, like, let's say, Fate for Scenes or something like that, maybe you want to go less on those. But sinks just proactively make your slapback way better. At least in Viscera, I know that it corrects hands to where I can now attack you correctly. So I think sinks are fine. And there is definitely a lot of 4-cost things you want to block.
Then we have our first popper, so our first haunt counter, and one of those dragons goes away. And I think that's kind of an interesting trade of, like, okay, you're not going to have an 8 damage attack later because you got rid of a 1 damage dragon.
Yeah.
Kind of doesn't feel great. But here comes a blue pitch on my Titan's Fist. I was literally about to ask, like, why is he playing Titan's Fist instead of Winter's Weapon? It's because
you forget
that freaking weapon is gone, and I hope it burns in hell forever.
Man, Tails Aria, a great set. Fun time.
Yeah, for me to ban later, probably.
So many things are banned. Duskblade. Ugh.
A 4 damage hammer is vanilla. Zach's gonna take it. Every time there's vanilla damage, Zach will say,
sure,
I'm going to set up dragons. I don't care about vanilla.
Nope.
Because I have another resource in this game called life.
Exactly. And we've seen that Zach is very comfortable at low life, can navigate stressful situations.
And there comes, oh my god, I saw Tomotai on the back of it. I thought Tomotai was on the front.
Blow up something. Yeah, and that's another big dragon in this matchup you want to see is Tomotai. Tomotai can absolutely just mess up the Oldhim's plan, blowing up his Crown of Seeds, blowing up the Tunic, blowing up anything he wants. That's going to be an issue. I think they would rather do Null Rune because then they can't have access to burn them all.
How'd you come up with that one?
I mean, I do play a little Dromai.
Oh.
I'm very familiar.
Nice.
Thanks.
Andrew said, "Oh, vanilla damage. I'll take the same strategy and wait for a Phantasm." And here comes the Phantasm. I think stopping a Dromai early in the game, early in the turns, is worth the popper every time.
I think so too. I've been punished by not doing it.
And I think not Trent. This is Zach. Jesus, Blake. I think Zach is kind of like, okay, I have a better dragon in my arsenal. We all know what is in his hand. That's the one that doesn't have Phantasm. Maragai is chilling in there. And now he's gonna also, like, okay, remember how I said 40 health is life or is a resource? He has up to 46 because he's played 2 sigils.
Yep, that I've seen that definitely an impact. 2 sigils. I've played them in Viscera. I've been insane for prolonging your game. Recommend it. Try a little sigil splash in your deck if you're looking for some open slots. See how you like it. Big thing I learned from being at AGE, and I've seen Craig Pollack do it, is fake a sigil in Arsenal for the CNC. Really funny and gets a lot of people.
Nice. And then their CNC only does 3 damage. And
yeah.
2 for 3 damage. That sounds
And he
very...
pressured an Arsenal that
that's
wasn't
like,
worth pressuring.
That's like the worst Command and Conquer of all time.
Yep. It's not as great, yeah.
Well, I like that.
Yeah. And you get it out.
I should listen to Craig more.
Oh, he's a great guy.
Yeah.
Uncle Craig.
What is Andrew going to do? He's pitching a blue to Winter's Well.
No.
Slash Titan's Fist.
Titan's Fist, man. Not Winter's Will.
It's not
Frosty.
icy,
It's
yeah.
not frosty. I wanted to get an altar where it was like a Slurpee.
Enigma Chimera blocks 3 of that.
The blue one.
I think it's interesting blocking with blue cards in Dromai where it's like, I only have 15 of them. Maybe you're not playing all of them either. The weirdest card for Dromai for me is like when they're like, sweeping blow, blue.
Yeah.
Here's a 1 damage attack. It has go again. I'm like,
It just makes it
by
action.
all means, bro. Like,
Yeah.
go for it.
It's true. There's certain cards like that that are like filler.
What? Yeah, do 1 damage to me and use a card in your hand. Good.
Yeah,
Great.
no, we've all been there. Have you played Assassin and have to play some suboptimal blue cards?
Oh, I've played Assassin. The Payday is our Majestic from our original set. It's never been in a deck in our lifetime.
Fox 3, though.
Chromai's coming down. This is the dragon you want to have against people that have a lot of poppers, because now they need 2 poppers to completely stop you.
Yeah, now they need to respect the Dromai.
And yeah, the next Winter's Well / Titan's Fist is going to go into the Dromai instead of the Dromai.
Yep, had the popper for that.
Oh, wow. Popper, but Zach has an action point.
Yeah, it still counts. It counts itself for sure. Zach kind of wanting to set up another dragon, but a little awkward. I wonder what's in his arsenal.
Arsenal's Miragai.
Miragai, okay.
We got Yindarai. Yindarai's a 1 cost.
You might go do the
We're
render,
just
right?
gonna
He's gonna
swing a dragon.
Does
Just says go again because I've invoked.
Rudin pop it? No.
It's good because it's blocked already.
It's gonna eat the crown of seeds, prevent 1.
And now here comes Yindarai. Down to 3 ash.
Okay.
Back up to 4 after pitching a red. Let me go grab a $400 card
Net
to put on
0.
top of here.
Are they $400 now?
Either well, until Salty Well gets a hold of them or whatever.
He has them. It's done.
He's
lost.
got all of them.
He got them all. In a
Salty
briefcase
Well has
somewhere.
1. Yindarai is not going to be attacked with because he doesn't want it popped.
No, you want to keep that up. The damage prevention is really great.
And if you're like, what does that 1 mean? It's basically a shield that blocks 3 damage. So he can't be Titan's Fist. The Yindarai will not die from that.
Makes it very difficult for Andrew Rudin to pop it, but if he can find a way to give it not Phantasm, then that's great.
Like we talked about earlier, Channel Lake Frigid is how you not only go from super far ahead to, okay, you were going to close out and put a whole bunch of dragons on me next turn. I hope you have one of your blues.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not going to work.
Like
Even coming for dragons, like attacking with dragons are 0 costs.
Yeah.
Unless there's a Channel Lake up, and then that literally ruins your economy as a Dromai player. But
oh, that's
here's
a lot of blue. Oh, and
Uvia.
the baby dragon. The factory gonna be making a dragon every
Make
turn.
1 as he plays it.
If he can, he's gonna go search his other side thing, so he doesn't have to flip the card. Put 1 on top.
Nice.
Man, those full art marbles look so good on camera.
The man in the sky that's in our ear told us that he's a local Dromai player, and he plays Andrew, and Andrew doesn't respect Uvia. He says it's hot garbage, and anyone who plays it will lose. So, tough words from Andrew.
They're coping.
But he's 9 health ahead, so maybe he knows what he's talking about.
Zach getting into a pivotal power point, I think, in most Dromais, and I talk about this a lot, where if they can get 2 big dragons on the field, you got an issue, because removing those big dragons usually takes up a whole turn,
Right.
and getting more than 2 or it's definitely not going to be able to handle over a lot of turns.
I think that was a pretty good play from Zach through the Channel Lake Frigid.
I think so too.
Of not falling behind, and almost like Uvia alone is 2 dragons instead of just 1.
Right.
And, oh, you didn't kill my dragon with the shield. So now the board state is looking very draconic right now.
Mm-hmm.
Spinal Crush will do a lot of work, though. And we are threatening. This is a pummel. So
other blue.
even if you do block, you're blocking 6 of 9 because you don't want to get crushed. Is it pummel time?
It is always pummel time with
Right.
Guardians.
But that's why we have.
That's why Zach the
for
Wall
C.
Wallach always has the DVX.
Sheesh.
I'm not joking. Every time. This is like the second time I've seen him have a perfect block like this. It still gets the discard trigger off, but Zach, I'm pretty sure.
But it only does 3 damage,
Yeah.
so he will have go again if he somehow could play the card from his arsenal, but we know that is a 1-cost dragon.
Yep, not quite
So
there.
we're just going to attack with our strongest dragon, probably.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to make a dragon from Uvia, and I think that's something where as soon as you disrespect Uvia and then there's 7 dragons when you don't have 2 poppers in your hand, there's a way you can just get overloaded by dragons later.
You don't respect mom and dad. That's mom, that's dad.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did not know that lore.
I don't know. I'm just I'm
Oh.
calling them.
We're looking for a high power play from Andrew, or he's going to fall behind.
It's a massive dice.
Choke Slam is coming in for 8, I believe, because it'll be a red. Choke Slam says you can't gain damage on your attacks.
You can't gain physical damage
Right.
on your attack, for sure. So, like, if you play this and I have a CMH in hand, I just hate my life. Because I can't let it hit.
Oh, I should put that into Reinhardt.
That is like
for
the
that
number
match.
one way. Yeah, put that in Reinhardt.
Uh,
Works great. Number one way to stall Briar is just keep hitting him with choke slams.
I think there'll be a block because it's not vanilla damage. It's vanilla with a vanilla with an on hit that you don't care about. It's not vanilla.
He's not buffing.
It's a card with on
Yeah,
hit.
he's not
But
doing anything.
I think Zach's getting to where I don't want to take 8. Nope, I'm going to just take 8.
Yeah. I think he wants to keep his hand, continuing setting up boards. He can get, I think, pretty lower. Oldhim doesn't really have too crazy a finishing power like Bravo does, like giving things dominate. I would say you would have to look out for a Terrace under, so you couldn't get too low, but you can still get, 10 or 8 pretty comfortably.
So here's Maragai.
Nice.
We are going to use our first dragon attack. Won't be popped. So now it's time to play our better dragon from our hand that we can see. Vincerakai
with the dust.
With the dust.
Oh,
so it's
man.
double not whatchamacallit. So the first dragon attack won't be Vincerakai because Vincerakai already has no phantasm from something else. So it'll be Yindarai that doesn't have the ability. I think if you're Andrew, you're like, wow, this really sucks.
Let's got out of hand real fast.
Yeah.
3 big dragons. Gonna have to remove them. 3 little dragons.
Yeah. I thought I was
4
gonna
big dragons. Yeah.
I thought I was gonna play against people with arrows today, and now the arrows are dragons, and they're
melted
sticking
my
around.
ice wall is trying to build up against those arrows. It's definitely gonna be rough for him. Not in a comfortable spot. Think he's losing a phantasm is super big because he won't be able to stop them, and damage will be able to leak. And even the red, like I said, the red dust on the Vincerakai
is disgusting.
Insane because you can push more. Because most of the time dragons do 1, 2, or 3 attack, which is fine. You can take 1 card from hand, but Vincerakai does 6.
Right.
Super disgusting. Plus the
3 arcane.
3 arcane.
Yeah.
Which
You
is-
hate to see it.
And now with red dust makes it you have to swing it out of existence. You have to pretty much give a whole turn for it.
So he's like, Zach's
Blocking.
like, I want to touch that $700 card.
Blocking with $700 says no good.
Ashwing number 1. That is now the first dragon that's allowed to be popped. And I think if you're Andrew, you're like, I need to save a blue to swing at Vincerakai.
Blocked with another
Here's my
$700.
other $700 card.
I'm gonna throw $1,500
Yeah.
into the graveyard, and then
I wish we were exaggerating, but
it's not. Those prices got
we're buying them out.
we. Let
Yeah,
me get some of
we
that.
are I'm salty. He's whale, and we're going to town after this is over. We're buying 16 cases of outsiders and getting 4 god packs. Andrew uses turn very quickly to kill the dragon that he had to kill.
Yeah, that you gotta shut that one down right away. That's the one that for sure gets the most respect. You cannot let that thing just run loose. But this dragon replacing
now-
it does not feel any better.
Now.
Zach has 7 ash.
Now.
Now we're cooking.
Which one is that? Tell me all about it. Dominia?
Dominia. That was one of the Marvel majestic ones.
Oh, he
Yeah.
whiffs the Whiffs the blue. He points at the camera and says, "Screw you guys upstairs,
Yeah.
rooting for my downfall."
Oh man.
Evan thought that was the funniest thing he's heard all day. Probably not, though. Probably heard better jokes up here, you know? We're very funny up here, the Myers Bros, you know?
Myers and Meyer.
Yeah.
Yeah. We start a law firm.
Oh, my God.
You see the billboards all over LA?
Myers and Myers. Oh, that is you guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we're destined. Yeah.
Call us if your
We'll-
dragons are getting popped. Call us. If you want someone to buy you out of jail, call us. Those were going nowhere with that joke. Okay.
It was worth it. It was worth a try.
Yeah.
You know, we gotta try
We're
it.
doing our best. We're enlightened striking something, probably at Dromai, because he's going to try and get the health down, because that's the one you got to... Nope. Killing the dragon that does Phantasm, and then
The other.
Winter's Welling / Titan's Fisting the dragon that's a 4. So,
um,
all Andrew's been doing the last 2 turns is clearing dragons.
clearing them out, dusting off the board, making sure because he cannot let that board get any further out of control, or he'll just be eaten alive by all these
Right.
little big dragons.
Is Zach right now thinking, that's not that bad? Or is he like, dang, he really took everything I threw at him and I thought he'd be lower right now?
Yeah, Andrew Rudin at 30 is definitely still pretty high up there, but with Zach with the initiative, it could easily go back down to 20. You have the Uva making babies, Under Eye really hard to pop, but Andrew Rudin does have a way to come back because there's no longer the Misty Dragon that prevents the Phantasm on the first attack. So Andrew looking in definitely a better spot, but not out of the woods yet.
Sweeping Blow Blue does 1 damage.
But makes an Ash.
That is crazy. Passing Mirage coming into play. We're not going to use our Mage Master boots.
Passing
So-
Mirage, perfect. 2 Ashes, okay.
Mage Master boots, what are we going to Mage Master boots later? Is it going to be a tome? So, if you're paying attention at home, it's going to be the Ghostly Touch play later.
Because it has Phantasm when you pop it. When you make the big spooky ghost from the Dragon Souls,
Right.
it has Phantasm still. So you can pop it if it's at 20 or like at 20, you know?
Because Andrew already, while we were talking about something else, he is deliberately playing slow and hit the Passing Mirage. He said, there's no point in giving my opponent free dragon stuff.
Correct. I'm
I'm going to kill this 0 cost nothing, basically a shield of 4 damage.
Yep, that is 100% correct. That the Passing Mirage, the Misty Dragon, those things both enable Zach to not get punished at all for just swinging free through the dragons. No burn them all yet. CNC, pretty interesting. Not as great against Oldhims, obviously. They can just put that, card at the bottom of their deck with the Crown of Seeds. But most of the time, it does push good damage. And Zach's right now is just trying to whittle him down. The more health Andrew Rudin has, the longer he has to set up a better game against Zach. So Zach's trying to pressure him.
Are we 10 minutes away from a win, 20 minutes away from a win, or is this the longest game of the day and we don't even realize it yet?
I think that we are 20 minutes away from a win. Both these players are playing, I think, a great pace. They know their decks well enough. The decision-making is obviously on the Oldhim side a lot. Zach's playing very fast. Andrew's just trying to be so careful here. Does he take the damage? Does he look to go for that very long game? I think me and
I think it's like block 3, take 3 of like, we're choosing both here of I do value my life total because these Aether Ash Wings are going to be exorbitant one day, but I also want to save cards to do something to my opponent later.
I think this is fair.
We're blocking with a popper though, but like,
yeah.
What are you gonna do? Block with an ice card and
You have
take
plenty
4?
of poppers, don't you? Though you're playing Oldhim. It's not
You better have
necessarily-
45 or something of them.
You probably do. You're Oldhim.
Sheesh.
Sheesh. I think I like this. Like you said, you take some, you lose some.
Right.
That's a good min-max, I think, of it for sure.
Right. So now it is back to Andrew, and he goes,
Guess what?
Spinal.
Hope we weren't planning on having go again.
And Spinal's important because it stops dragons. It's a must block. These cards in Zach's hand It's not vanilla where we just dump dragons. It is both damage and an on-hit. This is obvious, but I think it's probably the best attack that Andrew has left. I think this is his second one, so the third one is going to be like back-breaking when it happens.
I think he runs Oakenolds, though? Oakenolds are pretty good. You have, this is Zach Wallach's list. No,
We're going in blind on Andrew.
We're going in blind, yeah.
Oakenolds? I don't think. I think maybe Endless Winter, but not Oakenold.
There's definitely Endless Winters.
Yeah.
I saw those.
Peter Buddensiek's looking. He's blinking. Mouth closed. He wants to be respectful. Disinterested. Walking away.
Not an exciting game.
Yeah.
Very slow grind. He said, let me see a ninja game.
We knew that Oasis was coming. Zach was like,
Perfect.
I need to think about this if I'm going to commit this.
Gets that 1 extra health.
That's
Very
blocking
nice.
4.
Oh, and the
blocking
second Oasis, 8.
And now here's 2 more.
Let's play the third one for fun.
2 more health for Zach to use as a resource.
He netted 1 health in that interaction.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
I'd
yeah.
be so mad if I was in.
That's the wall, man. You play against Zach before?
Oh, I suplexed him with Reinar once and talked a bunch of crap, and then he got
yeah.
16th place at Worlds, and I was like, okay, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about.
that was before his awakening.
uh,
Yeah. 7 Ash, Zach's looking in a great spot. Just looking really for those key dragons. I think I'm seeing a Dromai right now in his
Dromai's
hand.
a key dragon.
Dromai is a key dragon for being able to pressure the Oldhim. He doesn't want to give up his dragon position, his dragon equity at all.
Right.
So, but until he can find those securities like semblance, not semblance, the miraging and the misty dragon that allow his dragons not to be popped. So Dromai is one of those things that he'll get an attack action after it attacks. If a dragon is popped, he can still pressure. Hopefully he catches Andrew Rudin out without poppers in the hand. But it doesn't look like...
Is he going to use his third spinal as a popper? That would... I don't think you do that.
No, I think it's deciding between a spinal and a cranial crush. He says, I'll give you the cranial.
Cool.
I want the
Haunt
spinal.
counter to 6. We got an action point back. But we can use all of our Ash Wings unless you give me another card, which we know that maybe he can't pay for the spinal.
Correct.
If he blocks anything else.
So
Dude.
Nice.
So the Ashwing takes the spinal without Andrew making him block another. I think there's some math involved of Ghostly Touch plus how much? Say that one more time, Justin. So you got to force their hand. Ghostly Touch counters plus 12. And then that's enough to, like, Ghostly Touch lock someone.
yeah, well, it's always coming at you. You're gonna get the hand no matter what.
So currently the magic number is 19 if we're going by that.
Yep, we're at 7.
It's 7.
Up there.
7 plus 12, 19, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Make an
Baby
Ashwing.
dragon. Doo.
Is this fun for Andrew? I think this has to be one of your least favorite matchups as Oldhim.
Yeah, I don't think
like,
you're very enthused on this matchup.
I'm trying to block all day. Why am I attacking all day? This is awful. Oh yeah, that's a smart thought, guy in the sky of like Andrew has been playing nothing but Dromai and Oldhim over the last couple months.
Yep.
Maybe some Briar every once in a while. So he knows he's not going to be surprised by anything in Dromai has because he did the Irish Dromai. He's been doing the other stuff. Top 8 ProQuest with Dromai at Collector Legion. But when sigil number 3 comes down, there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing.
You know, it's absolutely a gain 3 for your opponent. You cannot interrupt it unless you're a wizard. And even if you can interrupt it as a wizard, you just say put it back in your hand, and then they play it immediately again.
Yep. It's always gonna go through.
Here is the third $700 Command and Conquer card. It's the only one he got to play, and he's hoping that Zach has something very important in Arsenal. If not, this is maybe just what. Ooh,
Nope, he has the
He
get out of jail
does.
free card.
this other $400 card I have says.
Is it 400 now? Oh my gosh.
I mean, if it's cold foil, it's something.
like
It's something up there.
300, I think.
I don't know if it's fun to say prices when we're playing, but
I mean, the people enjoy it.
yeah, gets the people going.
It's the
Is he gonna sink
Provocative.
something? Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't. That's the funny thing. I guess let's talk about union busting. So TCG player, it's funny. Like somebody was like, "Don't buy cards from them," but we're all really respecting their prices. So is that what we're doing? Of like, as a union buster supporter, we look at their website, but we don't buy from their website, right? We're not sponsored by them at all.
No.
And
we
we'll
definitely
never
won't be
be,
now.
yeah,
By
like-
now, they don't like it. The unions there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's a good joke on TCG? Oh, bro, calm down. You might summon Salty Well. Thanks, Trent. We are Salty Well. There's a Pommel.
And is there the reaction?
Zach's like, I'm laughing at you. I don't care. I'll give you a card that doesn't matter.
All right, wall caught without the wall up. No reaction this time. First Pommel getting through.
Well, yeah, he was like, I'm tired of you having defense reactions. I'm going to put this on the one card that stops it.
Yep.
But now there's Wreck Havoc, too. Wreck Havoc Pummel is a thing in Oldhim.
Not as great.
Which he said, I'll give you Vincerakai, which is...
I think appropriate. Like, you're not getting out any of the things that can protect it that much. That Red Ash is already gone, you know?
There's 2 Red Ash in his list.
There's 2 Red Ash? Well, that was the second one, I think. I think he has time.
Dust from the Red Desert,
There is. Okay, so he still has room for another one. I think he has a Red Ash in hand, if I'm seeing that correctly as well.
Which is crazy if he just donated the other thing. We're going to Enlighten Strike, bottoming a card because that's mandatory, and giving it go again because we want to get some dragons afterwards, which is probably always the right thing in Dromai. Can't pop this, Andrew. What are you going to do? We're going to put a card underneath because that's going to block 1 from our Crown of Seeds.
Okay. E-Strike's so good.
Grab a card.
Frost. Other market prices. RF E-Strike's like $300 right now. Got bought out. Insane.
Support your local Frank's booth. I don't know if we know anybody that works at Frank's.
Who's Frank?
Yeah, exactly. Oasis, I think Oasis was probably only going to work on stuff like an attack action, so he's comfortable with using it now. It's not like he needs it for later. The 1 damage dragons are really going to start ruining his life, though.
Okay. Yeah, these one little ticks, 1, 1, 1. They're like Kodachis, right? And the lower you get, the harder they hurt.
I think the thing that is frustrating when you're playing against Dromai is like, it didn't feel like you were in control of this game. I've been doing so much damage. I was ahead by 25 life. I probably say this every time. But it really feels like, can Andrew do 15 more before the dragons and Dromai can do 24? And that feels like it's so bad. That answer is like, oh yeah, I'm going to get overrun by dragons as soon as I miss my serve, basically.
No, definitely. He's on the brink too. Zach, like maximum capacity. If he gets that next 3rd dragon out, we saw what that can really do.
Tumultai hasn't shown up yet, and Tumultai can ruin. Like, I don't know if we even care about Tumultai.
Zach's been pitch stacking his burn them alls. I've been watching him do that. So burn them alls will come out as well. If he gets the Tumultai, can blow up the Null Rune. It's gonna be real hard.
Right.
For Andrew to stay up there.
Del Taco made it home and made it into the chat. Good for you, Del Taco. He says Brian has a booth at Frankenstein. Have to look into that. Not sure who that is. So
support your local card game vendors.
Sure.
Cool.
Unless they have bad prices, but
I mean, just kind of have a couple buttons down. Ask very nicely. I get good prices.
All right, I'll bring a bag of Cheetos for him.
Oh yeah, they could be real nice.
Oh. Hey man, I need another shakedown.
Oh, I got you.
There are singles now at Odyssey if you are looking for cards.
Nice.
They've got 6 fan braces.
Awesome.
And no other legendaries. They pulled only fan braces. Oh my gosh. We must have raked embers while Blake was talking about random stuff. There's 7 baby dragons now.
That's a lot.
This is a disaster
and
a red ash. Oh my god, Andrew. Good luck.
This is the little army being made. Like I said, these are all little Kodachis.
Now Andrew's going to literally suplex Uvia every time he sees it from now on. Or he's going to rouse Ancients. He said, I can do all bad by myself. I'm going to do 15 damage right now.
Yep.
and hope that Zach has 4 no blocks in hand. But that's not going to happen.
Zach is for sure going to be able to block this. Usually I find blocking the Rouse Ancient turns is ideal because it's just there to push vanilla damage, and you don't want to get behind on your health.
There goes Tumultai for real, though. So we are not going to have Tumultai.
How many Tumultai?
But there's one card. There's one yellow in Dromai list. It's called Remembrance.
Remembrance.
Which becomes 3 cards or whatever you want.
Mm-hmm.
And I think as soon as Andrew sees that, he's going to go. And that's me shaking my visibly as hard as possible.
People who don't have any, he's just moving around a piece of paper at home.
We're blocking. We're blocking 6 of that. And now here's a disable. So if he doesn't care about the card in his arsenal,
it's a blue disable.
He's going to take vanilla damage.
He's going to go down to 7.
Vanilla, it has an on hit, yeah. But he's going to. I always say vanilla with an on hit. That's not what that means. So he put the card in his arsenal. It's basically a command and conquer, but worse.
Mm-hmm.
But now my dragons are going to do the work here unless you have 2 6s. And Andrew needs to have 2 6s basically forever. Because there's a Dromai there is why I'm saying 2 6s this time. I believe that's the 3rd Dromai though. So must pop here. Must pop endless winner. Thank you for that. 10 on my counter.
Very nice.
10 plus 12 is how much?
10 plus 12 is 22.
2 away from the magic number that we're talking about here. Here's 1. Andrew. And he said graveyard.
Graveyard. Let me see what I can get punished by. What's that one card in his hand? That's what he's concerned about, I think, with Zach. Zach is not guns down, so to speak. He still has possibly another big dragon he can swing at the end here.
I think he's like, I'm going to pray there's 3 Benserikais in there in that graveyard, but I know there's only 2.
There's the Remembrance, the
Life
Remembrance.
total plus 12. The magic number's 36, and we're only at 11?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. We need 25 more haunt counters?
Zachary with the Remembrance bringing back 2 Chromais.
Oh, my gosh.
3 Chromais coming back. No Tomotai coming back. You also still have your burn.
Oh, what did he just put in Remembrance? I was literally talking to somebody. You said it.
Blake.
You said it,
I'm
though.
here. Don't listen to him.
So
he's behind
somebody.
the booth.
There's just a lot. We got headsets, and now people can distract me.
It's 3 Chromais.
Chromais?
Chromais.
Chromai 4, 5, and 6?
It's okay, yeah.
Oh,
it's just
crap.
3 Chromais.
Andrew did some weird thing, and Zach just shook his head of, I'm disgusted with that.
Disrespect.
He was dishonored by him touching 1 random card.
Yep.
We are going to Titan's Fist 2. Dromai?
Block. Check.
Take 1. 6 more times away from winning if you do that.
All right, and then
here's
Zach.
some gross stuff from Zach.
Play to the big dragon. He's got that red dust. If he can put the Venserikai out again,
it's going to be gross.
A ton of damage.
Asvioli. Avzaloft. Azavali. Coming in. Then we're going to Blaze Headlong first. Blaze Headlong, the fact that is been here this long is interesting. Because that card must have been at the bottom of his deck and then got shuffled to the top or something. Because usually that gets played immediately. Or maybe he used it to like Furnace once.
Outside cards are legal currently at this event, yes. Unfortunately, Dromai and Oldhim did not get too many new ones besides like the generic red 6s.
Right. Premeditate is maybe the one where it's like, now your Blaze Headlong is
overhyped.
7.
Sell all your copies.
Oh
it's
my
overhyped.
God. To me, yeah.
I promise.
It's going to be a $55 card in like 3 weeks.
It's already there.
Well, sell yours.
Sell yours. I didn't buy singles.
Homie discount, bro.
Dude, I got you.
We're paying attention to the match. We're doing Blaze Headlong for 4. We've got probably a Crown of Seeds and a shield. So that means there's 2 more damage missing here. Unless the Asvaloli was blocked by the... Asvaloli hasn't attacked yet, so we only care about the 4 from Blaze Headlong. The fact that people are calling it Ponder Run is a joke that's very funny the first week and then never again. So we could stop calling it Ponder Run now.
We make a new joke.
Let's call it Premeditate.
Premeditate. Oh no.
We're doing visual stuff now.
I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna make
this
some great.
isn't
I'm
how
gonna
the
make some
radio
great,
works.
great memes with you and like the art for Premeditate,
Great.
and then just the description saying it's Ponder Run. It's no longer Ponder Run anymore.
Jesus.
Funny the first week.
We're blocking out Blaze Headlong completely. Like, that's an interesting thought process of using our Titan's Fist. No, it's Crater Fist. There's so many fists going on here.
He's trying his best. I think at some point you got to use your armor. What would you use your armor against? He's seen the Tomotai, you know. Maybe the Venserikai you'd want to save some armor. But eventually, at some point, that armor just sits there. You need to use it.
I mean, I'd save
24/6.
armor for this huge ghostly touch coming after me later.
That's fair. But that I think Andrew Rudin's trying to avoid that point. Yeah, he also
Here's
might
the
not
dragon.
have a popper.
Here's the dance of dragons coming. 7 little babies.
Little BBs.
Sitting on a wire.
What would it sound like? Ah. Are they like
They're
birds?
like roar.
Rawr. Okay, I got you. That's 7 times.
So that's great.
Yeah.
Now are we gonna attack with more stuff?
Yep, of course.
Yeah.
We're gonna put one of our big dragons, especially that one. That one just pushes damage. Andrew Rudin does have AB, so able to soak in the arcane damage, but the 2 physical, he will have to respect. That's not a 6. That doesn't pop, right?
I am wondering of like I'm pretty sure that was a 6,
No,
right?
it's not. It's like a 4.
Oh, 4?
Yeah,
That's the blue one?
That's a blue one. Yeah. Endorai, first move for a while. He's just been chilling, but now is gonna move in for the attack. Zach thinks that there's no poppers, so I think he's gonna try and push as much damage as possible.
Which will not backfire.
No. Never.
What is in Andrew's hand?
Yeah, he called it. Called the bluff. A little laugh. Didn't have the answer. Zach says, I go in.
And dust you up?
And he's going to dust him, bro. Zach using a lot of his ash that he's generated. He used to have 7 at some point, and then now they're all little baby dragons.
That's crazy. Like, that. I think that's an interesting thing of I have not seen the power of Uvia in a long time or ever.
Yeah.
This is the power of Uvia of you would have had 18 health if you had killed Uvia round 1.
Yep.
Actually, probably up to 23. But killing Uvia that turn means I probably would still be at 15 health. Yep. We're also at the magic number of Ghostly now, is what I've heard.
If you go down lower, it actually makes their numbers easier. It's not always a static number. So now if you're over, he's at 11, Ghostly's at 11. Zach just needs to find that semblance for the Mage Master Boots combo, and he can start pressuring with that Ghostly.
Marcus Brown is woofing in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Probably means the negative woof instead of the good woof. Uvia is a good dragon, says Marcus Brown.
It is super good.
Marcus, we got to get you on the mic, man. These are hot takes. Uvia, is this the one matchup Uvia is good at, or could Uvia do this to every hero in the game?
Uvia's pretty good into a lot of matchups. I think this one's decent. Anything with a lot of health is just annoying to remove, in my opinion.
Right.
What would be like a bad matchup for Uvia? Yeah. Uvia doesn't make the cut.
Yeah, Uvia does not make a cut in a normal 60.
No.
It makes it as a blocker.
Correct.
What's going to start sucking for Andrew is everything that Zach has left. Marcus Brown said, I'd love to next AGE. Well, we're going to be in Long Beach. He's looking at the top card of his Redondo Beach. We're looking at the top card because we're doing Fate for Scene. We've got 1 Ash. That means I'm going to make a dragon. 8 of these babies.
Uvia has been busy.
And now my first attack,
the Misty
doesn't
Dragon,
have Phantasm.
The Misty Dragon's so cool.
I think if you took a picture right now and sent it to Andrew 50 minutes ago, he'd be like, no shot.
We should. I wish I got.
This is not what Andrew thought was.
I need to do like some pre-floor like reporting and like ask some questions, and then we can like flash back to it of Andrew being like, "Oh, Uvia is like terrible.
Yeah,
terrible against Oldhim. I don't think it's that great."
He literally has to like grab 12 cards and move it to the left to move my boards. Like, what in the world is happening right now?
That's like $1,000 right there.
What is?
Like 1, 2.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Like, both
all
these
the
people are
dragons.
like, let me move my
ripped.
$700 over here
Ripped
so
out.
I can attack you with my first edition $800 card this way.
Yeah.
I think what's funny is Andrew's the other illusionist player that has like a $4,000 deck. Don't say that because they could probably go to like they. Andrew, do you have it now? No, he's his
secure.
deck is $20 now. Don't.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's fine.
He's chilling.
Sledge is the move into Dromai. I don't think Sledge kills 8 baby dragons. So.
It does not. It definitely smashes them though
Yeah.
into oblivion. You will no longer see that baby dragon after you sledge it.
Okay, we are Terra Sundering as a pitch card instead of killing. We're getting rid of the first Phantasm. So Andrew was like, those were my 2 turns without poppers.
Yep.
I'm going to have poppers for the rest of the game. I promise.
Mm-hmm.
If he doesn't draw one, it's not going to be great. Zach is on the initiative. He's going to say, well, each time I play Chromai means you need another popper.
And he got that one of the Chromais out here. Remembrance back in. This is going to be the 4th Chromai played this game. Very annoying for Andrew Rudin to get around. He says, how many poppers do you have in hand? Let me see them.
But Zach is starting to run out of ash. So maybe there is a situation where Andrew goes, this is what I've been playing for the whole time, is to get my opponent out of ash and do something crazy. Like, Andrew would be a bad person to count out because every time I think like, oh, all I got to do is this against this, then he goes, well, I beat you some other way. 13 haunt counters. That's a full-on, what is it? What are they called at the Universal Studios?
I haven't even been there in so long.
On the October 31st, they call it like Hollywood Horror Nights or something.
Yeah, we're about to get there.
There's
for
a
sure.
Hollywood Horror Nights on that on the Ghostly Touch right now.
Yeah, we're going to start hearing Shining music.
Oh my gosh, there's an Ash over there too. Vincerikai. He's going to use the Vincerikai Ash even though he's not putting it under.
Zach putting out a lot of damage now. He very patient with the board. We saw him develop his Dragon Economy on the board, kept it intact until you could find those things that allow him to have a little more protection going into Oldhim, like Chromai, like the Ash, and you just see him being able to leak so much damage into these turns because he's that patient. And Andrew Rudin wishes he could turn it all off, but this is going to be a lot of damage he's going to have to respect. Going to be 6
Vincerikai for
full
6.
blocks, 2 card out of hand no matter what.
Those aren't poppers because we got to save the poppers.
Yep, and we're going to do
Do we have another popper?
one baby
or
dragon.
Are we dead?
What's that one card in hand? Is going to be, yep, that one right there.
Remembrance is not the card you want to have in hand.
Yep, we're being told that it's a Remembrance that's in hand. Crown of Seeds is going to
Remember,
block that.
I was saying it could
One.
be the Heart of Findle when this
Sure.
happens, but
Yeah,
Remembrance is
was
another
it.
no block.
You're right. 1,
It's going to put it down like,
2, 3.
dollars out of something.
Uh-huh. He is looking for the kill. He could pop Ghostly Touch here, I'm pretty sure, right? Does it cost money? Does it cost resources to pop Ghostly?
3.
Cost 3.
big
I see the semblance in his hand. He's getting to that point where he can just start pressuring.
I mean, it'd be sick if he realized, like, Andrew doesn't have it.
Oh, I
and
think he's gonna do
Ghostly
it.
Touch.
Oh yeah, he's gonna do it.
He's like,
Using the Ghostly Touch,
this-
taking
this
the counter off.
It's so badly punished if Andrew.
Remembrances for
lifetime,
the
yeah.
loss. GG. Unfortunate
I like the
timing.
pop off downstairs of like everyone recognizing
Oh yeah.
like nobody knows what that card is except for Evan probably can see it, but
Yep. That,
everyone being like, did he save it? Did he save it?
Well-
Because that's a game losing thing.
yeah.
If Andrew's like, yeah, I'll go down to 4 or something and just wait until you get greedy and pop the Ghostly Touch. Like that would be a sick
Yeah.
read there.
100%. But even with that pop the Ghostly Touch, Zach did a great
All
job.
the dragons kill him anyway.
Yeah,
later.
managing that economy, no problem.
Right.
He created his Dragon Army. We're going to be probably seeing Zach in the finals now. This was one of those decider games that will send through.
Yeah, he'll be in the top 8. Andrew's going to have to win a tiebreaker scenario. Oh, my goodness. I'm all hunched
Yeah, we were a
over.
little.
That's what Dromai does to a dude. man.
Get big real quick. Get sturdy, bro. Come on.
Dude, do I look like Oldhim right now?
That's it. That was Andrew Rudin, and then, yeah, that happened with the
Oh,
Dragons.
my goodness.
Mhm.
we're gonna go eat lunch
What are you getting?
and top 8 announcements
What are you
at
getting?
the same time. What am I getting?
What are you getting?
I'm getting fat of all the
Oh,
all
Blake,
these
don't say
sandwi-
that.
I had a sandwich earlier. I had a croissant-wich from Dunkin' Donuts this
Croissant-wich?
morning.
Oh
Oh
man.
my! I'm not getting in and out. Get out of here.
We're gonna be heading to lunch, guys. Thanks for watching so far. We'll have your
Short
top
break or
8.
long break? That's some behind the
Yeah, yeah.
scenes.
Oh, okay. We're gonna cut it.
That's something we
Okay.
gotta. They can't hear Justin, so we have to tell
You
them
guys
that.
home, yeah.
So what happens is we are going to. This is the end of this stream. You're gonna
Yeah.
get another URL,
Oh.
and that's gonna have top 8. So
Yep.
go look in the chat for the second URL.
Yep.
We're typing it in one letter at a time right now, one character at a time. There's a question mark. Which one is that one under the keyboard?
Slash? Is it? No. I don't know.
Slash.
Slash something. Yeah.
I know under 1 is exclamation.
Yeah.
We're gonna see you there. We're gonna get some lunchtime, and we're gonna make 8 people's afternoon.
Super
and then
stoked.
4 of them are gonna lose, and then 2 of those are gonna lose, and then 1 of those is gonna lose, and somebody's gonna have a medal.
It's gonna be a great time. Excited to see you guys come back.
Uh.
Go get some food.
Let's go. And last AGE, the top 8 took as long as Swiss did. If that happens again this time,
No, we're good, bro. We're
I
solid.
have to call
Just gonna-
out sick. And
No, we're already here. You can't. You
true.
can't call out. I know.
True.
I'm
See you
sorry,
guys
bro.
later. We're gonna go to a
Bye.
long break, so you're gonna see videos of us.